2000. So the situation is past. Is whole different culture that I was doing. Really great. Go back to the $5. And then never get so it was such a even because even right locked up, I knew I had stepped away from the weed. We lived my problem. And you find, everything was the answer a few times. And on Monday, show you.
As well, things. Man, went to my buddy called the prisoners had a team. They were all they never allowed to travel. So they called themselves Dirt South, right? And my buddy was out of control. There were all so I know why. It's the best fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm sitting on the grass and he just he's an announcer, keyboard guy, so they would get up and back. All right, so now that number 2, Jeffrey Rosen. Y'all know him, man. Oh my God. They go crazy. And he would pop out and they'd be like, fuck you. They would turn off like the ball. And he had so bad. And then he had this funny song. And one of the boys would be going to the off to the 30 seconds. 30 seconds in the house. They had cheers. They had everything. And if they made it out, so remember the cats where you could sample? We had them, but he would shoot them down. He would shoot out all the time. He did all kinds of things up there. And when he got, I'll never forget. I went to who this dude was. This dude, like, long ass keyboard. And remember the skull cap? Yeah, remember that shit? That's what he was. I guess that was his job. That was what he got to do. Like, I know they were. But finish line. But any charge, always off. And then he goes, dude, it was the best. Obviously, movie. It's the best. We're gonna get some peaches. Right. Did you have that salt ball? Sweet. The last stage. It's so funny what we have. Believe a bunch of us. The game. That it was. They allow the outlet area. Olympics. Okay, so you got about a year out of they were going to give you 4. Everyone has a house. Wow. Came together.
Now,
ceremony.
Back up.
Watching.
how would you feel? Right. 18. See ya. Okay. When I had sent, I had one device and two paper. Now, if Dayton County still have they put the letter, so you get an option to
Yeah.
start getting it.
Now I have to express this way. I ask you.
Question that could make me lose track. I want to I had a
Moment.
I lifted on my yesterday, 12 times the ring. Plus, what happened was I ate one
Yeah.
sugar, capsule, height. I woke up. Express. Right? And I'm up. And so started into
No. Part of you that and I know you're children, I know you're married, but is there George's answer was it's destruction. It's knowing that any day I go here. How? And you're not used to that. You gotta motivate yourself. You're into, like I said, the structure and the schedule, time, I'm lunching. Misses everything of it.
right structure guy. Where you behind I go to it'll be a long walk. I no,
No, last two.
no,
Or cocaine. 2 cocaine.
I have journals.
Yeah.
I was 19.
Holy shit.
I was in 6 and 7 because they got pretty much. It's nice that you cope. You can see the downhill like I would come back to your question.
Structure.
I'll tell you what. I missed it. I mean, There's two 1989 electric hours open shot. All fucking brand new 650. That was bullshit. Expensive. Spencer ran. I put a guy down in the car. Straight to the Jew. All the fucking right here. Everybody. You genuine. The heck. It was just old. One night, his girlfriend feet. And then the night, if you want,
She kissed him. She kept
right over two days.
shit.
I checked earlier. One night we walked. They said that he's black. He doesn't have Good. Cocaine. You know, wow. First time. Oh, there it is. This.
Practice.
Yeah.
It's gonna have to eat. Check it out. That's right.
Sure. I like yeah. That, that's very well. Friend, yeah. I'm sure. Separate. Right now, I love finding girlfriend. like that. And I did not forget Rothschild. Well, he said, I don't think that they give you the only thing no, we just go through them. That's not your fault. That's not. Get up. Get up. Where I come from, the bed. That's not. I would. I don't know why.
The sun.
Which was it? Right. Man, and I did like just the all over it. She was you know, she was best. The reason I couldn't do take this picture. I know that.
More.
That's
Acknowledge me though. Unique.
That's all. Yes. It's
Thank you.
The fuck you like you.
USA's Brony.
I see what
Actually, down.
I've always had.
No. Yeah, I don't.
I stopped shopping. I was shopping. See, it's just
Oh, yeah.
What would
The move. My butt has that moving. Walk around the store. Big ball.
medalist?
One time. Big ball. I'm gonna tell you.
This is like how football. This happened because out. And out.
Can come up. Ryland can't help.
I will. Sunset. Water. So they Eagles. Great. Just see shop. Yeah, I got the whole box. So I got challenger. But I didn't know it.
System makes you sweat. You take it with
give a fuck about hey. Double. There we go. Yeah. Simply. Because that way you it was worthless. So
the history today. Searching.
That was a it was more human juries go that. The one that this asked. So
difficulty at all. Excellent dive. You're very well.
Look,
I just tried to sell it. Back. Yeah, I said, let me tell you something. Fail it, you get 35. I said, I'll say this. Yeah, they no.
like that, Jew signal. Those get those times.
Yeah.
Guys that come with Malala, waste cave, leave this thing out of my kid. Railroads. Dynamite. That's how they built the train.
Oh,
Seven hundred.
October 3rd.
yeah.
And then again, train.
Same thing.
Green, but no. I believe the sun starts down the corner. Across the street, now finish it.
Like sea.
Trail. I give it video comes in. This time it's one of run out Canada. This is a very thing to say. Rating. Number 13.
Hold on.
Reaching out. Spurs against the Dallas in the heat. Back. Back. Monday.
Gold
Who
medals
got a
3
better
times. Six
black guys?
Yeah.
They, and they take a train and turn.
Everybody's come to China gold. And some amazing.
Gold shape. So they do it. You know, I was running up.
It's like a spin.
As a attorney friend of mine asked him what said grab and other shit. You'll be out. Fine.
Very versatile.
That Thursday was the 13th, 14th to 16th, the 16th September.
Keep them on.
Season was Monday night football.
Dealers.
How I'm sure
Would be.
this is Monday night. I don't know what the sport is. I know this is week
Diver. Cycle
1980
gold medal.
Monday night game.
23 of 25.
Monday the 13th.
Dallas. Dallas.
And
36, Pittsburgh.
and 57. This is back then. This is Ohio. Like first one was 7. You call the book, you drop the ball.
Mean a lot. That's
Big mistake. That's when we turned around and it's that one. No
came
one.
back.
Dallas minus 5.5.
Great.
What the fuck you I could drop all the and it dropped. Gave me the hook. To We've had we had to come up with $50-$100.
Cowboys lost at home.
Oh yeah.
90 points.
That's
All that is a
daddy.
white one. Anyway, and then
When you can, your mother made the cook what? Onion dip or chips. Bad fucking. That Thursday night. Mostly for the tax, because I was the one who listened to as good as I was.
That's to
Others.
31 per hour. This is four.
Just for the water thinking. I would put that book magazine. So this guy. I got it. I went to friends. Nothing from my fast. I roll fucking
I've got a store.
Yeah. Snatch.
That's like
sound.
invitation.
Be a doctor, a medical. Now it's that was arrested 10 years. Dropped off the investment. Money, life, insurance.
Right.
I saw people. That's right. Yes. Hey! Think about your life.
As we're
I don't know. I mean, the idea that have look for you.
and you can really
So what changed when he was find his accent? Seemed like at a certain point, stop.
That was it.
favorite comedy series.
Well, you do that. Everyone. I thought that's why. I was back. Let me read the phrase you told me to get myself to that. Yeah. It was back. Something tells you I'm shooting it. Fuck is a set jack.
Dog. Ready to listen to Jordan Peterson? Are you I can work something on. you living? You want to listen to something? Great. Thanks, man. Good night.
first a step back and big congrats on apply that to a human. That's our story to them. You're like, I know.
Yeah, it's like I think on the order of so
How quickly?
and someone on the regulatory so right.
You're going to be learning your religion, right? Everything. The level of your religion.
Yeah, it's just
We'll see. And say, let's get crazy.
it's going to be gigantic because we'll increase the number of electrodes. Roughly so it's like getting 7,000. I was making
That BBS. We should serve. You with.
go out of there. Or 5x. Pay attention to do it. Right. If you start actually listening to the podcast or
I'm still holding on to one because I'm afraid of myself. Real world awareness.
depends on the person. So if you use that bit rate effective.
But it,
Yeah.
affects me, right? I mean, that the question is how much it actually compressed in a little bit further.
If this is able to convey something we require in simple words, that 10x compression with memes, someone's hands. It's you gotta get it. It's the
That question referred to me in an experience field trip. Yes. For sure. Is this 10,000 for 1,000? At 10,000. Say faster than right now. What is the average second for human business? Because there are 86,400 seconds in a day, and you don't 8,400 tokens in a day. Well, your business is less than one average of. And even if you're what you're saying, take the concept you're trying to convey, compress it into a small number of subjects, into conceptual structure that is as opposed to what you have. There's a lot of things. Very lusty version of decompression. What you're doing is distilling the concepts down to a small number of symbols. Keystrokes, whatever the case may be. So that's a lot of what computation is. There's not that's actually a healthy to do or healthy to do because you compress complex concepts in your past force to the those concepts. So of compression, you just release out to a batch noise. Say a few things. We're only data rate increases the time from normal. When my first came around, so you really so if you do that's several megabytes more. The computer memory and more aspiration of your likeness to AI humans basically you have to consider that the answers get more spit out of you. Terabits per second, communicating bits per second. Yeah, it's like a tree. Well, it is a very interesting for species. There is some other humans as a source of wealth. This elements, which basically like access the is largely in systems. Late, it's insane. Seeking provocation. They're just listening to emotion. And they get a kick out of it. Yes. That's the abstract brother emotion. Cortex is a matter of to trigger do that. So like 90% of distributed species trying to get like sex except hedonistic that's mostly so right? So there's that could be the influence of these. I mean, it's like what's many people are saying the nature of this. And that's the you know, you have a new link with 10 channels. We and well, if it's the this whole thing, you know, if they're damaged neurons, patients, obviously, sort of business is big, so, it's blindsight, which is who are lost both eyes. By directly triggering the visual cortex. So we're just the basics. Relative. It's just something. Probably schizophrenia. People have some help with memory. So there's like a of activity 96. You know, Lord of the Rings. You know. Got it. Actually, so, you know, I think there's the future just several years ago, just like a complete loss of the like it would be like profound. So, I mean, it's getting faster. There's a medical. So, thing to do is basic because the with so the highest possible risk. So he's able to have a improvement in their first day is using it for years. You could consider saying, okay, let's for with people damage, aiming to medication to give people who have reaction to seasonal humans. And the same as you restore aspects of their restoration. They're superhuman. Restoration. Neurons. Trigger and adjust the electric field to say 10,000, so just 10,000. Adjust the field between the neuron patterns that you get 10,000 electrons. Like having a magnet. And over time, you get resolution that is a control system. So like the red, yes, you can see. Joe Rogan. Do you think that's I just recently taken a this question. But yes. Well, I guess it is. Yeah. I love you, Joe. Have you seen? I'm not. I've been okay. Well, myself. And shaman, yeah. Almost all around you, like you look pretty wild. Wow. Extremely high dose. No, that's me. Look. Sorry. Yeah, extremely high dose. Okay. That sounds like a. It's not just one. Wait. Across 2 days, because I had the first 2 and I was right, but it was like space thing, just like a little airplane ride. All the kind of aspects of that's what people it is. Nothing. All pop. I can't think about I okay. It's just my relationship with it. Whenever you get to watch them, I got to watch people. It's just just the lady. Dots. So You know, this is not like saying that you're not connected to things. Because that question, not necessarily with memories. Then I don't know people who choose to the stuff, for example. The base one that is trying to figure out. So this way you cut until you even up, which is that's where you perspective of human is so it's testing more on his testing and just trying to understand it. And yeah, it's technically like a piece of so that's the computer stuff potentially. So yeah, it's like yeah. So you got if you can read that trillion instructions per second, the whole second. It's a trillion. Think of it good or bad. I think it's extremely scary for people because once you have a very high memory, yeah, it would be something. Really, like around. Yeah, I think you try to maybe this is. There's interaction with that professionally and more worth it. So, and I think maybe that's something that we'll be able to outperform. Yeah. You've also said play. Has to be fast. So how do let's say how can the best AI system how much of this how much of this data, how much of this training, how much of this product that you actually acquire. I mean, listen, it's like from car rest. Then media. Then how to train and how usually cards. So human talent and then when you access it, there's a role. Twitter did. Yeah. I think most AI companies are pretty native. I think they have. What's used is that's startups in real time. So there's a enemy that Tesla a video coming from hundreds of millions of humans, maybe billions, learning. That's I guess ultimately is because realities. millions of tokens rated where like stuff. Huge number. Go. Yeah, I mean, technology up in the right way. Now for the utilities which rare. So I guess as you have sort of like a million that's where you're, but you know, until you came along and started building was going to be an extremely problem. I think Jason, you already do that. But like all foreign objects, water, there's an immense amount of engineering just into there. That might be close to half of the engineering and onto this electromechanics. That is probably half. So much of the intelligence of humans goes into ideas, manipulation. Intelligence and manipulation of objects. Yeah. I mean, you think I do. So, actuators. So is that skilled me. Your fingers are the complex. Right. Something maybe that kind of stuff. It's like the was not putting it because it's like trying to set up and they don't actually have degrees of and so that's why you got cables tunnel to service, but having all the fingers the same length. So that's around to this because different lengths. Is better. Fingers are they're more and you're exactly better. Making fingers are little finger this big. Yeah. You have no. So as you it's actually these all the sensors are all the time. But tremendous amount of to my hand world. Yes. So that's so then so the thought of our human robot. Just speak what it takes engineer for you. First step. It's just this. It's not simplifying. Constantly reading it. To do it. Maybe run kind of the requirements. Some degree. So house. You have to start doing otherwise. That's what question there was. And then this actually the part sounds very nice. It's due to put back. So, so succeeded if they've been forced to, but again, actually they so back testings and damage. The thing is simplify. It sounds very, very obvious, but I more than I care. This one so that's it. Most of the is to basically show up the supercomputer see the process. That's not easy. Just you said you've got some of the things that you back. We sometimes they forgot to do this thing years ago, and correct. Berkeley. But these things. Step 4 is best. Just make that. You shouldn't speed things up. Optimize what you're speeding up. Spell it out. Some and then delete it. So wow, slow after. You're done with the I know, cool. We're having some fluctuation issues. Millisecond. You. Second. I used to blame, right? To before university game. All the steps so that you yourself understand it. Understand it. Something is inefficient. Speak to that. Yes. Using multi-connection big factor or training collections cabling. RDMA room access. Right. So you need to the GPU 1,000 layout. It's like NSP layout. The computer might not so it's still like intelligent. Do you think that XAI, you are the one that told AGI? Possible. So I think there's already in AI systems the intelligence. Yeah. So, there are these questions where you say that the AI is basically, and then actually each human is printed by the computers. And machine learning. Yeah, very well. There's a point in AI. If you want to do that, if it's won't be far behind. I mean, 6 months, maybe. Doesn't hurt that easy. I mean, I thought about the thing that these biological is whether that is fire that lines with so ChatGPT and the value his background exceeded 10 years. The federal government and going to situation in which he had places. Like taking everybody in Bristol. Certainly, the Giants history. These two things are widespread availability as a result of very less and massive time history. And yes, well, thank you for recommending. Well, that's what one to highlight is the just funny. They so, but they noticed technological images because speed. I would love to see what they think. But which politicians versus like how which yeah. Well, I mean, some of the position I think you saw anything maybe that's my I think it's the right thing to listen. And from this up it's been around years when the ancient experience which is very slightly it's pretty wild. In fact, it goes through and so simple, and then it's like, well, okay. Civilization. The early, very early. So many. Exactly. A tiny fraction instead of whatever. There's some schools that I don't think So that's a fraction. Shows many civilizations. Things that they are more it's a way with each technology. Yeah, you can see the same through life cycle, just like this. So, it gets old. Civilizations go through this civilization. It takes early and so perhaps throughout the world today. It's like 0.8, I think. Well, it's roughly 60%. Europe, but it's dropping. And most of the world, I don't as soon as prosperity drops, and the same thing happening in each room. So, around 50 BC, trying to send have a child. And I think that's was able to, take instead of the child. Was successful. The Romans don't have any things like a series of epidemics and things. They have those. It's just that great fundamental. There really is. Fundamental level for civilization is maintained. Well, this next is, it's it doesn't make sense. Civilizations understood with famous as soon as there were no enemies, there were now extended parity of with us except that just and place where he's willing to just do you want both physical. Anyway, so, like, there are given time, given civilization, which is that nations accumulate. There's one function like to clean up accumulation, those regulations. Eventually, everything becomes legal, and that's like the hardening of the earth. We think of it as like how you know it's like caliber. So it has to be regulations. So you accumulate those regulations. Why we can't I wish you could just like week go into like the garbage stuff. Right. Like be part of that. The antibiotic version, right? So you're gonna have to eat your drinks at that point. Back. Yeah.
Rabbi.
What?
Oh,
I'm sleeping.
Rabbi.
I'm sleeping, dude.
At some point, the attacks of there.
What? What do you want? What do you want?
So, see my
It's like useful things can I get done?
I'm looking. Let me try.
I'm trying 3 devices. Yeah, Tim is.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Don't spoil it. You fix it. Oh. You're good. No worries.
Transparency. The best allocation. Revenue. So that's kind of makes slightly better. Why? So decisions again. Decision. Module. Decision. Case. So now. Laid out. It's just, I would never get any sleep. Just keep working. And, or, you know, just, I get this is what you care about. So, it's very hard. Because you just, how to get back for what that matter. Is your success? It has to be this decision. So my motivation. The mission of God, understand the universe, understand set things in motion such that some civilization understands you. And even what best understands. We're gonna have this. Sometimes the answer is kind of correctly. AI recommendations. Being mass species or medium mass species. To sustain first population, which is currently happening. Population collapse is a really good effect. So, being regulated at population numbers is that this is much is because people are living longer. When you say with inflation, you're going to control the just take the inflation last year and maybe it was more by that money. That's what the population base that stayed unless if the birth rate continues to keep declining. That's the like so again, yeah, very hard to make earlier. Because there's been this sort of civilization collapse in America throughout history. So went that way and civilization and try to fix that. It's not very good. Yeah. Process. Yeah, it's not that difficult. It's like, what the future could be. So, like, comedy of course. So, how could you back up the planet and explore the possibilities of to keep building. This conversation. Fascinating. The human brain. For me, I was always interested in understanding the purpose of things and how it was engineered to survive. Whether it's organic or inorganic, like we were talking earlier about there's sort of a clear purpose and they were engineered to bring sunlight. And growing up, I had a lot of interest in seeing things, touching things, feeling things, and trying to really understand what it was designed to serve the purpose. And obviously, reading is just a fascinating and very intelligence and that person and really express the connection to really Also during grad school, I had a couple of research fellowships that led me to pursue that's one of the things I really enjoyed. You have to kind of pursue your career, but it's something that really pushed you. At the time, I was actually smart, and when you signal pathway themselves, and the hypotheses that by having basically electrotaxing and specifically not just more interested that apply to and
No, no.
Michelle Martin
Welcome.
to and the rest of my PhD career. Correct. And imaging, which is a system that was using for security and bioimaging. This was very clear, direct application with the imaging system and understanding the constraints
Why not?
solutions around it. So that was like your introduction. And that's also kind of holy grail when it comes to implantable system is to better understand this. And a lot of that is driven by judging and how you extract data. So at the time at Berkeley, there was kind of this desire to understand in the neural space what sort of system can build to really manage systems. Solution is why the basis for my thesis work called neural dust system that was ways to use ultrasound to electromagnetic waves during as well as back I say the project was the size of a system next to a neuron for ping that back to the outside world. So, as I mentioned, the size of the implant system and then power the thing. And at the end of the day, the human body of salt water, but it's mostly salt. Well, demonstrating that why that's a part of the way. Experience, dropping instantly kill the device, right? Just penetrate. The way which you incredible system. Around 10 to 100 dimension. Great at so the interesting insight, the fact that a lot of ways, and all in all, just which travels to really well. Um, was just a way just a completely different mode front, as well as like even at 10 megahertz, it's a very, very small wave. So if you're looking at interface type structure, you would have 100 microwatt wave, unacceptable, much easier. So the basic idea was born using as a mechanism for the device, and then also getting data. So the question is how the mechanism which we this is actually something very useful and interface day-to-day basis with you frequency where there's a battery, antenna, there's some sort of oil that is your and it's an external device and then you reflect back that's fine. That's what's called fundamental. So that doesn't happen. And the mechanisms of which we're thinking about setting up external user ultrasonic about wiring some other state of the tissue that is interfacing with, and then it just typically like away from the source. That would be requires it. To and then just mechanism which can enable that is there is certain piezoelectric crystals that are able to convert sound energy. So this interplay between the ultrasonic domain and the functional domain that is the emission of the marking very small devices next to neurons. The vision interface before like you or has been continued and 1950s, these two scientists showed up, and this brain and like these things are getting that's one of the computer. It's a that's partial differential equations about ions and these two. They won the Nobel Prize for 1969. That's University of Rothschild published this where and so I would say this is the very protects unnecessary piece with condition for Ronald's hiring provided reinforcement. They can this is 1969 session isolated by 50 rates before we here the number of interface brain just exploded. I think just understanding the code and how so the other paper especially in the brain this paper there's this thing called motor. So what we're doing is the fact that there are approximately humans that have direction that is the fire. So what that means is increase their speed. If you can't identify those, essentially, you can go it's intended for that show. There is some that you can, especially in the morning. So if you measure not only electrical signals give you these. Okay, so slowly, like, one interesting question is invasive versus non-invasive. I know how important is it to that answer. There's honestly which actually doesn't penetrate very correctly. You place a set of work in from the surface of the brain. The thing that I'm personally very interested in is understanding. Understanding of things. Just to kind of step back. Use analogy can be useful. It's difficult to think about electricity. At the end of the day, that's needing that's these charged particles. It turns out it is happening at frequency and which that's happening very, very soon. And So based on the cheers, the home crowd, whether what the score is, each other. So you have to drop the microphone into the individual. In this specific example, happened right next to where the huddle's happening. So I think that's kind of minimally or on these content interfaces. It's basically where so the biophysics of the brain communication that we're talking about is we have to step into the difference in Neuralink. Yeah, so special there's tens of billions in this complex yet constantly remodel. You know, potassium, sodium ions. It's actually this ionic communication. And this will be able to do these memory with selective channels, which in my opinion is one of the features of this invention. In many ways, think about the people who are there doing the job. Transistors are nothing. At the end of the day, they're sophisticated, complicated, nature. And as we know, transistors have many combinations. I don't want to have access to that. So it's one of those. Yeah. Mechanism of storing information and for computation. This is just such a way but it's not just it is so these are the actual objects that have life. Yeah, they're actually there's a lot of physics that are we're kind of going back to just high school. They're and ways to actual and the mechanisms nowadays. They just need touching in the cause of cells in some interesting ways. So these three channels are membranes that actually just it's therapy which so there's just a lot of time it's like which again like that's the dictation of physics, right? So and it's also kind of not to mention as Rothschild and I was talking about that right these people she needed is a truly organic. So there's physics, there's chemistry, there's all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, yes, I understand that. Yeah, indeed, you have these, so these sophisticated live channels that these charging participant control the system wirelessly, and the system wirelessly. So our implant is actually just link these wireless threads that which is 5 millimeter human cortex region. That's where the contention lies. And we have 64 threads, each thread having 16 electrodes, or the speed of 3 to 4 meters. So you can actually record all the depth. And the signal or and then that's the mechanism. An interesting event, a spiking event. Decide to send that. It's running. There's no gap. Going to decide whether this is a copy or does the signal processing compress the signal there. Right? So we have truth sampling each. So that's 200 megabytes. That's to the chip. Simultaneously. That's available. Constrained environment that is open. There has to be what happens to send off in this spike or not. Able to use that to so the device has to monitor based on the spiking, which to go left or right. This is fascinating, but let's plan this right. Picture of it. Charging. That's another question. And then there's the threads themselves. On the bottom. Maybe charge. But there's an device part of the implant. 5 millimeters. Volume is I actually have a device here. This is 9 millimeter implant. And these cranial screws to place. And there's 3 millimeter that's the top to They look strong. Very interesting. The loop to which to be able to interview your like structure. Their guidance with the thread. The best thread. 60. That papers out to so 80. This yes. You by the back. And the target very commonly cell phone. Most of them have that. The biggest difference is that usually when you want to charge it on the train, hot very sort of patient that to allow charging and plan to reach and parents, right? When you have resident charging is a talent. And you form these from the external charger and actually introduce which acknowledges that and then here computer biological complex about say that this was our microcontrollers, temperature sensors, various different electronics, a lot of innovation. You wouldn't be able to produce it, so you don't really see that for. So let's talk about the thread. How many threads? Then she the device has 64 threads. Thread has 16 nodes. Electrodes. Stimulating. And the thread is basically this insulated wire. Metal conductor is the kind of a tiramisu cake of die. It's crazy that yes, you're not see it when they people who are using it. Yes, yes. So one of them was important. So each of these they're less than 5. And so 2 micron of polyimide. 2 micron of sandwich together. So what some interesting aspects of the manufacturing. So the actually there's okay, go ahead. And those very that actually records null signal. Note is that unlike neural links that have intros that are actually exposed during this is only at a single decimal. So these raise can be anywhere to they also inserted there's no active electron. That actually the craniectomy this port to for any drug devices or have telemetry device, but it's still what is
Ready.
so robotic
Still spinning for me.
I figured it
they're
out.
actually
Let me just check on those guys.
Yeah, I'll do it.
All right, please do. Come back when you wake up. Thanks, Tim.
They're very difficult. Something that
Put it in the free speech
the
channel below, or you can put it in self promo below.
and it's essentially this
You as well.
gantry system that has this specialized robot that has this threads. Correct. So this is optics. So for now, actually, it's after that, take a water. Way to avoid vessels. And then you're going to be by the loop as you thread in a particular location. So choosing the depth and all that. So control. This robot that is unique. Surgeon assistant or human assistant. It's like which obviously the more target always kind of major but like just does the surgery. So the computer vision it's kind of approved robot time it does one time. Engagement. We also do verification match. there's some reason behind it, but it's, you know, please not roll it's pulling it up. Just because this man, 16, 11, this spans around 3 millimeters. So there's a million questions. Because zoom in how many neurons electrode listen? Yeah, each electrode can, as I mentioned right earlier, you actually distinguish which neuron. Spikes. Usually, once you have these kind of
All right.
basic digital processing unit. Heat constraint, heat constraint, the processing time of signaling in giving less than a microsecond, which is a very short amount of time.
Rest, REST.
Right now, it is definitely not. Sophisticated forms of like spiking patterns, like that actually means to do this, right? So the machine is learning about the human and the
Okay. Um, the That's a Neuralink. Yeah, it's okay.
I don't know.
points.
that you want to
Negative.
placement. It takes minutes in particular. Just inserting as well as the bank. Education that has participated in these groundbreaking BCI investigation of the feasibility studies. We're also speaking of but just even the honestly, just it's the first time that preclinical mechanism threads that surgeon is very safe. Is you ready for this? There's still a lot of about the actually insert just only one, just complete unknown, right? That's what we do. Test nervousness and just before the surgery. And it was, but I mean, first thing that just really, this thing is doing and it's found many others that we've just kind of the next because of it. You for that.
means like they had a local styling. This can you imagine like how
Drive the pop.
like a lot
Like
of them. Notice
the engineer.
what you like
Teacher. That could not have nothing. Let's just say the others out there.
going there. So like Southeast Asian countries,
Technical aspects of threats being attracted. In the end, the
much
have come
unlike
back and
Mumbai,
better than these just beat the world. Last week,
no one is
these teachers were the previous year was 8. Previous one it was 4.6. So it was double. His goal was to get to 10. We were around. On its own, took PCI to recover that. It was kind of the signal process, and so roads. Slowly come out of that. There's obviously is
Very cool.
Trying to do much of UI. It was expected that
very inspired.
we did see kind of a decline, and then also measuring visual and between the and the changes in some application applications that this plot. So because we have recording some sort of pulled up. And application on the because if the input model because the output and but the worst signals measured how when you place the signals on the surface of the brain see some use signals started looking at is not just but we started looking at how and that's interesting. So that it not just give you the so these in terms of, I think ultimately the thing that we are is figuring out ways to keep those threats possible, so that we have that's by far the number of is currently from happening. I will say that we're putting in for some is telling how it's a fair market or a lot more than just a very different environment than what we're used to. Clinical trial. Almost to be able to and we have balance across making this fix the problem. One of the challenges it's movement threads and aspects of signal drift. Like no one talks cursor drift, corrected wax challenge. The mental problem has to be. It is. I think vertically decent rates in our built in aircraft blog post is pretty building technology described feet. See that, right? We construct an awesome use various electric. We created a like 11%. What do we?
Welcome. How you living, son?
This German needles. We only 12 microns with only diameter of a ring. All size allows the rest with middle. Because what's geometry? The needle. Where the loop, the silicon. This is the thing that gets tissue. No. Actually, is grasping the way such that when you pull out the rope, how is it? And basically, where the loop is, there's a light that causes pulling him into so that you can the location. So micron precision. That's pretty precision. Our current, I mean, a giant granite slab that weighs about a ton, because it needs to be sensitive to vibration, environmental vibration, and then as there's a lot of kind of motion control to make sure that you can achieve that level of precision. a lot of optics that kind of zoom in on that. We're working on next generation of the robot that is lighter, easier to transport. I mean, it is a feat to move the robot.
And it's far superior to a human surgeon at this time for this particular task.
Absolutely. I mean, let alone you try to actually thread a loop in a sewing kit. I mean, this is like we're talking like fractions of human hair. These things are.
So continue with hardware such as lifetime testing for certain environment, which test and validate the robustness of technology. We performed rehearsals to refine our procedures. Second nature. This is pretty cool. Surgeries on instruments, our mock. Yes, super cool. Like, the images that is taken at Barrow, as well as this hydrogen mix, thing that makes the brain. It also has vasculature per person. So basically, there's a lot of making this set boxing. Like finding the right concentration, different, get the right consistency. We practice, and no theology actually do to that. Where does someone look at this is in this kind of corner of the space that we have created this like more space they would experience all this very simple. It's just kind of like where you know exactly and practice an exact anatomy of someone and it got to a point created a cranium that looks very familiar. Seen that before. And with engaged or doing the same thing. It's like you're because the athletes visualize the Olympics and then go up. Gold medal. You visualize this and your body is born probably that they are visual. Yeah, I think it's actually ask some big questions. At the end of the day, the standard is the tissue. The tissue, and does that correlate to what behavioral and that's safety of instead of something. So we actually have there may highly regulated part of it. Sees scrutinize every lifestyle that's part of it. And I think it's like it's good to have those high standards and we got a whole show high standards. Not understand what's sort of activity. So Jason and so we have been usually impressed by a lot of these things. Speaking of which, to me, excited about the histology and some of the images that you're able to share. Can you explain to me? So looking at things, state, tissue division. So this is sections, tissue slice of an animal that was implanted for several months, so kind of a chronic. And you're seeing these different colors, and each color indicates specific types of cell types. One thing are astrocytes and microglial, respectively, their type of glial cells. And the other thing that people not be aware of is your brain is not just super size of cells, like glial cells, also react during chemical damage to the tissue. So what you're seeing is in this kind of you're seeing like the insertion sites and you see about the 16 wires that are in the page. And the incredible thing here is the fact that you have the neurons that are structured, circular, touching, and the threads. And so what this is saying is that there's basically trauma that's during this insertion. But there are things like things that you answer. That is one of the most common ways to insert these threads like the other influences. That's it. Because you're inserting thread. And kind of send these like response astrocytes. This like protective layer around it, but creating this protective layer, and then basically prevent you from recording those things that you're getting further away from. And that is the biggest motivator. Because I think that double that insight to getting my body available. Yeah, so from the you go. Just so that So, for removing that device is kind of so we've done studies where they're one of the biggest concerns of that is when you migrate into the point where you should be. It seemed that again, once those cartoons they could, they should also say that when we say it's not just talking you're actually upgraded many times. Body have been upgraded. It's the latest version of the device since 2 years ago and is seemingly very happy and healthy and fat. It's designed for the future procedure. Yo, look, mentioning is to upgrade the device internally, or you take a keep the capsule upgrading. Yes, there are a couple different things. Roll in, we would have to do some with the threads or extract the kind of the signature there, how they're discarded. If you were to remove them with the substitute, you have to so you can make this kind of that's with the updated medication. There are other we're thinking of the future of what the upgrade is. One is at the moment this does not stick or protects the but that actually is the thing that proliferate sortation formation. So typically to nature as it is so ways to insert the rest of the such as so how do you biggest advantage you get when it comes to how do you that's the is that based on some of the doing through the third insertion will cause scoring causes them to be much easier over time. And the other thing that you're also looking at, this is going to be a change. It is at the moment it's a monolithic single implanted consumer thread that's together so you can actually separate the thing out. That has the competition and the bigger back. Can be able to throw one can be able to throw the computer. So, the question: what is the path scaling? So this implies metrics that really past halfway to and then end of next year we're going to 60. One is circuit, architecture, as well as the circuit design topology to low power. You need to also think about these. How do you the application? So you need to think about implementation there, process. One of the biggest challenges that the interface, we say interface that the electronics starts to become very connects. So recognize that 3D integrations in the recent years that we can take. One of the biggest challenges is forming this hermetic barrier. This the brain. So how do you protect it from like the brain trying to kill you? Electronics leaking to the brain, and that form very challenge that we are suited to tackle. Like what's the to so this is accelerated tester essentially is a brain is a vessel that is made, and again this particular test, your brain is and can also some other chemicals like reactive oxygen species that can add these interfaces and try to cause a reaction to so increased interfaces which is very significant. So every 10 degrees Celsius accelerating by 2x. And there's limited much temperature you want to increase. There's some other non-linear dynamics that cause you to have other realistic environments. We do is we increase our by 20 degrees Celsius. That aging by 4 times. So essentially, the chamber is full in calendar year, and whether the threads still are intact, including the threads and operation. Obviously, it's not the environment as a brain because you have mechanical or electrical groups. Testing environment and of it that has been there for close to 2.5 years. They seem to be fine. So it's interesting that the brain is basically is warm, whatever element, salt, water, which is making me kind of computation the way the brain does in terms of other characteristics similar. And then but the idea is interesting about is if you look at our looking plant that usually is case in a titanium that's called coral triethylene. It's actually commonly used. So when you try to pop the pill, there's like another plastic membrane. Actually, except just because it's electromagnetic induction charging. But if you want to do something each hemisphere. And then we'll look at potentially having one cortex, wherever. So focusing on a particular function, what device the motor cortex. And we talk about generalized. And that also with with which is
Is the order Rabbi
we have the robot can access it.
one of ons
Right.
Text.
What'd you say?
Specialized for compute.
What'd you say?
What do you think the order of concept X about P3 or
Bro, I think is the
other
oh weird.
concept sex or the concept of
Probably, I think there's some. They're natural processes. I think they probably some.
Power and efficiency to some special, right? And what we're saying is, hey, you overcome this robotic
I'll be right back.
insertion techniques, which, took many years of conversation with the FD. Convincing ourselves this is safe. And now the difference is like visual cortex, which is our second product. Obviously, it's a completely different environment. The cortex is very, very differently. It's going to be more focused rather than just kind of, but the same film array technology, the same robot, the same package. The conversations are different, and the location differences. The product is awesome too. Product site. Can you speak? I mean, there's a incredible thank you to people, right? And you just speak to the challenge. This challenge, which is the stimulation. I think you're both excited. See the stuff. Yeah. I think we actually or dental. So we have actually demonstrated reanimating study. That's something that we want to do as a separate journey. Many different ways to passing forward cause really needs the environment to artificially kind of in nearby areas. LGN and then projects it out. Visual cortex, there's V1, and then there's a bunch of other higher level 2, V3, and kind of study the behaviors of convolutional networks of the detecting, these things are natural occurrence similar in the brain, and it's inspired, and also it's been kind of exciting to see some of the correlations there. Arise and where coloring there's understanding fundamental in terms of those that are blind, in terms of blindness that are leaking. Like the visual has something like can see something at deep distance. Normal people can see at 200 feet. Like if you're then that means you should using sight. And there are different forms of blindness where there's some degeneration of your these cells, and processing. For those individuals, you may not need to maybe in cortex. You can devices that actually just replaces that all cells degenerated, and there are many companies that are working on that. But that's a very small slice. Significant small slice. Circuitry, whether it's in the optic or GN circuitry, and actually to happen because your mechanism is not doing that. Like the electrode. An external sophisticated as a GoPro, some glasses that Meta's working with captures a scene. That scene is a set of electrical impulses that you would activate. And making some eyes and actually create percepts by the name of the decimal pixels of the screen, right? So if you had addition, be able to be able to actually get the signature, and then like short term, these be able to have your glasses, the processing units, and these different edges of these things. This is really amazing. Start to think of that and like the system that's so the thing that I'm a couple things. One is like toxicity is really nothing other than the brain, different parts of the brain, we see cases where people see their blood, or some other senses, and a reason for that is that cortex is not human. terms of the big thing that we can see. There's a very, very small big thing that is invisible, like wavelength that we can see with our eyes. We have like some camera with this PCI system, right? UV, other spectrum that we want to see, and whether that gets mapped to some sort of conscious experience. But when I go all the time, I talk to people about the goals of being going beyond the limits of biology. That's sort of right. And if you're able to control the kind of processing, these are signs getting to photons, and there's not much processing on it. If you're able to control that signal, you can do the processing immediately ahead of time. Some pre-processing that a lot of possible things do. It's not just increasing sort of thermal. It's interesting process. Yeah. I mean, like the theory of how the system works also is that there's just so many things happening. There's a lot of photons that are going into your eye, and it's unclear exactly where some of the processing steps are happening. But I mean, I actually think that just from a fundamental perspective, there's just so much the real and reality. There's so much data out there, and I think humans are just unable to actually eat with information. So there's some sort of programming that's going to happen. That happens in different layers of the visual cortex. Like the analogy that I sometimes think of is, you guys look at the CCD camera, just shrink this. So what I do is having these filters, right, to just kind of do that's coming to you and being captured. And, things like experiences where not for entertainment purposes, giving back those functions back. Because there's really nothing just completely lost anything to heal, but you implement in your life, right? Absolutely. I mean, not right now, but absolutely. Kind of play once reached, you start getting really curious. You know, those kids, your task is to say, take it deep breath. Yes. Yes. So you're and your mind and looking around. And I think that's something that really people really achieve those that because it does require attention, right? And that's a separate circuitry it's a big mystery. Like how attention works and attention, the cognitive I'm not literature doing two tasks. The second institution distraction. And the task is one interesting. I mean, this is an interesting competition with the West, right? I think they're to say the least. It's a lot of game. And person who's always able to do such incredible control of the person while talking. Also being nervous. That's something like all the time. If you talk about being nervous, so all of the all this is really amazing. And I think I just after researching this, I kind of get in line say to get quadriplegia or all that kind of stuff. So it's such a they're just kids like myself. So but is that once I have 2, 3, 5, and just expansion. You know, I mean, the first place is to just understand safety of this device. It's not dangerous unless us. And also at the same time, understand the efficacy and the impact that it could have on the potential users' lives. And just because you have you're living with tetraplegia, it doesn't mean your situation is the same as a person living with tetraplegia is widely aware. And something that I also understand how sort of severe symptoms like some of the medicals like are individuals and be able to get just the best trauma for that long. So our there's obviously also that we had and purpose of the feasibility study is to learn option every participant to deploy the surgery. We had never gone with techniques to make that see much larger trial that starts with statistical significance of different endpoints. And that's required before you can then market the device. And that's how it works in the US. So you just understand people need to that's one aspect is to improve like those cognitive just compute for so it's a user requirements which they find out just thinking to be through the chemical study there's kind of like recommendation based on visual experiences use it there's a control so setting it down is something to tell them. They have to well, speaking, we have two. We have the program. The digital creator. You could easily guess cursor in the digital space. You could space your environment. You can really like own or to those interfaces. To those missions. So ways to kind of expand those types of capabilities for and of course, in conversation with TSDA and kind of safety data requirements, there's a quality card wheelchair that your idea that is very different if you're moving stuff in addition to papers. You actually so working through that speech does involve different areas of space for setting is very fascinating. It's actually been a lot of using work that's been happening in academia. So I guess that speak that used to do the Anderson and like Stanford, but doing just some incredible work in speech aesthetics. And those are actually more at controlling entities. Like helping speech, those signals are sophisticated, higher like area. Those are mechanism of the subunits. Study that. The broad head using study thought. It's using sound. But then what about the internal thing? Low levels of noticing they can be understood being used in order to interact with the outside. So like I guess this is consciousness. On one hand, set of signals that data itself is giving you the permission or the meaning somehow some human mind is telling machines. So there's here, but it's easy to set of tools that help you kind of study the mechanisms and whether there's something that's happening, like people say that means like you're thinking this, and you can find out many sets of you to correlate that and get to the point. For sure. I certainly would not kind of put it out as a possibility, but I think BCI alone probably can't do that. There's probably additional framework. It also doesn't work, which is this. At the end of the day, is it's the nature of your existence. Like, there's the one emerge from this work life. How does subjective experience emerge from these things? We do really think about BCI or the mind. There actually is some biological systems provision to kind of some of these experiences that may be unique. One of our conscious experience that I do that we all have this time in this domain. And maybe as people walk around with the new like devices. First of all, there are
What up?
disorders. I mean, that
You good? You got to do?
tens of hundreds of millions of people. So I think there's a lot of
You gotta be good. You gotta do.
potential good that we can do with this type of
Hey, what's up?
How you living? Good?
and start to get
Hey, you used to. Go ahead,
If you want to see me, I'm here 24/7, 365. I'm also live in the live stream.
control of appetite.
Dog, I've been in the Avon Lodge, DC, live streaming for more than 3 months, son. If you ever want to see me there, if you have a mouth on here that greet you, just check me out in the Avon Lodge and talk shit about me in there. Every single motherfucker who comes in, you're like, hey, welcome, this is the Tin Pan Show. All I do is make fun of Rabbi Rothschild. No. Stop this dick, bitch.
That could benefit from it. And then kind of with
How you been, son?
themselves. Role in that. Also talk about is there's a real possibility that thank you so much for pushing. And thanks for having me. Thanks for listening to this conversation. So here's medical surgeon. First, since as back as I can remember, I'm interested in the human brain. I was in like an outsider. I was sitting there thinking about what the most important things are in your little brain, and so that I converged on this. You can see that are important for human beings, like literally in the skull, section of them, and how they're, this problem. And if we how the and generates desires and generates agony, suffering, we could do more about it. Think about all the really great triumphs in history, horrific tragedies. We think about prison for stories, the neurochemistry. So that can provide people the option better. Most of asterisks. An interesting work in the whole to give people options more. Fascinating is you just imagine all these neurobiological Stalin, Hitler, Genghis Khan, cool dictator of this enormous body like this. It's just organized. Yeah. I always find it interesting to look private for clues as to how humans are able to achieve. And so you look at some bonobos, they're different social structures in particular. I went to in Atlanta. Friends, just recently died. And so the characters are acting like a chimp colony and basically apply that lens. If you do, instead of just saying, subject, talk about them in terms of their human struggle themselves as understand drives primarily things we want companionship, power. You can understand in this way. I think so. Need to reduce human behavior and false conflicts we later on to language and in terms of these humans are looking for companionship, power. I think that's a pretty powerful tool to have in understanding human behavior. And I just that's sort of reminding each other. Yes. They're just trying to each other. There's power. A lot of benefit late. It's often status. A piece of that do okay. Like to think, especially when it comes to really, we can use answer poetically, but maybe some of the drives, yeah, that's true. All of that is coming from this brain. When it studying the mechanism, the moment I got to college, I started looking at the labs that I neuroscience in the angle interactions of the immune system, which is the most obvious place to start. I had this idea at the time that content of your thoughts, direct impact, maybe a powerful one, on systems in the body. We think of it as always playing on environments, and sure, there are crossovers between the two. It's to kind of a key point. I think those are recognized. Appreciate the human brain enough. That is that basically almost everything your body does. Example of something in your body directly controlled by the brain. It's pretty hard. Healing or something. And those systems, the hypothalamus, coordinating the endocrine system, that goes bony, this connection, implicate really immune system to tell you now be anti for a few days, be the life of the party. In fact, just cover it more when they can stay there for a day or two. Animals ask the brain to push even around or motor activity in animals that are infected with viruses. So, neuroscience, surgery, stuff happened is sort of an evolution of thought. I wanted to study the brain, started studying the brain in undergrad. I realized that I wanted to changes. Medical school. I was trying to take a PhD. So I'd like to actually digging found use. So I went to USC medical school and had a PhD program with California, where I met actually a researcher at Caltech has a mechanical laboratory. Probably is another electrodes were being inserted to understand how we're being coded. So I ended up there. The idea that neurologists study the human side and then discover that the enemy's vice neurology dominant is so diagnosing a thing and then saying with that surgery would be something with liver taking people headed in a wrong direction and eating nerves. Presence of brain tumors, people, curable surgery, years of rupture. And so, as I mentioned, this be one of the surgery programs that the truly big neurosurgeons, Alex Kalesi, and Steve, big people that human beings in front of distant gods on the planet usually come to these have problems. People, there's a fundamental and so at the last minute in medical school, I changed gears from going into a specialty and neurosurgery. A year research, just mentioned in neurosurgery, the deadlines had already passed. Decision that cost time. I'm the new surgeon trying to, residency in neurosurgery and sort of how much pain can you eat in this one. So there's workout restrictions that are not really, I think internally among the residents it has weakness. And so residents try to work in here. And then the hardest thing. The next generation, I think the next generation is more compliant and more secure. I'm just getting legislation now. Well, that's fascinating. Second, number of families, the two were connected. So this wasn't pretty competitive. License, act like you're an expert or whatever. I think that tendency is not something that most neurosurgeons humility is your take. One of the so what you have versus you're having conversation like surgeon. There's another professor. Gigantic. So one aspect in neurosurgery, it gets to people said no. Trust me. The guy that built the last, that rocket system. But you did it wrong. You know better. The guy that kept it working for the last 50 years, I mean, how to build concepts. And so you walk into a room and say, I'm a researcher. I'm really good. I actually said, well, I'm a human being that has myself. Thank you very much. Here's how I take it on. Let's go try it. See if he's right. That's proven, I think, for his kids to be a very powerful approach. Just the imagination. Fascinating. You tried to simple PhD in your life. You did it throughout the quiz. This you guys are successful. Just get these books. hard to feel powerless in the face of that. And that's where I think you have to be underlying evil to fight against. Constantly be taking pot shots at us because what we're doing is to fix that stuff. People to reduce suffering. Trying to take power away that creates. And just our way of fighting against injuries. The amount of suffering when so granted to do is take it to be able to restore. We're just starting. We're going to do something more. Well, full procedure. Yeah. Really simple procedure. Part of the surgery that I do is it's simple. It's one of the most basic surgery procedures. And I think there's evidence that some version of it thousands of years. There are examples from ancient Egypt of largely preparations of Peru in ancient times and South America, where proto-surgeons, presumably without the experience, maybe to blood clot. There's evidence that surgeons months after a procedure. And so what we're doing is that in the skin on the top of the head, brain, the potent representation of hand intention. So if you are an expert concert pianist, this part of your brain is entire of your brain. We call it the hand. The hand. Yeah. The finger, the soul, all of that. Fold, doubly folded right up. I'd say that's do a functional test, kind of MRI called an fMRI. And so when people brains are connected to their finger movements, finger movement still lights up. So ID that brain in it to a trial. Say that part of the brain your hand intention area. Make a little cut in the skin open. It's like kind of opening the hood of a car. Smaller. Make it a perfect one diameter. That lining of the brain, covering of the brain, it's like a bag of water that the brain floats. And then the robot shines. It can take these tiny human hair threads and precisely insert them into the surface of in a very precise blood vessels on the surface of the brain. And after the robot comes back in and the skull up, the skull, compared to neurosurgery that might say a deep part of the brain or manipulate blood vessels of the brain. So surface of the brain with So I know you're a bit biased here. Let's compare human and machine. What are surgeons able to do? What are surgeons able to do at this stage of our development? Humans are to usual situations, change the plan on the fly. I was doing many years ago down in San Diego, where the plan was to put a small in here, reposition the word and sold the income away. Intolerable, horrific shit. The cat rod. Blood vessel. Surgery team there and his blood found that there was a giant aneurysm that was not pre-op planted. Just had no problem with that. But it wouldn't do so well in that situation. At least in their current surgery, like the electroinsertion portion of surgery, according to a certain plan. So, let's get to plan midway through to have this program. How it was asked it does its job.
So,
No, snooks in order.
One on Coxsackie. The church would happen now. Bye. Zip, listen. Is it who to make Dyson? There's one place you should go. Qualified. Applications come in. Like, top candidates. Right now, the first. This is one more call to grab a pen.
Get the urgent.
And you get claim the bonus. You bet.
Welcome. Yo, dog. How are you? What up? What up?
Daddy, why do you took
How are you, damn Eddie? How's your day going? How's your day going? Excellent. It's going well. So far, so good, my friend. I want you to know. Do you know that I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts? Do you know what TikTok is? Do you know what TikTok is? Do you know what TikTok is? That's okay.
It's also that. The church now is brought to you by age getting older. It also leads to 40% of that money is always struggle not being able to get and retain the election. I'm not talking about election specifically, but you know what happened. Why do guys turn to weird solutions that do nothing but they convert the benefits of life? They expect to build that to go on and legalize for him not a one-stop shop, but everyone in and second television. But listen, even if you don't, you might get one of these just so you can stop it. That's what you it's worth real restrictions by science and there's very try them coming and requires outside decision to determine the description of the see the website health and safety information. Slash brought to you by half of it is burning, your ball got mold on it. I'm here to tell you. And they upgrade and triple because it's technology. The church is 20% off. First floor, promo from the church at manscaped.com. And if you want the perfect package, the people call a free travel package. The code church with CPH. That's manscaped.com. Promo code church. And keep it nuts. Smelling all right, please take this motherfucker. Be amazing. Be amazing on Sunday. 4 miles.
quantity.
Trying to get up. Swift. Yeah.
But I'm the same with Right. I was on a flight. But yeah.
When somebody calls you up, all I gotta know is criticism. The criticism of Sebastian, how bad the Vietnamese was. The Vietnamese were how bad everybody. Right. It's just the kids. But Sebastian was great.
That's great.
No white people.
Yeah. The handcuffs that are put on you, that situation.
Yeah. There's no idea. So before you came out of Sebastian, jump through a glass window.
You know, I didn't hear about like the Chappelle thing, but was there a day what's so bad? Worse with me. Worse like with the Saturday Night Live, young, oh my God, not even. Yes, there was an article about him I was reading yesterday. I was outraged about the writer of the article and also the college show. And he just called them entitled assholes and went on a rant. And the college went off on him about how unprofessional and terrible. And any comments he was on college kids, like, but no, they won't. Entitled, so be on their phone, shit. And he said the college can't take responsibility for all the students being dickheads, but be easy about it, just be like, oh my God, you did everybody's night by saying some horrible things about the other students.
Now, I know a lot of college kids come to my show.
Right.
I know they're all in my show. But I don't know if I would. University of Miami.
Right.
I'm things thrown at me.
Because the wrong kids coming to those shows, like there's awesome kids at those campuses, but the ones who aren't fucking partying on a Friday night, who want to come to it, they're not filling alcohol, not that you have to, you know what I mean? But that type of student, they tend to be more outraged by things. I used to talk to college. I'm like, I know here who would love what's happening, but not these fuckers. You know, they came tonight, and then the administrators are the ones who give me. I want. Well, that's what I did before the last 2 years. But I told them, I'm like, whatever I want. No censorship at all. It was a blast.
Did they take the ride?
They did. I went hard and to be extra hard. Just to let them know. Right. There was their founder of their college. I just fucking what a creepy ass looking lady she would look like, and fucking torturing kids on Island. But she looked. And then they were like shocked at first. But they just had a great time. They had that freedom. Like, because these people don't understand. You can do this, you can't do that. And it's like they just take all of your away from you and then want you to go to battle.
He was great.
Yeah.
Whether he's my friend or not, I thought he was great. Shows. We're all together. We're all connected.
Yeah.
We all.
It brings comedy up.
We all. You know, this is how you have to look at it.
Yeah.
If you feel, you have
I hear you if you're trying to say something. Maybe leave and come back.
Right.
any type girl issue. Reaches down to the ground.
You can come back.
Just for a while. Getting here and things aren't happening.
Right. Right.
I'm 28.
Right. Yeah.
Like that. I wish that all comedians hold their hands around the world.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's why the world is the world. But as long as we have a little circle.
Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome. Right.
I had no choice but to have his back.
Yeah.
You know, Brody.
But we know why
It
you're
was
doing
a
it right now.
huge hit. Especially because I think so that, you know, when I sit there as a person, I read on Twitter on a Monday morning, or Tuesday morning, from Viceland, is how bad fucking Chappelle's show is. So Viceland, first off, I love what you're trying to do, but have you watched your fucking show? Show about eating weed with those three little half a fags you got on there? That is the worst fucking show I've seen in my damn life. You know, I think that's the Danny Brown. The Brown show.
Yeah.
Weed has some great drug show, but fucking shit is totally fucking garbage. So if you put down Chappelle, before you put down Chappelle, go put that fucking backyard. Especially those people half a bag that never smoked a bong in their life. You get some three hard hitting niggas. Just like fucking he said in Pulp Fiction. What did Big say? I got some hard hitting niggas, and we'll do that weed fucking show and show you what weed culture is. They get Cuban food. I wouldn't even eat that Cuban food. Never mind. I wouldn't eat that if you had told me that shit they made. It's the one shot of the fucking life. Are you angry? Didn't do it. That's the only reason.
What did he not? I didn't hear his article.
Just said that.
What did Dave do? Like what show? His
The new special called Sticks and Stones. It came out.
Oh shit! Have you?
And yeah, like going. You know what? I think that it came out too quickly.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I thought they had the specialty.
Wow.
I love you to death, but shit. Chappelle's special was fun. Wow. I watched the first 45 minutes. That's a lot for showing.
Right.
I took the first smoke break for 45 minutes. That's fucking good.
Yeah.
That's 25 minutes.
Yeah. I gotta see that. I mean, I saw the previous three, but that's great. Well, now I know what I gotta watch it. What are you recording at?
Eddie says, doing impersonation, you know. But you're gonna do it. He goes, I'm talking about you guys, and he just all the little, now, you know, come back and attack now 20 years.
Oh, right.
Been dead for 10 years. He's got two. Dude, the other day I'm sitting there, there's like two. The case, the University of Michigan or something.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
been dead for 10 years. And now you want to come out? No, go to church, go hang out with some of those priests. English. The guy's dead. 20 years now, you want to come out and say why he was. Go fuck yourself. This is which way. Those people white.
Yeah, that. What kills me is when it's not even something that major that happened to him. Somebody tweeted lyrics of a song that had like language. Now they come back and then the person goes and cries. Apology. I wish more people would just be like, no, fuck. Yeah, I was fucking 15. It was my song. The song I liked, or I said something, or whatever. I was 15 and I said some dumb shit like all 15-year-olds do. Go fuck yourself. Like, it feels like they just have to do the apology. But I wish more people would say, no, I'm not going to apologize for what I said. I owe you that.
That's what
I don't owe you an apology for 15.
That's what the chick who pulled the head up the trunk. Was she apologized?
I think
Oh, Griffin! Yes, that's right. That's right. Right. Yeah, I thought it was funny.
You don't like the albums away. In fact, go on. Burn those albums. That day. There's a song.
Yeah.
Remember when they did the Quiet Riot? And they did one of those bands?
Yes, Matt. Yeah. Well,
No.
Tipper Gore, well, all that
They pay for it. You know, I mean, today when article came out, right? That said, it didn't really say something about the back.
Oh, the whole thing was, I love you, Sebastian, but the VMAs were a safe space until you go
Hold on.
a safe space.
And the thing with I mean,
How can I help you?
which was like, I used to love watching the VMAs, but
Yo,
get triggered, and then she spent
yo, come to the Discord. Come to the Discord. Well, come to the Discord. Come to Discord.
But the headline is Sebastian ruined the VMAs. He's not in the same space anymore.
That's why I know. I hope that's Sebastian's night. I know they got a tremendous envelope from him. Because do those things, you know, if you get George Burns, you pull him out of the grave, Abbott and Costello, pull him out of the grave, pull out all the great comics out of the grave, have them write an hour for you, and you do the Oscars, guess what? You're still going to get some form of hatred.
Yeah.
If you host the Emmys, you're going to get some form of hatred.
Oh, yeah.
If you host whatever, so the form is
Right.
you're going to hate me. You got to pay me everything. I want the whole package.
Yeah.
I want the gore. I want the leftover vodka. I want my leftover good.
Yeah.
I'm fucking the hell. You know what I'm saying?
People hate.
I want a head job for Mariana Grande. I mean, I'm just going off.
Yeah.
My writer is fucking 20 pages because you're gonna get tormented at it.
Right.
It's just a
And meaningless torment. Like I look at on iTunes, what I like to do is man about trolls, whatever. There is not a single album that has ever been made of notes that got a lot of exposure. It's only 5 stars. You can look at like the greatest, the Stones, Exile on Main Street, whatever you want to find out there. They're like, this is a fucking beautiful, amazing album, and you're gonna find some one story. I fucking really didn't appreciate this. I mean, people just want to hate. Just gonna find, and I would hope Sebastian's looking at like he just got seen by so many new people. That of course, since they weren't part of his fan base initially, it's like the more people who hate you, that's almost like the better because you're just reaching so many new people. And the ones who don't hate you, they're just not going to say, they're not going to go online. It's just the way human nature is and talk about how much they love you. So I would hope that for every person that's given like backlash, he knows that there are thousands who are just like, that guy's fucking great. They're going to come see him, they're going to buy his stuff, they're going to come to shows.
YouTube kind of changed recently on the content side, on when you actually post stuff. And it actually it used to show you how many likes and dislikes you had.
Yeah.
And like sometimes like you look at the dislikes, you're like, oh, that kind of sucks. But now what it does is it actually shows you the percentage of likes versus dislikes.
Oh, okay.
It's like 97, 95% likes. You're like, oh, okay. Then I guess those way better. Yeah, you're like, okay.
You gotta understand one thing when you post something. And I learned this 6 or 7. I stopped paying attention to what anybody really said on the internet.
Yeah.
But sometimes I'll say something back to them to throw them off.
Right.
And sometimes you realize people just say something nasty to you. So you could just tell them off.
Yeah.
Like that. But I really learned a couple months ago what video hit 1 billion downloads. It was in November Rain. Remember they made a big deal about it. November Rain, first video ever on YouTube to hit 1 billion.
Guns N' Roses?
Yeah.
November Rain hit 1 billion? Wow.
And I went on there. I think it was 1 billion.
Yeah.
And I went on there, and they still had 150,000 hits.
Right.
Then go to the Beatles' White Album.
Yes.
And go see one of the greatest albums ever put on vinyl and watch the percentage of thumbs down.
Yeah.
And I sit there and I go, I wonder who would give the Beatles
wide out, the thumbs down. I am,
Yeah.
So you have to start thinking about this whole process of who has the time.
Right.
When somebody writes something or has an article, I really don't have the time.
Right. Because you're busy creating, you're doing
To
things.
write stuff. So
Yeah.
you have to think about all those considerations before you let those comments online
Yeah.
affect.
Yeah.
I'm sure people like Sebastian are either off, you really cannot get it back. I never read the comments on my
Right. Right.
I felt in my heart.
Yep.
The job I did wasn't who I was, so I let it go on the plane right home.
Yeah.
Just roll my favorite this time. You know what I'm saying? I rolled the 6 and I rolled the 7, and that's just the way life is sometimes. I just got it, like Sebastian said at the end of his monologue. If you don't win this year, work harder next year.
Right.
Well, so like you just said, Chappelle had the best special of the year. He doesn't have a website. He doesn't have any social media. It's not,
Yeah.
So it shows you what's really important.
There's folks on the craft.
Nothing.
You have no Twitter?
No, he doesn't do any of that stuff. He's got this mystique, the Chappelle mystique.
How does he sell out 18 shows? How do people know?
Just fucking word of mouth. It's great. He has no social media. He used to call, 4 or 5 years after the Chappelle show went away. Comedy Works in Denver and Punchline in San Francisco. He would just call them up like on Monday night and be like, hey, I want to do Tuesday and Wednesday, whatever shows tonight. And they would just send it out to their email list or whatever on their stuff, and it would be sold out in minutes. And it's just like, yeah, he doesn't do any of that. Nothing. Amazing. Nothing.
No Dave Chappelle.
Nope.
You might own it, but there's nothing out there.
Yeah, he doesn't do any of that.
Let me double check.
Even if it's out there, it's brand new. Because I checked in the past, just 'cause I was amazed too. And I'm like, what? No social media profile? Please come back later. It's amazing. Yeah, I stopped looking. I remember a couple years ago with YouTube, something went up. It was this. It was YouTube. This is not happening. That story, and they told me to promote it when it went out. So I just wanted to make sure that it was, because I don't generally look at YouTube anyway, as far as comments. But I just wanted to make sure that before I'm tweeting or whatever, posting it, so it's actually there. I'm sending the link to a real video. And first comment that was left from some guy, he said something to the effect of, Dan Cummins is the worst comic of all time. I hate every bit he's ever done. I hate it when I hear him on Pandora. But it's like, and what cracked me up, I started laughing. So I'm like, let me get this straight. I'm the comic you fucking hate more than anybody else on earth. And the second a new video of mine comes out, like, check these out. It's like, you're just an idiot. You're an idiot. Like, your opinion means nothing. Yeah, and that's just that troll nature. They just want it. It's very, very rare that you see feedback on there where you're like, it's constructive in any way. I think he's given a good effort, but really, I think, he could have maybe just kind of shortened this, and maybe if he actually tried and worked on his timing, it's just never like, fucking sucks, fucking piece of shit. Just dumb, vapid hate.
That's crazy. Who raised a child? Be that devious to go out their way.
Yeah.
I always think about where they're at.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, if Dan Cummings wants to say, join us on your last version, I can put Dan, guess what? Neither was I. But when I go back to your website and there's all your Twitter or your there's no picture. There's a picture with a Russian girl that you could tell it's not you.
Right.
It's a fake website.
Right. They don't have the balls to put themselves out there.
I think about them. I think about what their life is like.
Yep.
I think about it. It's like when I was a fucking junkie and a thief. All the time I put into scamming, if I would have put into something positive,
right,
I could have done something positive. You're doing something that's halfway positive.
Yeah.
You're actually you're figuring something out, but you're figuring it out for the wrong way, like for the wrong thing. If you figure this much out, you use a positive way, the answer that you're looking for,
yeah. Oh my God, I won't say his name. But he's describing the person we've had a problem with. Like there's, like you said, like, what is going on in this person's life? I know a person that I worked with him years ago, and it didn't work out. We worked on a few projects together, and not even like a bad falling out. Just, like in LA, you work tons of collaborations.
Sometimes people just disappear.
Right, and you put pictures together and you go, right.
Disappear.
And this guy, it didn't work out. Parted ways. Really don't see him for a long time. And then a similar project comes, but it was about me. Basically, it was like he was going to do a project about me. Didn't work out. Some other people want to do a project about the podcast I've been doing now. So about me, but different. And again, it's my life. Like you don't get the rights to your life in perpetuity for the whole rest of your life. So this guy finds out, not going to work with him again. It's been 10 years since, and I know this person, they're not in a good place. Things haven't worked out for 10 years. They're angry, they're frustrated. You look at their other content. This person in particular mooched off their family, but then shit talked them all the time too. Just an angry person, not getting what they want in the world, but not doing dick about it in a positive way. Just fucking hating. And then now that person's exactly that person who creates fake aliases to threaten and harass me and my wife, like that. Just, and I'm like, and I think of him now when I see other troll comments on the web. I'm like, I know you. This is you. This isn't about me. Well, all the shit you're saying when you're that angry, it's about you. That person is so fucking miserable and unhappy with their life that it would be hard to step back and take, some fucking responsibility and be a man and be like, you know what? I made some fucking terrible choices. I was lazy. I didn't do this. I didn't do that. That takes some balls. That takes some self-awareness, some painful self-reflection. Much easier to be like, man, everybody's just trying to fuck me over and the world fucking sucks. And everybody who gets ahead, they're a piece of shit because they fucked over other people to do that. So fuck you and fuck that person. So those opinions mean nothing to me because I just think about this one person. Like, oh, you're just a version of this dude. Yep. I'm like, I know you. I know who you are.
And I know that person well because I was that person at one time.
I was an angry youth when I was a teenager.
Angry, frustrated.
Yeah.
There was things I wanted. I couldn't get. I couldn't figure out how to get.
Right.
Right away.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Let the world fall, bitch.
Right.
What did you do this morning between 8 and 10?
Oh, yeah.
You sat there and watched the kind of or whatever. The game is right. The price is right. Were you out looking for a job? Were you writing?
Right.
One of these things? No. You want to watch The Price is Right.
Yeah.
No, go watch The Price is fucking Right.
Right.
When you wake up at 8 and you really, really in your heart feel that you worked that day.
Yeah.
After a year of doing that, you won't be frustrated.
Right.
You're frustrated because you're just not doing what you're supposed to be doing. And if you've been frustrated,
yeah,
and I got you by 20 years. So
yeah.
You start thinking about the manifestation of things. Because I'm writing a book.
That's awesome. I'll be buying it.
Manifestation. You start understanding the manifestations that you went through at certain ages. It's fucking scary. And you don't feel like they're part of your life. You feel like they're part of another life.
Yeah.
You feel like that deja vu. You feel all these things. You feel guilt. You feel all these feelings because you see the manifestations of things. But that was 3.
Yo, dog.
Insecurity. The immigration.
How you living, pimp?
That turned into a different insecurity manifestation in New York. Can't speak English. Oh yeah, hello. Look at Spit Boy. And then I got wheels in Jersey and I started going, but those feelings were still there. And then your mother dies.
Right.
You're a Catholic. You really, really believe in God. You really believe in the Holy Ghost. You really believe, and you tried to do everything right to that age. And now you question God. And now you're fucking killing cats. You're running over pigeons. You see a mouse, you step on. There's a certain anger you get. And then, like I look at my life, it went from sorrow, became anger, it became fury.
Yeah.
Fury when there's a homeless guy in the corner. You just run up to him and kick him in the fucking head for no reason when he's sleeping. Not that I kick the homeless guy's head. I'm just saying, I know what it's like to see somebody and go, holy snap.
Right.
They don't do anything for you. We see it every day in the news.
Yeah.
Somebody gets killed. That's somebody who's going. That's somebody that manifestation went to fury. And I got happy. And I went to prison. And actually going to prison kind of made me happy because it slowed everything down. It let me process all those manifestations. And I went out to the real world.
Yeah.
Then I got divorced. And I lost a child. And now you're angry again. Then I had comedy. So the anger manifested. It would manifest for 23 hours, except for the 1 hour a day in comedy. I would be happy because of it.
Yeah.
So you start looking at the manifestations of your feelings and how you just go. So when I see these people that write negative comment, fuck you in your podcast,
Right.
you know what, man? There's 1,000 things I don't like. There's 1,000 things I don't like. But I don't have the balls to go on Twitter and go, hey, I don't like your podcast. I just don't have the balls. I know that person's trying very hard. I know that's
Right.
whatever.
Yeah, you just keep it.
into yourself.
Right. Yeah. That's like to tell. I had one over with a heckler years ago, and it's the only time this works this way. But this guy, he came in. I don't know. He came in late to the show. Everybody else having fun, and he didn't like it. And, he was just causing problems. So I don't know, 30, 40 minutes. I'm like, dude, what's going on, man? You're not funny. And I just stopped. I'm like, you know what, man? I'm like, everyone was having a good time. I'm like, you're not having a good time. I'm like, you know what I do when I'm not having a good time, like a movie or someplace? I fucking leave. You remember when you came in here and they nailed your ass to the seat and they told you they'd fucking execute you if you tried to leave early? Nah, that never happened. You could just walk away right now and you get to go do something you like. I get it. I'm like, I don't think I'm funny all the time. Like, there's plenty of things I don't think it's funny. I'm like, I don't have to be for everybody. I don't need to be for you. But you don't have to be here. And it was like a little light bulb. He just kind of, and he fucking got up and he left. And I just wish more people, because that same thing, there's plenty of stuff that I don't like, but then I just don't look at it anymore.
I can't tell you.
I don't watch it anymore. Yeah, I walked out of the theater, exactly. I walked out of the cat. I'm not going to waste another hour.
I boycotted Tom Hanks.
You boycotted Tom Hanks?
Years when he cried at the Oscars. When he won for Philadelphia with the spots on his neck and shit. He won. I boycotted him. Marlon Brando sent an Indian. When he won the fucking Godfather.
Right.
He didn't fucking cry on the Oscars. I boycotted Tom Hanks for about 8 years. It took me back.
The only person
I didn't go online and boycott.
Sure.
I didn't have a petition signed.
What brought you back?
League of Their Own. League of Their Own brought me back. Who knows? I got caught. I will boycott your ass. I will boycott your ass for 60 to 94. I think negative behavior on your part. I will boycott your ass on my television show.
You saw them.
There was somebody else I boycotted. I boycotted a couple people. Just their fucking acts, singing a song. Comics, I'll boycott a comic.
Sure, right, yeah.
There was one comic I've been doing love for 20 years. He had an opening joke that was funny 20 years ago. And he got a shot in a TV spot.
Yeah.
And he did the jokes, the old joke. Voice guy. I blocked his phone. Don't even call him no more. I bumped into him. It's like, he changed the number. I didn't even talk to him. I acted like a mute. Boycotted him for 6 months and kept it to the 6-month thing. Like, I put it in the book. Like, I'll put it in the book.
I picture like a board.
Boycotted until February 12th of fucking 2020.
I picture like printed out little pictures of the people that you boycott and fucking dress them on the board. You got a date under it. I go to
a restaurant, I see fingerprints on the glass. When you push the glass in, that means you didn't wash your pussy. That means you don't. If you can't wipe the glass down, if 8 employees are there and they can't wipe the glass, if you have incense of fingerprints, that means you guys don't wash your hands after you feet. And that's the literally I watch their snatch. Like one of these Mexican bus boys shoots a load of fucking pimiento with their pussies. They don't wash them. So I don't want to do business with you. That's it. It's that easy. And I refuse to go back in there. And people will tell you that they don't clean the glass. Right. Like I break concept like a new brand dressing from kissing at the table. I love you to death. Go over there with your friends. And when you finish,
fucking Tom over here. Now I just picture like Tom Hanks eating some fucking ranch.
Yeah.
In the movie, just fucking sticking him back on the board.
He's hummus. 7 straight.
Yo, Ken, come to the Discord, man.
Yeah, so you just
So when he was around, no matter home, man, I wanted to do a line. No matter how much coke I had in my pocket.
Yo, dog, how are you?
Yeah.
I think he only caught me twice doing coke.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I know I would let him down.
Now we have how much respect
No,
for you.
I help people out. Some comics have come in here with like snacks, and they're eating hummus. I'm like, trust me, it's not worth it. It's just.
Oh no, I used to have a.
There he is.
That's who used to call
Welcome, welcome.
Yeah.
I 68.
There he is. How are you, dog?
No, I 68. 86 and 68. 68, 86. You both. 86. When he told me the time, I said, Eric, the guy was looking for Eric. So Eric is looking for you. No, I 86.
What up, what up?
Yeah. That Michael came from me, Michael. Damn. You're a cold.
What up, Pam?
Like your Uncle Joe. Yeah, boy, I love it.
I've known people. Not a ton of people, but there's definitely been coming up more like in comedy is I started to worry about like meeting some of the acts I admired or whatever. My thing was always is just are they a nice person? And I know like a nice person can have an off day, be grouchy, whatever. But then there's sometimes people who do things that are just like dick moves. And I won't say his name. You know, there was one guy I worked with, a long time ago, but he pretended that the college I was working at with him, opening up for him, he acted like the kids told him to tell me to cut some jokes out of my act and to cut my time. And I went to them later. It turns out it's not true at all. He just didn't like it. He wanted to kind of like, he doesn't like, and he did, and this isn't cocky at all. He didn't like that I did well, even though he did better than me. Like he had nothing to be insecure about. And I just thought, man, this is somebody who was, selling out theaters already at this point. And I'm like, I was just, I drove with my Hyundai, like a hatchback. I'm used to making $100 a night and stuff like that. And you're gonna take what little thing I have just to have fun on stage for 15 minutes away from me because you didn't like that guy. I threw away his fucking albums. Never listened to him since. Like I boycotted him for 15 plus years. But I'm just like, fuck you fucking asshole. And that the bully type thing. People who sour, that's the stuff where I'm like, you're dead to me.
When I was a feature, I had a lot of problems as a feature.
Just people couldn't follow you, and then they talk shit about you.
Especially the Omni Pop crew.
Oh yeah, oh my God, they've been gone. Oh, that name.
Those motherfuckers are lying because Omni Pop had a good booker.
Yeah.
But he was taking feature acts and trying to make them into headline.
Yeah.
I mean, this was around today.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I would go on those B-room rounds and they had to follow me and I would light them on fire. And I would light them on fire, 20 minutes, no responsibilities. You're a dead man. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I got a package in my pocket. I've been talking to one of the waitresses. She's like, something. You're done. You're done.
Yeah.
But Omni Pop was putting out, two of these feature acts.
Right.
I'm old school. I'm very old school. Here's the rule I have. You want to MC? You got it. You want to feature? You got it. But you consider yourself admired. I want to hear one complaint out of your mouth. I want to hear that Dan Cummins talk to the audience.
Oh, right.
I want to hear that Dan Cummins is too dirty.
Right.
I hear that Dan Cummins, once you sign that contract to headline, Dan Cummins comes out and says with a drum roll and takes his pants off and takes a flare,
Right.
sticks it in his ass and does a half hour of playing the drum with a flare.
Fucking solid closer.
I better figure out how to know. Who's gonna follow that? Fucking Jesus can't follow. If I went on stage, ripped my pants off, took the flare in my hands, and without saying a word,
Yeah.
I'm gonna do presentation.
A lit flare.
Just like Susie, ladies and gentlemen, took my pants off,
Right.
put a flare in my ass,
Yeah.
lit it on fire, and then started playing the snare drum.
Right.
Until you heard this.
No one follows that.
What comic would follow that? They couldn't.
You'd have to have your dick do your act to follow that. Your dick would have to
No,
talk.
you'd have to go on stage and go, oh, wait for this one, get a fucking, what do you think? A meat tenderizer, you just hit your dick like 10 times and beat that out. That's it. Just slam it. Who runs this motherfucker? I do. Whose house is this? Whose house? What's that expression? I don't know what the fuck movie it is. He is. But I, you know,
Welcome, big dog.
Nothing bothers me more. I gotta have this. I got 10 comments that would go to management.
Yeah, and complain.
Behind my back. I had one guy that told me I couldn't improvise to the audience. I couldn't be dirty.
Oh my God.
And I finally turned to him on Friday.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. What'd you say?
Okay. You think Jews will ever crucify Christians as like Christian martyrdom?
No, it's not.
Christians are getting militant.
No,
They're gonna die, right?
no, and I don't want to have this conversation. Crucifixion is not one of the ways that is outlined for execution.
You know
So
how
like
I
if
work.
Jews like
On stage before you brought him up on stage, right?
No, what?
This guy.
What'd you say?
Is it against Jewish law to kill someone?
Yeah, it's a fifth pronouncement, fifth commandment, thou shalt not kill. It's really murder. It's very complicated. But I don't want to get into it right now. I want to watch the gold medal game of the women's basketball team. They're playing right now. If you can see it, you can see it. I've got it on.
Alright.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Different people
I'm at
around
least wanting to
open,
listen
and
to
it's
it.
great. But sometimes the first time they work with you, like, hey, is there anything? I feel bad that they're asking that because clearly that somebody else that they work with has told them not to do something. Which happened to me.
Excellent.
Early on too. I'm like, no. I'm like, I've always fucking hated that. It's like, don't worry, you do your stuff. I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna talk about what I want to talk about when I get up there.
I'm not following. Sometimes my comment.
Yeah.
Very well. This Lee knows I look at this is a religion. This is the religion that's saying. Christianity didn't say it. Jehovah's didn't say it. You know, Catholics didn't say it. This is a real religion if you look at it.
Yeah.
You know, I love when I go into a club and a host comes up to me and he calls me Mr. Diaz. Right there, he already lost. Right? Because we're convicts. There's no Mr. Diaz. And then they say, is there anything particularly wrong? They're saying, I look in the face and I go, nothing. And their expression. It's like I took 20 pounds off. Right? I know. If I know anything about comedy,
Yeah.
I know that they're just trying to remember their own jokes.
Yep.
Christ's sake, why are you picking on me?
Yep.
I'm just trying to remember my joke. You want me to talk here now and talk about your guest appearance on Will and
Yeah.
Grace?
Right.
And how you did the Tonight Show 8 times with Letterman and without Letterman, and how you won, you know, just fuck it. And then if you mess it up on Thursday, oh my God, Lee. Excuse me, can I see you after the show? Hi, Dan. It's Diaz. Diaz.
Right.
Can you say that real quick for me?
Right.
Can you repeat
Diaz.
that? Diaz. It's a syllable. Wait till you get those people.
Yeah.
And I know you fucking had it.
Oh yeah.
So when that's done to you, you go,
Yeah.
the first thing you say to yourself is, I'm not saying I'm going to be a feature. But if I do become a feature, I'm not going to treat
Right.
that guy.
Exactly.
And when I became a feature, I started getting that hush treatment. The only one that said something to me that backed his words, why? That I don't mind. If and I told this to him day one, and I told this to people. And here's another problem. And I do when you work with a popular headline, a very good headline, as a feature or an MC,
Right.
you start doing it for a while. Guess what happens?
Oh yeah. They pick up your cadence. They start sounding like you. That's that warrants a discussion.
Gaudy necessarily from the Australia win, but 8.5 rebounds, and it was how she impacted the game and all the little things she was doing. Rebound.
They're saying, in fact, they're saying little things that they don't know they're saying, but they're saying. Me, I'm a professional.
Right.
Really, Richard Jennings came up.
Johannes with a miss. France now 2 for 17 to start this game. Lump, Collier. Young.
That was a very much, he just taught me how to write.
Yeah.
He just taught me how to write. do the joke about the one-legged China.
Right.
Because you follow me.
Yeah.
The bit is too strong. That's
Right.
Don't tell me I can't improvise.
Right.
Listen, there's a school of
They're trying to sabotage you.
Dan Cummings is improvising. Now the audience is going to talk to me. That's the other train of thought. My train of thought now is I'm such a professional. My base is so strong that I'll shut the heck with that. Like if you walk into
Yeah.
you can walk in New York Comics.
Oh yeah, you were
Great to be here. How you doing? Hey, what do you do for a living?
Yeah, sure.
You came with him? Oh, no shit. What do you do?
Right.
What do you do? You guys know each other? That's 50-50 work.
Yeah.
50% of that. Sometimes you got a standing ovation. And sometimes that'll be a long night. But what happens is now you train the audience to talk. So the headliner's going to go up there. Now for 10 minutes, he's going to deal with chit-chat. You just steam right through and they know you're not fucking around.
Right, exactly.
So I would tell them off and down and say,
Right. You said it
so
every time.
confident in my space, my presence.
Right.
And I'm back from the first
When all that stuff's insecurity, like you're talking about the people that that need the very specific introduction, you can't say this. It's all about them. Same thing. They're super insecure. I never worked with a guy who did very long, but I've heard horror stories of like the guy. There's one guy, I don't even remember his name because I never met him. I just heard about it from a few other people that he printed out this long fucking and expected people to memorize it. It was like this ridiculous shit. Like you may, not like the Simpsons. Like you may remember him from, but it was you've seen him on this show. He's been on Conan 3 times, and he was in this movie and that movie. But it was like fucking 15 things. And if you fucked it up, I guess this guy would like go off on people. It's crazy. That's like a lunatic. The audience doesn't care. They don't fucking care. They just want you to be funny. I have one thing. I say when people ask, I say one thing. The host of Time's Up. Just mention my podcast. That is it. And sometimes they're like, "Well, you want me to say Common Sense?" I'm like, "No, I don't fucking care," and they don't care. They just want to hear what jokes I have, and they're gonna like them or they're not. But they're not gonna leave going, "Man, I'm sure glad I saw that guy who was on Conan twice. Oh, that's so great."
One of the greatest experiences I had was to host. 18 months I was in the house hosting the training game.
Oh, which one? I did so many of those. Oh, I didn't do that one. It was gone before, yeah.
You would still playing with a handball. Discovering why you have one hair on your nutsack and the rest of it was coming out when I started. I mean, you got that one little patch of hair.
I remember the first day.
Oh, shit. Here you starting. And then you got 2 hairs and you're like, oh, shit. Pussy's on the way. Then the sides filled in. Then the sides filled in. You're like, oh, I'll be eating some ass in no time.
I had like a little mustache above my dick.
But that little bald spot stayed bald for a long time.
Yeah,
you were like, you had like, yeah.
Yeah, mine came in on the, yours came in opposite, I guess. Mine came in on the side.
I came in on the sides first, and the bush took a long time. I had to rub Rogaine on it. Before it was Rogaine, you had to mix like gasoline with Hindu piss.
I don't remember the bug. I remember the little thin dusting up top.
It was just a little dusting.
Yeah.
But when you looked at it, it looked like him. When you looked in the mirror, it was bald.
No, it's sad. It's sad.
So you couldn't take a hat. You couldn't show up. It's like showing up with 3 bullets. When you got 6 spaces, you were showing up with a nice dick. And like a bozo hairdo. You had the bozo hairdo with the bald spot in the middle. But that bald spot took forever. You estimated it. You're like, okay, it's June 14th. Just I'll be ready to skip my dick.
I remember I was super late, actually. I went to a small school. I do remember now when we were talking about this. PE, I don't even think kids like necessarily are in the shower in the locker room all naked together anymore. But it's like, when I go to school, like everybody's naked. And I was the last kid. Like everybody, I had nothing. Little baldy. I didn't grow at all from like 4th grade to about 8th grade. And by the time 8th grade, I was the smallest kid in my class, boy or girl. And I just hit, and then puberty hit, I hit very late. So I just remember, that's what my memories have just been, fuck, I got nothing still. And I remember panicking, thinking I was just never going to have it.
I didn't get bored at 14.
What?
I have no hair.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Lampiño. I think I got one little long asshole hair. I got enough.
You don't have 3, so you can braid them.
Now I'm losing my hair on top, but my eyebrows have been on fire. They've been on a growth spurt. Like there's times I'll find an eyebrow just fucking gravitating. I'll tell my wife to cut them before I go on the road. You don't even walk
Sure.
around. Every whole hotel has that good mirror.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah.
I see hairs coming out of my ears. Like I'm losing the hair on my dome. But
Your hair looks good. I mean, from this angle,
oh no.
your hairline's low.
Oh, the hairline's low. But look at the eyebrows. They're on fire.
Solid
Looks
eyebrows.
like Elvis's hairdo when he was 21. When he got out of the service, they're on fire.
I've been going bald for my whole adult life. It's high. It's a high hairline. It's definitely a little thinner for sure. What's funny is I just looked at our date. I was like, man, it's definitely going. Now it's finally going. And then I looked at a thing from like 5 years ago. And I'm like, oh shit, I thought it was going then. And then I looked at a picture from like 10 years ago. My high school history teacher, like a sophomore year, he was bald. And he was like, you don't got much time left. Like he thought, just high. I always had this crazy high hairline. Thinning.
I was on Propecia in middle school.
No!
And then it came out that it kills your dick, so they took me off of it.
You started going bald in middle school?
Oh yeah. I was gone by like 25. I was gone.
You got a solid shaped head though.
And lucky. I think it's weird, but I've also always had. I have shoulder hair, back hair, but leg hair. I have hair, chest hair. It gets. I have 2 back shavers in case one goes, because it's terrible.
You just glue it. Just glue it. Yeah, just glue it up there. That's because
it looks so good. It looks like ball hair. It doesn't look like
Nobody grow. I don't know.
That's alpha. That's alpha.
I don't know why nobody never taught us.
With the ball hair on the head?
Ball hair, leg hair, put all one patch.
Back hair is nice. Back hair is fine. It's
Don't put it into the stem cell. Don't try to grow it. Just crazy do that.
Crazy put ball hair on the head.
I look like Willy if I do that.
I really get comb it and just not gonna work. I was combing my hair last night.
It's such a visual.
I can't believe I'm losing my hair, but I need, I wasn't a handsome guy growing up, so I couldn't be bald. Thank God, at least I had hair. Like girls would say, well, at least the guy's got hair, he's got a nice dick, and eats my asshole, and he spits in my pussy. And he does nasty things. You know what I'm saying? You're not a good looking guy. You gotta do nasty things in bed. Good looking guys just bring you home and fuck you and fight their chest. They come on you and they call you a dirty bitch. I couldn't do that. I was an ugly dude. I had to eat your ass and get in there and flip you over. They will tell you how to jerk off to your fat little pictures and all that shit. You gotta tell them shit. You gotta work there. Why are you squinting over to your wife?
I'm trying not to say things. Yeah, she said go ahead.
So what the hell are you trying?
Oh my god, it's pretty good, man. Actually, my wife and I, we started the podcast that'll launch in a few weeks. I'm a horror fan, so I love horror before comedy, actually. Like horror movies are my favorite, Stephen King, all that kind of stuff, and I just love the scary scale.
I got your first guest.
Yeah, our structure is I just find these stories and then put them in my kind of narrative voice, but I just try to scare. She doesn't know what the story's going to be. We sit in a dark studio with a bunch of occult candle shit around us, fucking creepy room, and I just try to scare the shit out of her with 2 stories a week. So that's the new one. And then the other podcast has been going well, man. And the touring's going well.
Everything trailer for that that trailer's scary.
I haven't seen the trailer. I haven't watched TV. I saw a bus bench the other day. That was creepy.
That's the one with the clown?
Yeah. Pennywise.
I felt so bad, but clowns had a parade after that.
No, the eyes are like, what? For real?
Oh, after that movie came out, clowns had a demonstration down.
Like, we're not creepy.
We're not creepy because a bunch of clowns started using work. When that movie came out, they started getting canceled for magicians and fucking like Marvel comics. So a bunch of magicians went downtown and protested that movie because they were losing all their summer work. That was one of the funniest things
That is fucking
I ever read in my life. A bunch of guys with like rubber noses, with sticks and big feet, fucking saying, listen, come on, give us a break.
We're not creepy. We're not creepy. Yeah, you figured it out. Me too.
I don't know what it is about clowns.
I have a clown story. I did it on an album years ago, but it's all true. True story. I hated clowns because I had the craziest clown story. I was always watching movies, being a horror stuff. My parents weren't paying attention, whatever like that. And mom would be gone. First thing I'd do is put on HBO and just see what I could watch. And I watched that movie, Poltergeist. The one with the little girl. She died later. Yeah, the little girl. And there's a clown, a ventriloquist clown doll in that movie under the boy's bed. You remember that, Lee? And
I would never see that. No.
Okay. Tried to strangle him. When the house goes crazy and there's a poltergeist activity in the house, this ventriloquist doll. Well, that wasn't a prop made for that movie. That was an actual ventriloquist clown doll that you could buy at the store that I had. That was like my favorite toy for whatever reason prior to that movie. And I had it in my room. So I fucking see that, but I don't want to tell my parents because I'll get in trouble for watching something I'm not supposed to watch. So I just take the clown doll and I take him downstairs like little kid mentality, and I fucking beat the shit out of him. Like I just, I hooked his little clown thing, like hung him around the doorknob, and just fucking worked him like, fuck you, stupid clown, fuck you can't give me, whatever like that, throw him in the trash. I think I killed him. I go to bed. My mom found the clown doll in the trash and thought it was just misplaced. So she doesn't know that I'm terrified. She puts that fucker back in my room on like a little chair. So then I wake up in the middle of the night and I see that son of a bitch back in the room like he's fucking watching me. And it gave me reoccurring nightmares for fucking years. Like I was paralyzed. And I still don't want to get in trouble. I'm so afraid that I fucking dealt with it for several like days until finally I like broke down.
This podcast. Tomorrow the Midget Association trying to come after you. You was up a little fucking when you were 10 years old. And then your argument's going to be, I didn't beat up a midget. I beat up a doll. And they're going to say, could have been a difference. What if you had cocktails? You know.
Your doll story triggered me.
I always hated those ventriloquist dolls. I creed. When I first met Duncan, he had a ventriloquist little hobo. And he would bring him on the road with us. And dog, I would make sure I was on the floor with him. Like I would tell them at the desk, don't put me on the same floor with him.
Seriously?
Yeah.
It creeped you out that much?
Just don't like all that shit.
Did you have like, my grandma had all those weird porcelain dolls around the house. Did you have something like that around where you grew up? Like a bunch of dolls?
No, I hate dolls because I broke one of my mother's dolls one time. One of those Japanese dolls that you can switch the wigs on.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I know. It's like porcelain? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I told me not to throw the ball in the house and I broke the fucking doll and I tried to crazy glue the fucking Elmer's glued back the doll together. It looked like somebody came on the doll.
Annabelle.
I was thinking about it now. Like a doll would come on it. I had fucking Elmer's glue all over her and shit. My mom's like, what happened to my doll? And I had to pay out of my pocket. I don't know what it is. I've never been into clowns.
What about that statue you had when you came home at night?
I had this statue in my house. This is San Lazaro. This is like one of the patron saints of Cuba.
Okay.
And my mother believed so much in them and my father that they had a 6-foot statue of this motherfucker in the house. So if you open the door in the living room, he was in between the kitchen and the fucking living room. And there were nights that I would come down to get water. And I would open my door. And he had a gold crown. He had a gold.
Oh, yeah.
And crutches. If you go to my house, I still have crutches in my house. When I got my knee operated out of respect to the saint, because if you're Cuban, you have to celebrate the saint on December 17th. So like 2 weeks before my mother died, I had a party, and Eddie Borelli and his boys walked in, but the Red Devil was there. They took one of the crutches from the saint, and he goes, "You take one more step, I'll hit you over the head with this fucking crutch." So it's tremendous. That's what I think about. I'm sorry.
No, was there candles and stuff underneath?
No candles, nothing. The offering is you get a purple cape. You see a Cuban person dressed like a purple. They made a promise. Promise for their needs.
Okay. Yeah.
When that's why you can't hit a dog if you're Cuban. That's why when Michael Vick got sentenced to prison, there were a couple of prisons they couldn't put him in. Because there were abattoirs in those prisons. And they dedicate their life to the saint.
Wow.
So these are help dogs and stuff like me the other night. I don't know if I told you, but the other night, Sunday night, I was going to the comedy store. I get my little suit. I started up. I'm looking. I go over to this.
With 4:44 remaining.
Yeah.
What's that dog? What the fuck is that dog?
I think you continue to try to take care of this back
And he's like 6 feet from me. I lower the window. I was like, what are you doing in this neighborhood, cocksucker? are you
Spain,
lost?
So we knew the French defense was
And I'm like,
ready
Papito,
to
come
go.
here. I'm trying to talk to him in Spanish because of my Cuban roots. And next thing you know, I realized that's not a dog. That's a coyote. So I closed my window and I called my wife. I go, get out of here. I just put the car in reverse and went backwards like that dude that robbed the cop car in Dayton yesterday. You see that dude? They robbed the cop car backwards. They were chasing me 90 miles.
Holy shit, 90 in reverse.
Backwards. Yeah, he ended up killing the family. It's a fucking shame. But I fucking went back. The last 3 nights I've seen that fucking coyote. I saw him Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday night. But my neighborhood is going crazy. The Crips moved in.
Oh, we're like one coyote.
Knocking on my door. It's a coyote. Yeah, I said,
wolf, it's coyote.
I saw some white dude running. I pulled up next to him. I was like, you know, the coyote. There's no Studio City streets are dark. They're fucking dark. Like if I go to Lee Street in the middle, that's the easiest place to fuck somebody. Like if you're looking to rape somebody, just go to fucking Addison, in between Colfax and Laurel Canyon. That's rapist paradise there. That's like rapist paradise. You hide under a bush in a third block. You can rape a fag, a little boy, or a woman, and get out of there within minutes. I told the cops that.
I just picture you randomly. Officer, I didn't talk about
No, I told the cop one day. There was a home invasion a block away from Colfax Grammar School. And I saw a cop on my block, and I stopped him down. I go, would you do me a favor? You mind going down around this block a lot more? He goes, what are you talking about? I've lived in this house for a year and a half. It's the first time I see him come down this block. We have a security service.
Yeah.
That he belongs to the school, so we rent them also. He does patrols. But I trust him like I trust Lee with a gun. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's just a guy that they gave a job to for $8. If I tell Lee to watch my house and he sees 3 fucking burglars, what's Lee going to do? Beat him up? No, he's going to shoot him, call 911. That's what this guy has to do.
Yeah.
So I told the cops, and I go, something else. I go, this is like one of the fucking best neighborhoods around. And there's no street lights. I go in between, like where Felicia used to live. How many times I would take Felicia home at night and I almost hit somebody walking a dog?
It's that dark, huh?
It's probably because it's a nice neighborhood. They don't want it ruins the aesthetic or something.
The aesthetic.
That's what they'll say. They don't have sidewalks in the neighborhood.
No, it's crazy. Studio City, not Hollywood, that crossover.
Yeah.
My neighborhood. That's like fucking. I'm happy. My block, the 2 blocks east because of the school. We have that security, and the security parks on my corner. So he sees everything, he parks right there because that's a parking lot for the school. So I'm pretty lucky. But what about the people 4 blocks from me? What about the people across Riverside? Like where Felicia used to live? I used to drive Felicia home, make sure she get her door. That's how much I don't trust her. And
yeah, I live in Idaho now, and it's funny to see that. I'm like, oh yeah, like they don't have these stocks anymore because there's no sidewalks in so many of the neighborhoods there, and like so much of it is just dark. It's just you look like this. And I'm like, oh yeah.
You even lock your door when you left your house? I'm not like could
you I mean you could.
Dude.
I do something a little more paranoid than that. We left, but you could. I mean you do that. Yeah. They want to get into. I think they want to get into skiing for the Veggie Monroe. My daughter does. We've been up there 3 years. Yeah. I haven't done it. I know I gotta take them. Took them on the kids. They don't want to ski. They want to try, but they what do we do? You know what's funny? They like to be home. We do like a lot of like they're always doing like lessons of some kind or some kind of sports. So honestly, on top of all that stuff, they just want to like be home.
Have you taken them tubing? Tubing is the best. Because tubing, you don't have to strap anything on. You just go, oh my god.
There's a huge sled hill.
Oh, I love that.
We do that. That's easy. Just go down, But even on that, like, yeah, we do that a couple times a year. Yeah, that's fun. But yeah, I gotta actually do the snowboarding and ski. But it is beautiful up there. We do like, it's just nice, like get out in the lake or bike rides or hikes or whatever. Or just to be out in the yard. I mean, honestly, we have a trampoline in the back. That was the best. I don't know what, $300. Spent my life. They just want to go do those kind of things. We got dogs. I am. You know, we got a nice, like, we have a little podcast studio that is literally less than 2-minute drives from my house. So get up in the morning, go down there. We got a couple employees now. That's what we're doing. Time suck. But we're gonna do our scared to death thing. So it's like a family business. We have a couple people to work for us that we really like, and it's just easy. You know, it's like, yes, I mean, I had to, like, you know, accept that I'm not going to be able to, you know, go on auditions or things like that. But I really wasn't doing that anyway. Man. That's not what I never cared about. Just for me, I still do stand up. Actually, is going better than ever because of the podcast. I'm getting more of my fans to the shows than I ever did when I lived here. So for me, it's worked out. I wouldn't recommend it for everybody. You know, if somebody really wants to, you know, be in a scene and come up that way and be part of that, or if they're really into like trying to act or trying to write or trying to produce, I mean, you got to accept that you're not going to do that kind of stuff. But you know, but the game has changed so much though too. What's random is I do like Skype auditions. I don't even try to do auditions, but every once in a while somebody wants you for a host or something. It's Skype.
It's great. You don't get to.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah. You know, I come down every once in a while for meetings and stuff, and even all that stuff. I love having my own business. And I love kind of being my own brand now, and I just want to like go further with that. So for me, I love it, and it gives me more time. I love to like write and create stuff like that, and I'm not sitting in traffic. I just get to, you know, be at an office that's set up like I like it, an environment conducive to me being creative, a bunch of weird shit on the walls, all that kind of stuff, and it's great. But it would drive some people fucking crazy.
You have to work out during the week. Is there anywhere to go and do comedy during the week?
No, but you know what? I never did that much when I was down here either. It's like I like to think, contemplate, and then the last couple albums I've made have all just been from the road, just throwing stuff in the middle. Yeah, I never just. I think it's because of where I started. There wasn't that option in Spokane when I got. And so I basically, my open mics were kind of like Tribble gigs. I did a little bit of these rooms in Spokane, like these weekend rooms, and then Tribble was desperate for features that would be willing to drive people to all these Montana gigs and Idaho gigs and all that kind of stuff. And so looking back, I didn't realize how crazy it was. And I had a guitar early on. I ended up dropping like 4 years in, but I got all this road time in weird little bars all over the Northwest, and I just learned to develop new bits in that atmosphere, and that just became part of my process. And then when I started featuring in clubs and stuff, same thing. I would just, every week it was a goal to get a new bit to work, and that stuck in my head. And then it was, when I went to LA, I had kids. I came to LA after I was divorced. So when my kids were here, you know, I had to be with them the whole time. And when I wasn't with them the whole time, I was doing gigs on the road the whole time. So it just never fit lifestyle-wise to really work things out on a regular basis in the club. So I just never developed that.
Well, you have to know what you shoot your special one. Your new special one.
It's going to be October 17th, I think. It's a Crowfoot Ballroom. It's like a little rock club in Pontiac, Michigan, a little suburb of Detroit. And I think it's almost. I mean, it's not a big place, but I think it's almost sold out. You know, I wanted something different. Well, part of it was markets we'd already burned. You know, because there was in the markets we'd already filmed that. We just wanted to do something different. And I've like recorded stuff in Portland, Oregon, Salt Lake City, and Spokane, Washington, and Minneapolis. And last time I was through Detroit, I had a blast. And but a lot of it was like rowdy, worked out well. You know, rowdy. There's a couple other cities that maybe like the next time around. You know, Denver I love, but we already had Denver kind of on the books by the time we decided to kind of try and do the special. So mostly it's based on venue availability, honestly, out of markets that I like. We looked at Atlanta and then in Detroit for the final two. And then Detroit just gave us the right game. I've had a blast. Every time I've been there, I've had a blast.
I've had a great time in the whole state of Michigan.
Yeah, you know what?
The whole state of Michigan.
Oh, yeah, you know, they talk about you at Dr. Grin's and Bob.
Yeah.
I love those guys.
I love those guys.
It's a fun place.
When I was
Grand Rapids.
I
don't know why.
I did Niles. I did from it's called Niles, Michigan, which is really called Mishawaka.
Yeah.
South Bend, Indiana.
Okay.
So we played Notre Dame.
Yeah.
I've done all the way from Mishawaka all the way up to Ishpeming.
What?
Ishpeming.
I don't even know.
Ishpeming is where it's fucking penguin weather all year round. And then you got Mackinac Island.
Oh, yeah.
When I was
That's a big vacation place, right?
in the late 90s, I'd say 30% of my road was in the state of Michigan. The other 30,
wow. Wow, that's random.
Texas. You could live in Texas.
Was there like a David Tribble of Texas, or were you doing clubs in Texas?
In Texas, I was doing, no, at the time I wasn't in Texas at all. There was a guy named Initials. He fired me early on. I told him to suck my dick because he would give you, he would sign you up for 5 nights, and the week of the gig, he'd call you and pay you 2 nights.
Yeah.
And it's Tuesday and Thursday. So what am I, Tuesday and Friday?
You make
What the fuck am I supposed to do for 3 nights all the way out in fucking Tucson, Arizona?
Yep.
Walk to the fucking gig. TJ something. So I moved to Seattle and I called him like a man and I told him that I couldn't do the gig because you took it. If you cancel, you'll never work an improv again. And I said, okay. And then the night of the gig, I said, nobody threatens Uncle Joe. And I waited till 7 o'clock. He texted me.
Can't handle this.
Beat me. And he goes, where are you? I go, 10 minutes out. And he goes, okay.
Meanwhile, you're in Seattle, right?
I'm in Seattle. Then he called back and goes, where the fuck are you? And I go, you know where I am? I'm in Seattle. You never threaten me again. I'll get in the car and go down there and knock the fuck. I just went off. Fuck you.
That's
And
fucking
he's
great.
like, you'll never work again. You'll never work an improv.
You did all right.
Yes. Then I called him years later.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. You
I
did.
was in Houston. He had a Starkville, Mississippi. And it was open. So I said, hey, look around. And I called him, hey, you got just to see. And he goes, what's your name? And I told him, man, your name sounds familiar. He goes, call me tomorrow. I'll let you know. And next day I called him. You remember who I am? Because I never forgot who the fuck you were. I go, still 20 years later, fuck you, I had Strickland those days, but I also had the Grand Rapids guys. John Yoder.
Yeah, Yoder's. Yeah.
John Yoder was very, very, very good to me.
Oh, that's great. I only know his sons.
Right.
Jameson, those guys. Yeah.
The first time they gave me a check, they had tears coming out.
The first time the sons did?
That was the biggest check I had ever received.
Oh, you had tears. Oh,
They had tears.
because they were so happy for you. Yeah. What? Oh, took me a second. So they're sad that they had to give you that much money.
You could say that the message I loved that what happened was, it was the very beginning of the podcast.
Yeah.
And the people who don't know, the legend of Floyd Mayweather is from Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Floyd Phillips.
Oh,
Floyd Mayweather. Oh, yes. Floyd Mayweather. That's right. And the Floyd Phillips comedy. I thought you were, I thought you were joking around the comedy.
I missed the kid.
Yeah,
I love
yeah.
him. He's a good
Yeah, Floyd Mayweather.
God rest his soul. Floyd was, a lot of people don't know it's got the more churches capital in the country. So the two Yoda boys who were sweethearts believed that dirty comedy wouldn't do well. So they laughed at my agent. They laughed at anybody. In fact, they learned the hard way because they think they got Leno for the comedy festival, Grand Rapids.
Oh, yeah. Gilda Fest.
When you're a ticket or something, that's a fucking working class community. When they pay a yardstick to see Jay Leno, that was 20 years ago. Elvis is dead, no office than myself. You know what I'm saying? So when they called for me, there was 2 clubs that laughed at me. It was them and Caroline's.
Okay.
They really laughed at me. Caroline's like, Diaz isn't working. He's a ham and that guy. Grand Rapids was like, we'll book him. But dirty comedy doesn't fly over here. So they went ahead and gave me like 90% of the dough.
That's awesome.
And
You killed it.
when they had to give me that check on Saturday night, you could see that the head was down. It was like they had tears in their eyes. Then he called my manager back like a month. They didn't want to hear my name. But you cannot, there was a lot of comedy clubs like that. And who else was like that? He changed his tune. He's my brother today. Keith Stubbs.
Oh, yeah, man. I love Keith. I love Keith.
He brought Doug Stanhope in 2001, and the Chamber of Commerce went fucking nuts. They wrote a letter. They accused to close him down. I mean, it was fucking
Yeah, when he was fighting that, the culture there.
For a long time, he was very scared.
Yeah.
I finally called him in 2014. I said, hey, help, I know it's a long time.
Right. Yeah.
It also works. They put me in the living room.
Oh, yeah.
And then we had and it was like, he's like, I'm sorry, can you stay for Saturday? And I'm like, I can't, because he thought it wasn't going to work, but he was a nice guy.
Yeah, he's great.
It was the guys that were like negative about it. The Yodas weren't as negative.
Sure. Yeah.
But there's a lot of people.
Yeah, I get on the business, but
There's a lot of people who think dirty comedy will not work on them.
right.
And you'd be fucking surprised.
That funny comedy works
Yeah,
in every
funny
market.
comedy works in everyone.
Yep.
So
Yep.
it's really weird what you go through at every level. Whether you
Yeah.
MC, a feature, or a fucking headline.
Yeah.
You still go through fucking. I mean, Orange County don't hire me.
What? Who? Oh, well, yeah.
They will have me even in their
That's a very good
But
business
I
model.
was very happy because at least they called me and told me to my face.
Yeah, yeah.
Like that. Instead of me having an email rep,
Yeah.
they don't email you.
They're a rare club that way, though. They're a rare club.
They're very good. I compliment them the way.
Richard and the guys down there, they have a different, and I used to do spots here and there, but and with me too, they'd be like, hey, but you can't, you got to do very clean, blah, blah, blah. They have a very rare business model, and good for them, where they can pack that room just kind of regardless. Or at least they used to. It used to just be like,
And they're nice people.
and they're nice people,
Oh, they feed you and they give you a stick. Good. When you broke in those days, I mean, Ralph would bring home a piece of salmon.
Yeah. But isn't it cool now when you talk about like these markets and stuff? What I love is because like the podcast world, because of how things have changed online. Well, and like you specifically, like you have with your YouTube and the podcast such a big consistent following that you don't need to worry about any club because there's alt venues in every city where you're following. They don't care if you're at fucking Scoots McGee's Laugh, Chuckle Shack, or, Don's Rock Club, like whatever. They'll just go to a venue that you want to go. And so I just like comics have more freedom than they've ever had that way. Where it's like if you build that following online and you get those fans that just want to see you, you can work wherever those fans are. It's amazing. I don't know him. I know of him, but I don't know him.
Andrew Schultz, if you're a comedian and you're not doing what Andrew Schultz is doing today, if you're at a stuck level, you feel frustrated, I want you to follow Andrew Schultz. Everything he does, verbatim.
I know he's been killing it.
He's doing a new special the same day as Chappelle was one here on YouTube.
Oh, he's put it on, yeah, on YouTube. Yeah. Yep.
No.
Good for him. Good for him.
I hope it's not going to work for you. Andrew Schultz put in the time.
Sure.
So before you go mimic
Yeah.
Schultz, put in 10 years. And then he figured this out. I do it.
Right.
If you mimic Andrew Schultz, you will have success.
Yeah.
Everything to the T. The way he puts his material up, his social media, his relationship with the audience. Nobody's doing it.
Yeah.
He's doing a fucking sensational job.
That's awesome. Well, I mean,
And that's the freedom that we have today.
to have that direct relationship with fans.
On agents.
Yeah.
For everything. A booking, this,
Yep.
that, fucking.
It's a profound
Christ should put a video of him up dancing.
I saw it. It's so funny.
And Americans Got Talent.
Yep. I saw a post about that too. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, you control your fucking destiny. Yeah, you control your fucking destiny. So you're at the store tonight.
Yes.
8 o'clock.
Yes. I've actually never performed on that stage before.
And you're in the main room.
I know.
You ain't fucking around.
I'm excited.
I'm excited for you. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I have a PTA meeting.
I love it. I love you going to a PJ meeting.
So
I love that you're a good dad, man. I love that you're a good dad, for real.
It's all I got left.
Well, no, you got plenty. You got plenty.
I'm so many, when you don't have a father and then you have a lot of fathers, not that my mother was a whore. I just had a lot of people who I looked up to as fathers.
Yeah.
I put what would the perfect father be together? What would the ideal situation be in my head? And I try my hardest. She's a girl, so they have a couple more gaps to fill. As a female, you have to fill those gaps for them. But if you're consistent with them, you're gonna get a heavy fucking head. I've seen this formula done before. I've seen it's funny because we're all in college. I have a niece that just started medicine.
That's awesome.
She loves me. I love her. She's a fucking gangster. Doesn't get high, doesn't drink. One time I brought my sister weed, but I dropped it and she found it and sold it at school. And she's a gangster. She's a gangster. I love her to death. It's so weird that she'll live and die for me, this niece. I have 5 nieces that I'm tight with. But
Arexvy is a vaccine used to prevent
You know what I'm saying? Because she's a college kid.
Right.
4-year-old.
Arexvy does not
You know, we go out to dinner, she shakes her head sometimes. She accepts me.
Yeah, she loves you.
She accepts me.
Yeah.
It's so weird where this
Sure. Right.
But no, I wanted to always be a dad. I've always wanted to be a dad. When you don't have a dad, you can't wait to be a dad. And I lost my first daughter not out of being a good dad. I lost because of not having a good relationship with my wife, what was going on with the drugs and the comedy. So when I got the second chance, I rise to the occasion. I rose to it.
That's awesome, man. Yeah. Well, you know what? You don't have to, though, but you did. You chose to. That's what. Yeah. That's what.
You know, I saw a lot of people around in this town that their fathers were successful, but now these kids are walking around lost.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the end of the day, they didn't know who their fathers were. They were always on the road. They have memories of their fathers, but I guarantee you, it's not the memories of that. And it's the little things. You know, for years I thought you had to buy your kids all this stuff and spend all this money and Disney. You know, my daughter, if I just sit there and watch DuckTales with her and let her explain it to me, and let her explain the characters, it means more to her than anything in the world. Than a trip around the fucking world. It's just amazing what you learn, you know. So I think that it's a good balance for comedy.
Mm-hmm.
It's really been a great balance for me.
Yeah.
To say,
because kids don't care if you killed or if you ate it, whatever. They just want dad to love them and want to spend time with dad. It's beautiful.
That's it.
Yeah.
You know, that's it. So I try to put as much time as I can in, you know.
Yeah.
I started the podcast with the science podcast.
I love that. I love that.
Because she won't shut the fuck up. You're like, oh, 8-ball. She won't shut the fuck up. She was 4. She won't shut up. She's like all nice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You just pop up something out of the blue and just run with it. You're like, sure. Whoa.
That's awesome, man.
But I'm happy to shoot this special.
Oh, thanks, man.
What's the name of your location? What are you shooting?
Pontiac Crowfoot Ballroom.
And people will put the links up to go before the
Oh yeah, it's on sale. One of them's we don't have we got a couple tickets left. It's a smaller that and then Scared to Death. That trailer's out now. That just went out. Lindsay and I are really excited about that, and Time Stuff's doing well. And it's so different now. Isn't that crazy? Like I think about, I'm excited about the special. Don't get me wrong. I love stand up. I'm excited about the special. But I've gotten so into like podcast stuff and all that kind of, but that stuff I don't love it more. But I just love that you can create your own projects to continually kind of promote, talk about, and have. No one can take from you. You know, you can put stuff out that you're passionate about, and people can find it right away. It's the best, man. It's the fucking best. Right? There isn't. No one's stopping you. No, you don't have to pay to have a YouTube account.
No, I can't. I don't go to Montreal.
Doesn't matter. You know, I talk about it's crazy now where it's just such a different business. Yep.
You don't make it. It's your fault because
yep.
Which you can take your dick out and hit it and people donate.
Right.
It's a fucking thing. You can stab a woman and they'll donate. You have 1,000 ways to become.
You know what? That changed our lives. Our thing is for Time Stuff, the Patreon. We've had a crazy amount of subscribers, more than I ever expected. And it's the most beautiful thing. They're paying $5 a month because they just want to hear it. They get an extra podcast a week. And it's a different, like this little auxiliary podcast that goes with it, like a little Clubhouse vibe. They just want that, and they want to support the regular show. And that was something that 5 years ago I wouldn't have been ready. I would have felt weird about it for whatever reason, just my own stupid shit. I'd be like, well, I know you're supposed to do a show, and there's a different route. And then I realized there's no rules. Kept thinking about that. I didn't hear him say this to me, but Rory Scovel, really funny comic, somebody told me, they were asking him advice, and he was like, who told you there were rules? And I needed to hear that. I was like, there's no fucking rules. And it's this thing now where they have changed our life. Like, less than 6,000 fans over, total to do that have changed our whole life. They allowed us to hire a couple people. They allowed us to have a studio. They allowed us to buy equipment to take chances on other shows. And now that's where all of my energy is. And it's just, and what's weird now is people are wanting to do auditions and things that I don't even want to do. Because I'm like, no, I got this. I got my thing. This is what I want. Yeah.
No,
It's beautiful.
It's been great for me. It's a
Yeah.
wonderful time to be an artist.
Yes. Yes.
Let's just say
Yeah.
it's a wonderful time to be an artist. And if you're thinking about it, I'll tell you, you have no fucking excuse.
See, your phone has everything now. You can edit videos, you can shoot videos in 4K, you can do all that
You
stuff.
can electrify yourself with that fucking thing.
You
Do
could.
whatever the fuck you
You
want.
can do that closing bit where you smash your fucking dick in front of the audience with your phone. It's everything's right there.
Everything.
You can shove it up your ass. You can light it on fire. Yeah, the Happy Murder Crew, they call it, but the dates, throughout the rest of the year. I can't remember.
What's your website?
DanCummins.tv. They're all on there.
No Dave Chappelle shit. I don't have.
I can't pull that off. If I fucking take everything down, be like, stop it. Isn't it? I know we got to stop. Dave Chappelle, I don't know, this might be a myth. This is just talking about mystique of Dave Chappelle. I heard the story. I don't know why they would lie if it wasn't true. But they said that Dave Chappelle was in Portland, Oregon, and he went down to a park with like a little portable speaker and a mic. This is like a couple years after the Dave Chappelle show went away. And just started in some kind of, maybe it was like a speaker's day, and people in like a Hyde Park situation. But anyway, just started telling stories. And within like an hour, there was over 1,000 people that are just gathered around to fucking witness it. And he just went like a weird pipe. But I used to hear stories. That was the weirdest story I heard. I wasn't there, but no, it was true. But I love the mystique. I love what he shows. Talking about comics holding hands earlier. It's just so cool to see what one person can accomplish through comedy. And what he's doing right now, it's like magical.
And you cheer for it.
Yes.
It's not like other comics that have had success and they're scumbags.
No, this guy.
That go on the wall with people's eyes.
Nope. He's a real deal.
Kevin Hart's the real deal.
Oh, that's great.
You know, there's a lot. Russell Peters.
Yeah.
You know, we're living in a society. You know, I guess because of what they have nothing to be angry about.
Right. Yeah.
I wish him all the luck in the world.
Yeah, man. Me too.
It made me so happy to watch, especially and cheer and laugh.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. At the motherfucking store.
Yes.
8 o'clock. Dan Cummins.
Smashing his dick.
Smashing his fucking
Lighting on
dick.
fire.
Don't forget, the 13th of September, I am in Dallas. There's a few tickets left. San Antonio sold out on the 14th. And I got the Chicago Theater on the 27th. Tremendous fucking show. That's it, and that's that. Oh, shit. Hold on. I got to do a little word from our sponsors. First off, number one. Listen, fall is here. All right, it's over. The summer's done after this weekend. And it's time to be a fucking gentleman. The holidays are coming, and everybody wants to have a wife or a girlfriend. Nobody wants to be alone. So it's time you clean your bumper before you get your tailpipe sucked, all right? My friends over at Manscaped created the only tool you need to shave your balls and the area around the love stick. It's called the Lawnmower 2.0 for a reason. They threw away the 1.0. They upgraded their trimmer with the skin-safe technology. No more stress. You have your wife trim your forehead, and you got to fucking pray to God that she don't miss and she's not in a bad mood. Those days are over with, all right? And for you momos in the back, that means you won't nick or snag your nutsack. Plus, it's perfect for travel. Just in case you like doing that shit when there's nobody around, picking your leg up behind your neck and shave that area between your nutsack and your asshole, called the Stink Festival. Manscaped does it all. You understand me? And you can do it one-handed. Even if you have a little hoof with a fucking hook, you can still use Manscaped and get your fucking schlong looking shiny. This is the first time you've considered Manscaping. They got a deal for you, all right? It's called the Perfect Package. It comes with a lawnmower and a safety razor plus the crop preserver, a specially formulated deodorant so your balls don't stink. And the Reviver. It comes in a little package. Let's just pretend you bump into a blowjob. Take it out.
No fucking way.
Take it out of the package. You wipe your nutsack and now you clean it up and move around the fucking bottom of the face. And she sucks your dick and it's like a fucking lifesaver in your mouth.
7.
Who else does that for you? But Manscaped. Perfect. And with the perfect package, you get a pouch. All right? And your pole will be perfect. What the fuck are you waiting for? This is the deal of a lifetime. The church family gets 20% off your first order when you use promo code CHURCH at manscaped.com. And if you want the perfect package, they also throw the free travel bag when you use code CHURCH. CHURCH. That's manscaped.com. Use promo code CHURCH for 20% off your first order. And keep your balls clean. The church is also brought to you by Hymns. 4hymns.com. Listen to me. We got problems. We're using our hair. Our erections aren't working like they used to. You know, we're getting old. What you need to do is help. And it's here for you, Uncle Joe. With age comes wisdom. But when you get older, this could also be a down in one specific area. 40% of men by the age of 40 struggle with not being able to maintain an erection. Why the fuck would you go to a liquor store and buy like big dick pills and injections when no man wants an injection? Listen, right now, we can help you. You can have a little doctor and share your experiences with them and be embarrassed. Be wise. Check out Hymns. Go to 4hymns.com, the one-stop solution for hair loss, skin care, and sexual wellness. Hymns connection with real licensed doctors and FDA pharmaceutical products to treat.
You know? I don't fucking know.
Well-known generic equivalents, the name brand prescriptions to help combat your little problems. Prescription solutions backed by science and made more affordable. See the results where other treatments fall short. No painful injections, no doctor visits, nothing. Answer a couple questions about your medical history, chat with a doctor, and it's over. If you're approved by the doctor, the products are shipped directly to your door.
You fucking got
It's erectile dysfunction without being a dysfunction.
Anybody should be
Say hello to my
the USA.
Try Hymns for a month to find out.
Get that bitch in there. And if you're saying she's not good enough,
find out. Fuck you. We'll get you started for $5 while supplies last. Prescription products are subject to doctor's approval and require an online consultation with a physician who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. See the website for full details. This is one of hundreds of you went to a doctor first. Uncle Joey's here to save the day, all right? Go to 4hymns.com/church, CHURCH. That's 4hymns.com/church. I want to thank for Hymns. I want to thank Manscaped. I want to thank fucking Onnit. I want to thank ZipRecruiter. And I want to thank my bookie AG for being great sponsors this week. But most importantly, I want to thank you guys for all the podcast supporting us with all these things. So without further ado, have a happy weekend. Don't forget to follow Dan Cummins. Where at?
Dan Cummins Comedy. All times. The website dancummins.tv.
dancummins.tv. Have a great weekend. Be safe. Don't get bit by a shark. And get your dick sucked. I'll leave you with that. Please kick this fucking
Yo, dog. French bitch got it. She's gangster. We shoot the three. We shoot the three. That should be the fucking French. We shoot the three. We shoot the three. We.
Greetings from podcast. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by Onnit. Don't forget, we're still running the contest until January with Alpha Brain. Register for the Alpha Brain. Get the lottery ticket. You're automatically in the contest, which is experience. Today is $1,000 cash, product, all that stuff. Go to Onnit.com right now. Look at the great selection of supplements. If you see something you like, church on the way out, get 10% off delivered right to your crib. We're also sponsored by CBD Lion. The best when it comes to CBD. I live off the tincture. I'm an old man. I take 2 shots and I look like on the bed. It's not the new time. No feeling, no nothing. Go to CBD Lion right now. The second part is that itself. This isn't no gas station CBD. This is CBD Lion. Go right now. Let the code church and get 20% off. It's also Wednesday, right? I don't know how to think. It's one big game. You got the NBA, you got the Miles
Look
per
at
hour
this
is
movie.
freaking. If you're gonna
Look
make
at
money,
this
you're
West
gonna
Side.
make money, right? Go
West
to my
Side.
buddy's daughter.
20 new mentions. Living like a pigeon. West Side Gangster. West Side Gangster. Yo, dog.
They cover the spread.
Look at the West Side Gangster. 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 Wild, wild West. That's the rider. Rough rider. No, you don't want none of this. None of this fucking land. This Buffalo soldier. Look at I got all those.
And that's how it
Yeah,
starts.
that's
My book got it.
Dog.
My book.
Never get a freestyle. Never less than 6 minutes. That picture second half.
Church you're a Catholic. Take this fucking movie. There's me goosebumps when you sit there. My eyes get all teary. I go back to fucking 1980. You understand? Next time I saw him.
Shoot the tree.
How are you?
Shoot the
Very
tree.
well, thank you. And
Deja Wilson.
thank you for inviting me to your show.
Man, this is great work. I always tell people that.
Yeah.
Anybody can be a fucking friend when you're alive.
Sloppy.
To have a friend when you're dead, that's special. Somebody to look after
Okay,
you.
here you go. This is
Somebody to
Wilson.
keep your name alive. Somebody to keep your name alive. You've done a great job.
I'd be like, oh, you both are
It's my
very,
job to
very
be honest with you,
deserved.
and it's searching
My
my
vision.
personality. I promised him that before he passed away, and do what I can, and also to try and rid this horrible disease, which one day hopefully we'll find a cure.
They found it in Mexico. I don't know what's going on here. You go to Mexico, they freeze your asshole, and he's back jumping up and down. Here, they don't know nothing, these white people. They don't know nothing. You go to Mexico, they fucking kill you.
How is that a clown?
Didn't get fucking killed. Everybody else did. But I have a friend that's so friendly. Went down there. It was a procedure they won't do.
Stem cell.
No, in Mexico, they froze the cancer.
It's too much things that you have to be approved before you can get something going. And a lot of times, you know, some of the pharmaceutical companies, maybe they don't want to find a cure because they make too much money. You know, I remember when I went to get when I was first on this chemo, and there was a pill that I had to go buy. And she said that was $600. I said, and you have insurance? She goes, no, that's the copay, which is okay for us. But what about Joe Blow down the street? $600 a pill that you have to take every month? I mean, forget it. And that's just the beginning, Robert. I mean,
This is for hours. Talk about all the fucking faults in the medical system. There's always a part of it. My friend's mom broke her hip last week. And they cooked the hospital in Santa Monica. The lights went out. No, the mold. Like it was on the wall. Santa Monica, New York. They closed the hospital. So they take her to toilets. Ooh, she's
How does that go on the fucking ground?
They did teacher. They couldn't get a bill for transport. Because Medicare covers 21 fucking miles. Where'd you come up with that number?
yeah.
21 miles. So they wanted like $82 a mile. And it was like an additional 8 miles. This lady barely, they can't teach. But this is our system. These are the vital ways we find out when you get sick. We never think about getting sick.
We just pay insurance all the time.
Oh my word, that's what I'm
And then one day you're in the hospital and you're like, what the fuck am I paying? Oh, it doesn't cover aspirin. It's $250 fucking aspirin. Well, I tell my wife to do it. I'm saying that aspirin showed up your ass for $22. What am I stupid here? So it's you have to take care of yourself.
You do. You have to be healthy. I met Ronnie down, I think it was 1974.
Oh,
wow.
We always met.
I think one of them is the friend for a while.
Oh, well,
The second one,
we were married a long time. There's always things that go on in life, and as you know, there's ups and there's downs, and we went through ups and downs. Yes, we did, but we were always married. In 1974, he had just completed the first Rainbow album, which if that was Rainbow, and they were had not been on the road yet. They had not toured yet, but they completed the album. I met him at the Rainbow and Sunset, and we started going out together, and then we went on the road.
West
called
Side
me and said,
Gang,
"Could you drop come on the road?" I said, "No, I can't.
West
I'll jump on a couple
Side
of weeks."
Gang,
I never went back.
yeah. West Side Gang, what a great song.
Uh-huh.
All right.
And they did a show, maybe 79.
Another
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I think Shankman showed up in Jersey at the fucking party, and I went down there. And at the time, I'm not gonna lie to you, I went down there.
All right, show me what you got, girl. I was your biggest fucking fan.
Ronnie James.
Yeah, yeah, fucked up.
I went home and broke it out. Started.
Oh yeah,
Fabulous. Come on, girl. Let's see what you got. The whole world watching you. Fuck yeah, girl.
That song is
You have no idea
is
how
one of
much
my
fun
very
it is.
favorite
Nobody
songs.
cares about
I'm on the same page. So I took it home.
I care about it.
Ronnie James beat us up.
What
Fuck all the places.
That's like she's so many
Came
years
from
old.
another fucking down the rock all my fault.
The world watching you.
Yeah.
Angel
And
loves it.
then
The pride of.
I fell into Black Sabbath by mistake. You know,
So did Ronnie.
I put on more things like everybody else. Maybe 13 or jumped out of fucking window. You know, that was
Girl,
it.
I know you think that was
Before,
how you're
like,
supposed to play.
sabotage, and I was ready to fucking go. Where's the heroin?
Favorite
Where's
girl?
the fucking heroin? The sugar, the pills.
At this point, I give it to the fucking five ring.
Master reality. And I got angel dust. And it's one of the angel dust things like my birthday.
Really? Every time I see those rings, they kind
I
of get
bought
horny.
master reality. And that's
Oh.
All right, are you done? Hey there, bud. Are you done? Yo, dog. Shoot the fucking ball.
I shut it down.
Shoot it. I would shoot it from there. They should give him an incentive.
Bloody Sabbath.
Shoot it from there.
I was
Shoot it from there.
shit on the world.
Right.
Got it, taking my
Shit.
money. And then I went to see Black Sabbath. And they were fucking god awful. With Van Halen. Van Halen took them to, Van Halen was the opening act. Nobody went to see the opening act in the 70s. You had till 8:30 to get there. You know, nobody went to the opening act. But the word on the street was to go catch this Van Halen band. And they came out like fucking, they ran the clock.
I gave them
And I
the
still remember watching Bill Ward smoking coke off the snap.
Yo, this sand just
sitting
getting.
that close. They
I
were
swear to
that
God, I
fucked up.
fucking do shit.
And you could
So
tell.
fucking
And then
much.
Circus Magazine, which I still have a copy there of, Black Sabbath. And they first they got this singer named Gary Brown, something Brown. Have you ever heard the Black Sabbath videos with him?
Yo,
James Dean?
welcome.
It's fucking
How you living, Playboy? What's good, son?
Babe, something in the bank. Oh, all of it.
So Jack Johnny James
People like he's the guy from Rainbow, but you're fucking filling into Joe Montana shoes. You're going to Woody Mays shoes. You're filling in what Ronnie James Dio had to pull off was a fucking magic trick. And the album came out. We wanted to fucking hate it. Everybody was looking to hate that fucking album. Fuck him, fuck Ozzy. And every song, every album, like, Jesus, children to see. Jesus, die young. Jesus. I want to hate this fucking song, but I like it. And then he didn't go, you're going to see, I'm not talking about it. They played Philadelphia. It was Black Sabbath. It was Ronnie James Dio. Fucking over from Sammy Hagar with Shaking Street. And it was Montrose. Ronnie with
Look at this athleticism.
Now, let me tell you something. I don't know if you know how concerts work, but if you look at a tour, the first two nights, they always touch on Philly. You know why? To get it out of the way. They're savages. They just want to get it out of the way. In their worst condition, they don't even want to go to Philly at the end of the tour when they're that much stronger. Like I saw AC/DC August 4th, 1979 with Bon
Shoot it.
Scott.
12 to shoot.
Then Bondi
Shoot it
Baby,
like 8 to shoot. 7.
whatever.
No,
And that
break
breaks
out.
out tough shoes to fill. But they were like,
great.
and not a film in Philadelphia.
And
they were taking Sammy Hagar on Philadelphia. And Philadelphia was spitting on their fingers.
She's the one built like an
I remember that was the only stadium that had a quartet downstairs.
One of Ronnie's favorite places to play. We recorded. It's one of his favorite cities.
It's crazy. Like I go to a casino there, I know it's total.
And he's going to say to me, and he's like, he's a working class guy that says, hey, you know what? You don't mess with me. I'm here. Whether you like it or not, I'm here.
And he wasn't the tall guy.
No.
He wasn't a big guy. He went out to Philadelphia and he came out with his fucking Malukia horns from his Italian fucking heritage.
That was very good. Women
And just
where are their women? Where are the NBA players doing the same? They're getting involved. No one gives a shit about basketball. But maybe in the future they will.
In Philadelphia, you gotta bring every bullet you got, you know. And one song after the other. And then he started doing Savage.
Yeah.
The Indian Black or something.
Got 5 offensive rebounds.
Okay.
12 overall
Like,
in the game.
it's one thing to do your song to turn your hand on. But now you're dipping into fucking. Now you're fucking.
Right.
Now we're gonna have passion, believe me. You know what I'm saying? Like, now we're gonna have passion. He started singing the Savage song. And one by one, he was wearing them all. Then they last.
He sang his own way. He didn't try to be Ozzy. He never tried to be Ozzy.
Generals gathered.
No.
Like he was into it. He was selling it little by little. And then he caught him maybe 8 months later on the return. But this time I think it was the Nassau House. Much.
Yeah, probably.
My mind is all over the place. I was trying to get myself up to get this. And he was fucking phenomenal. Like everybody left there like,
Fourth quarter.
they really give a fuck.
It's different. I always say it was the apples and oranges. You know, Ozzy was an innovator in the Black Sabbath, the heavy metal music, and he was a great showman. And he was great with the songs, the way they sang, and the way they performed. A lot of different singers, a lot of melodic singers, and different expressive. I think that you can be an Ozzy fan and a Ronnie fan and appreciate both.
You look at it.
Yeah.
You look at it. It's so weird that I had a phobia when I first started comedy. I would look behind the curtain. I'd see
I
people
told
with
myself
white hair.
I was okay
Shit
with my
like that.
moderate to severe rheumatoid
I would try to
arthritis
adjust
symptoms.
With my psoriatic
and I would fail miserably.
but just okay.
This is why you asked me before the show. I would never be interested in tell you.
If you
This is my
still have
opening
symptoms
joke.
after a TNF blocker like
I just got a call from the
it's
guy.
different.
They said,
May help.
Walker.
Is a
the
daily
reverend
pill that can
stand up and I go,
dramatically
can I come to
relieve
your
RA and
daughter,
PSA
please?
symptoms, including
Because
fatigue.
his daughter's like
It can
23.
stop
She
joint
got on the phone. I go,
and
listen,
in PSA.
I love you to death, but that was my opening joke right now. It's about a gay guy who feeds his victims hot dogs to get them ready for dick. They don't want to open. If you don't want to open with that joke in a Christian organization. And I'm such a pussy to this day. 1-0-25 Zabbits and put it in my pocket. So all little pussy Zabbits that I don't do on because of the anxiety I get before I go on stage. Especially when I get to the comedy store, that little first 10 minutes when that light turns blue and I'm next, my whole world changes. And how I get myself to the stage.
Well, he's also talked about before these Olympics as they had Rossi a part of the team looking for their 6th straight.
That's what I want to tell you.
You know how he used to get on the have a fight with me.
Yeah. See, I used to for me to be really good on stage. I need to get in arguments. I need to have people that I could like with you, I got anybody before I go on stage and you have to follow me. What's aggravating me means anything. Well, that's don't care about that. Don't get up. Don't get up. That's why that's one couple because they moved around. Don't get up. Sit right there. Where you going? Sit up. You don't have to see what's out the window. Oh, that's nothing to do with you. I'm one of those people, so I like to get aggravated. Before I can stay. Somebody aggravates you for me to go off on something. They have to know. Like if I was Wendy, I just what the fuck? They know. And then once he gets
This should get the biggest upset.
used to it. You have to get fired up. After you something that was fired up. So for me, for the last 3 years, whenever I have a doubt, I go, fuck, I gotta respect the Ronnie Tuesday to myself. As I walk up to to myself, just because he did something that nobody saw. I didn't see it. And then what alleviated the pain was he did such a great job with Sabbath and the album and tour. And then Ozzy did a great job with Blizzard. So that didn't nullify it. Everybody stood around. Crash your personal life.
Level of physicality. I mean, I've never seen anything like this.
That was you had suspended my shoot the train, shoot it, shoot the train,
but after I listened to the word,
I mean, we saw him quite often in the rainbow at different places. Hi, how you doing?
I'm the
very nice.
That's great. That's I went all the way to 83.
The greatest happy headed home answer. I'm the nappy headed home.
I lost contact with him. It was negative. Contact with him. I was right back.
I'm the nappy headed home.
I was right back and shit. I was was in the fucking front of shit. I didn't get to my life for like 1990. By that time, I didn't even know about the friend bar.
It's a very underrated album. It's a great album. You know why? Because it came out in the 90s and right when grunge came out. So everybody was now listening to grunge. And it was not, so it's being actually, they are re-releasing it. Next year.
So he only did, correct me if I'm wrong, so he only did Heaven and Hell,
2, 3.
No.
one of the albums was
Heaven and Hell, Marvelous,
Marvelous.
a live album called On Stage or something, I forget what it was called.
Evil is one of
No, Evil, something Evil. And then he went down to dehumanize in the 90s. And then he went back just before he passed away and they did the Devil Now.
But that was a comment.
No, Bill, I wanted to go back this last time with Bill, but Bill had health problems. Yeah, so he couldn't do that, and so we got Benny back.
I guess he's a
Yeah, he's doing great.
Yeah. That was the last silent tour, but that was not Bill. That was doing another challenge to get back on the concept. So now there's another one.
That's great.
That's great. A friend of mine just told me he signed this snare. So that was all my time. I loved all that shit. But that's the honest to God truth. That's Ronnie James. Legacy for me. He just fucking made me a whole year. And I guess I would never I miss Sammy Hagar, Ducking. I still remember Sammy Hagar.
Right in somebody's face. He was not afraid. He worked for years and years in Elm, and before that, all the bands, he played bands since he was 10 years old. He was in places where weddings, where drugs would come up, and They get off and say all this. I mean, you know exactly how to do it. Because it's something so nice.
When it's hysterical because I don't know. You were there. You know the lifestyle. 80s. We lived in Long So I drove down there with this kid. He's Continental, rest his peace, great kid. One of my brothers. We stopped at that birthday cake because of the pee. And he comes out and he goes, "You're not going to believe this. There's a guy in there and he's selling acid." Right? So we're like, we need acid for this. We had acid. But we'll take more. What's he got? And he had these purple bits. They weren't microdot acid. Microdot acid is very tiny. Purple. These things are like a marshmallow. A little marshmallow. They were purple. So I said, I'm good. I got my acid. We have like window pane or whatever the fuck. He took his acid. We get to the Philadelphia concert. We're outside tailgate. It's fucking Philadelphia. What's the dog? We're going to acid. Whatever the fuck it's doing. He comes up to me, this kid, but you're not going to believe it. But this kid doesn't like his tickets and he wants to trade them for some money. So we have like 9th row and we traded for 6th row. So he went on our 6th row 7. We're going to see Ronnie James Everything's Fine. It's 4 of us. We got to split out things 2 and 2. So I'm like this little John the marshmallow purple acid. And you know, Shaking Street goes up. Whatever goes up, Ronnie James Dio, the place blows up Saturday. I look down at the fucking passed out. He's passed out. I mean, fucking on the floor. Passed out. I had to put him on his chair. You know, you sit there when the concert's over. 2 encores. They got to pick these up out of the fucking trees. They got to pick up our people with the car. We sit down, drive back north, still the next day. Say, "What's up, man?" So ever since that day, you see him go. Took to break his balls. He's very sensitive. We go, "You didn't do acid, you did purple quaaludes." Because they put them out. I didn't do purple quaaludes. I mean, for the day he died, he would say something. "We gotta go on 135th. This is great coke, 135th." And I would go, "You think I'm going to quit this day?" Have you seen the trailer for the final 618? Right there.
I was there. I was at the premiere.
You're in it.
Yeah, I'm in it.
Fucking do it. When do you like talk shit? You're everywhere. You know what I'm saying? You like that part.
I was there at the time. I was there in the 70s. Yeah.
Who do you like to win? I want Central Woman.
It was amazing. It was a time that would never come again.
I want USA.
The only time when I was about 16, somebody gave me in England hash, but I don't know what was in it. But whatever was in it, I threw up for 3 days. And I was sick as anything, so I never touched anything. Drink, I know I can get drunk, fall down, and I got over the next day, but that, I don't want it. I never touched anything. I went to all the parties, but everybody was doing stuff, but they all knew I didn't do it, so I didn't.
How was it down there?
Oh, it was, well, the record labels used to pay for everything in those days. Zeppelin
Who do you
coming
think better,
down,
Bad Roxy?
singing
You know who
between
would
the
have
2
covered
tables,
yourself?
all the Zeppelin be there, you had the Who there, you had Deep Purple, everybody could possibly think of was there. And it was an amazing time, I chased Keith Moon down the road one time because he didn't pay his bill and drug him by the back of the neck.
Shoot the fucking 3. I would have shot the 3 and I would have shot it again.
Oh, I haven't
I
seen
would have shot it
Richie.
here.
Oh my goodness. 20 years,
I
maybe.
would have shot it there as well.
Thank God.
Nappy head results.
Have you seen him now?
Oh, no.
Holy fuck.
Shoot the
It is
3.
no bueno.
I was going to say, it's good or bad.
It's not good. He looks like a character, like a Halloween character. And he doesn't tour with those guys no more. He's doing his own thing. It's Joe and Turtles.
Joe's a good friend.
Nice guy. Nice guy. I know him since he was in another band.
Yeah.
He did a great job in Rainbow too. Different, as I said, that's different. Different to Ron
West Side
Rainbow
Gang.
and Joe Linton.
West Side Gang.
And Graham Bond. I think they all did a great job.
East Side Gang.
Graham
West
Bond.
Side Gang.
I like Joe
West
Linton.
Side Gang.
I used to manage Graham. Where the fuck is Graham? He's around. He's around. Where? He's around.
West
Now,
Side
where did he
Gang.
go after Rainbow?
West Side
Outcast.
Jesus Christ. I wasn't even like he sounds a lot like Seattle. I thought he was in that band. So I don't even know what the fucking band's name.
He's a good guy. I saw him. The last time I saw him was in the Greek. He had gone to see, I think, Duke Purple. Yeah.
You were in all this shit.
Yeah.
So what was Dino's happiest time? What was Ronnie's like Sabbath? He was doing Holy Diet, like Bibi Camp.
A lot of different times, but his favorite band is Sabbath. I think, and I was really glad that he got to reunite with the band and do that. And the tour, because they all loved each other and everything. They were playing amazing. I mean, you'd never know that Ronnie was sick. It was amazing.
She makes this next shot.
And I think Ronnie could never have lost his voice or grown out.
Really?
So that's the only thing
She
I'd say
made it.
that
I knew
him
it was
dying when
coming.
he did was he died on a high note.
5 minutes to play. To decide our gold medal.
5 minutes to play over steel.
It's funny because I opened up with the human I saw a look in your eye.
Yeah.
I had that same
Yeah.
feeling.
Yeah.
He's been gone 9 years.
It'll be 10 years in next year,
So
yeah.
you're gonna have a big bump.
Big, yeah, we already know what it is. Okay, it's
The John Carter.
2/20/20. So February 20th.
The John Carter.
My birthday's the 19th.
Oh,
Hi, John
and it's at the
Carter.
Wilton, the Wilton.
Hi,
Yeah,
John Carter.
yeah, please, yeah, please.
February
Hi,
29th.
John Carter.
Yeah.
Hi, John Carter.
Which of them?
Hi, John Carter.
We're going to be we're going to have, we'll do some, we'll do some other bands. We'll have an award show of people that I want to award have been in Ronnie's life. Mostly industry people, but presented by celebrity. That will be fun. So we'll have tables, I think it's 35 tables downstairs, and then it's like 1,000 people upstairs. And for the fans, we're only going to charge $25 because Ronnie would want to give back to his fans as he always did. So
Hell yeah, why is it
really
going to
cheap
be right in
get
this
for the
fucking
kids.
game?
And the industry will pay for the table. For the
Well, we can pay. Fuck him.
and it's
How much time
Him
do
and Angelina got more money than God.
and it's raising money for cancer. Yeah, of course, yeah.
3 minutes? Sorry, 9 seconds.
What it's all about.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing.
Oh shit.
You're doing God's work. You're doing, you're killing two birds.
I bet, are you fucking
with
serious?
patience.
Yeah.
What is this supposed to be wrong?
I love to do it. I'm keeping Ronnie alive.
Keeping others alive.
Yeah, exactly. If we can save just one person by, saying early protection saves lives, women are good about protect men, you're going to drag them down there. But,
Oh no, I get that through
and
my
that's
ass
really,
twice.
that's really
I've
good.
got that motherfucking camera
Okay.
my ass twice.
Well, we're working right now with Dr. Wong at UCLA. We've been supporting them and paying for them, and they're developing a swab test. So instead of having a finger with your thumb, you would have a swab test, and that's for pancreatic cancer, colon cancer, and gastric cancer, stomach cancer. And that should be out by next year. So you just go and you have the swab taken at your local GP. They send it away. It comes back really, really early detection. If you have any one of those cancers, obviously you have to then go on through other testings. But it's a breakthrough, and we're really excited about it.
Similar stuff that you
Oh yeah. We've been supporting him for the last 2 years, and we're paying for all of his medical team to do this.
Where's their webpage if people could go?
geocancerfund.org.
That's it.
That's it.
And it's run by you.
There's 14 board members. We have 14 board members. She was one of them. We have a doctor. We have 2 lawyers. We have a trucking company, biggest trucking company. There is upstate in there, one of their directors. We have a sound company, a lighting company, other managers, 2 other managers, PR person. We're in-house.
And when you guys decide where the money's going to be spent,
Yeah, baby, you want to get
And we
it?
always make sure that it doesn't go into an administration or a fat cat's pocket, because we don't want that. That's why we formed it in the first place. That's we watch every single penny where it goes. And we've given, like, we gave a Vanderbilt in Nashville, we gave them $100,000 for stomach cancer. They had no research money whatsoever for stomach cancer. And so, because we gave them $100,000, someone else gave them $500,000, and then the government got a grant for $11 million. So a lot of times ours is seed money. We put it into places where they don't have a research team for that, or now we're working very closely with Dr. Wong. We know exactly every penny goes.
Yes, sir.
we had a conversation a couple of weeks ago that, like everybody else, you catch a break, you want out.
Yeah.
You want out. There's nothing worse than helping somebody when you know you feel like you can
Oh, I've been I have. Yeah.
For years, like I said, when I was a kid, I do walkathon, American Heart Association. I always tried to do something as a kid. My mother always, I always saw most as a kid.
Good shot.
I always did something.
Wow.
Sometimes I took a time. I'm not gonna lie to you for an album, but you know what I'm saying? 90% of the money went sometimes, I was a kid, so I was a stupid kid, but I always believed in giving back. Years ago, I went to work in the administration, right? I was that big nonprofit. And she read $10 you give.
No way.
The kid with the missing eye gets 58 cents. And meanwhile, the 2 dudes out front driving 76.
Yeah.
It does something.
Yeah. I used to volunteer for a big non-profit that I won't name, but I found out after working 9 months and helping them volunteering that a dime, if everybody gave a dime went to it, and the other was 2 fat cats living up in a big mansion. I was like, I was disgusted. Disgusted.
Bring a fucking
Yeah.
Bring a fucking gun, so I'll give you what I got. Because you're gonna rob me now. Now what does it do? It takes a guy like me that has a heart, and it deters me from helping people that really need it. I won't give to a homeless fucking organization, but I'll give that guy that sent me money.
Yeah.
I'll give it right to the fucking guy's hand. Every time I see this dude, I point him to 10, 3, whatever the fuck is going wrong with the poor guy. That I believe in. But I don't want to be a part of something where, you're in fucking police hanging out with the stones. And we're all donating to you.
That's why we started
I love this. I don't know
when it
anything
passed
about
away,
it.
people were saying, I want to give money to charity, what do we do? And after my experience I had, I said, I don't know. So Ronnie's doctor and I formed the Ronnie James Field Stand Up Shout Cancer Fund, and 14 people that were friends of Ronnie's that have been around forever all joined in. 100% of the money goes to the charity. We have no administration costs. We meet once a month. We don't pay for anywhere to go. We don't have any office. We use my office or something else. No money goes out anywhere except for where we need to put it. And that is not in some fat cat's pocket.
When I get out of here playing, I'm
Good
going to make a donation to some comics.
That's very, very kind. Very kind. Very kind. Yeah.
Because you just made my good card by telling me these things. And, like I said, nobody wants to feel.
No.
I give away shirts every month. I should pay out. I go up to the corner up here, give away clothes for homeless. I go with bags. People send T-shirts. So every time somebody sends 3 T-shirts, I'll take one of their T-shirts and just put on a homeless person.
Exactly.
I try to help as much as I can, but like anybody else in America. We all work very hard for our money. And before you give it to somebody,
make sure it's going
Huge
where
shot.
it's supposed to go.
Showing the world
Yeah. Oh,
that
wow.
you are. Show them that eggs, girl.
I have that right.
Show them that eggs, girl.
Now we have our consecutive.
Chris Herron.
Chris Herron, he has a
Go get him.
foundation. We have those things. We donate to him once a year.
That was
I
huge.
look at the places.
Those were the biggest.
I'm not doing the tax, but I don't
Who throws?
like do it because I
Blue
want
Go.
We've done other things like we paid for different people's funerals, things like that we don't really publicize. We don't, but you know, the different things that will medically cost, different things that if somebody's, I mean, that's not what our charity does, but
Shoot
on
the
occasions
three.
when somebody needs the help, we help.
you're a class act.
Well,
Check it out.
making a little place in heaven for me, making sure that I'm down there. You never
Then
know.
I put you purgatory just to chill for a couple of weeks with Coach Ann. And you got to jumping jack and Coach Ann every fucking day.
1 point US lead.
Oh, God.
Shoot it.
This is the just me and known me in the circle.
Yeah.
I like everybody fucking
Now
knows.
they lead.
Of course. It's better. Because I pull them all in to do stuff with us, and they do. You know, they always put down heavy metal, dirty, piggy, dirty people, whatever. You know what? Heavy metal people and rock people are the most amazing people that give their time and their talent to me all the time for this cause, and they're amazing. And every day I thank my lucky stars of how happy I am that these people want to help and still remember Ronnie, and that makes it everything like wow.
So let me ask you something. What did you do a couple weeks ago? I heard you just called the fucking chain. Coach Ann told me that. That was that also.
The April?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That was also chain.
Oh, absolutely. We raised $47,000, but we raised even more money because we bid on that, right, at TJ Martell. So TJ Martell got $65,000 from it, okay? Then I made it into a charity for our charity. And so our charity, I did a ticket, it's $1,000 ticket, and everybody was there and everything, and I raised $47,000 for Stand Up and Shout. And then a friend of mine, actually Gloria Butler, she put 2 tickets up for City of Hope. Auctioned them off, and we raised another $7,000 for City of Hope. So that money was spread and made, actually, that whole thing made around $151,000.
Well, tell me about the event.
Oh, that was fun.
And told me it was fucking tremendous.
It was amazing. Dave Gore is amazing. He is such an amazing person. You know, he does all his charity things with firefighters and everyone. And so he came to the house with his smoker that was like
3 in the morning.
2 in the morning.
2 in the fucking morning. Dave Grohl.
Yeah. It was 10-foot. It was a 10-foot smoker that he brought, and he smoked all night. All the smoker all night.
You see that whistle,
He
thank
was
you.
chopping onions. He was doing everything.
All right,
He
here
was
we go.
making this amazing,
3-point lead by the
He did,
United
he
States.
did,
Shoot it.
was it pulled pork,
France has 1 minute.
tri-tip, and what was it? Ribs. And then I bought some stuff with my vegan friends because I was vegan friends that they put some stuff on there. And
You just
we had Swim
lose
Jim
the
was
fucking
there.
game for your country.
And Geezer Butler was there. Mark Ferrari, not a whole bunch of different people there.
Brianna Carter.
Rowan Robinson, all these people. We had so much fun. And I had
Brianna Carter.
so we had 200 bands. We had a mechanical bull,
Brianna Carter.
which is real fun. We had such a blast. It was so much fun. It was amazing. He is such an incredible
That's
person.
my pick.
He's just spent so much time doing that. He
Kalia
just charity stuff. Everyone. This is golden as well. How good was it?
Hanson, it was fucking delicious.
It was delicious. It was the best.
How the fuck does
Hey,
that guy know how
everybody.
to barbecue?
Oh, he
Brittany
took lessons.
Griner,
He went away.
fucking-
Actually took lessons on how
Why
to
aren't you in the
barbecue.
game?
He's very
Fucking
serious about it.
Really?
Yeah, he's real serious about it.
That was 80 pounds. I weigh 400. That makes good fucking barbecue.
It was really fun. And we raised a lot of money
All right.
for a lot of different causes. Teacher Majel got 65,000.
All right, and guess what?
47,000 and
Let's
somebody
try
else
not
got
to get
7.
this game.
So, was-
You do one every 90 days. You gotta use the
we do lots of
All right.
different things.
They are
We have
54
the-
seconds. Guns. Oh, all right.
Well, we have
We
the
want the
Volvo ride
United
every
States to
week.
win.
We have the rifle
Not the rifle, bicycles.
Yeah.
motorcycles. Harley
Really?
Davidson sponsors
Yeah.
us from Denver.
No.
Yeah, oh yeah. We cross the street, everything. And the bikes, we have about 1,500 bikes. They ride to, and I ride on the back too, my pink helmet. And we ride to Los
I'm
Encinitas,
a
the
runner
park.
doing with
We have
someone.
bands play, we have food trucks, we have beer, wine, we have everything. We have really fun time. Vendors. It's a family event. So it's, the kickoff is at 11, and then the park up is at 12, and it finishes at 5 in the afternoon. We close the whole park.
You know what I get from one life, so lovely immediately.
Good job, bro. Okay.
7 out of 10 people who do these type of jobs.
What about this bad audio?
For the reason you get for.
See, I thought Rothschild cleared out.
I would have shot that ball.
These are the same people that
Yo, bitch, I would have
tell you
shot
they
that ball.
save the whales, but then they kick a cat. You know what I'm saying? Especially in the area fucking areas.
I would have
Bullshit.
shot that ball.
This is fake though.
19 turnovers.
This is something. It's a
Shoot
fact.
the 3.
It is.
I can see it in your eyes.
Yeah.
Wow. When I hear about your events, this is something that you're very passionate about.
Man.
What the hell is that?
Like, you don't have a funny feeling that shit fucking sale. You don't give a fuck that they might be about.
I don't
What the hell was that, bro? What the hell was that?
I don't care. What I say to those people is go out and do a good deed for the day instead of sitting in your parents' basement and
Tajana Carter.
because that's all they like to do, you know.
It's really weird that most
Tajana Carter.
I've always hated when people have things at their house. Like, I don't want you to know you did something good. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't post on Facebook that you donated, you didn't really do nothing. You just did it to show up.
Here comes the big one. Here comes the money. Money, 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 money.
This is, I could tell.
Huge.
I could tell.
So we have 14 fabulous board members. I mean,
They
they're
gave
all
us
passionate. Every
over.
one of them is passionate. And you know,
US.
Rick Sales, who's the manager of
They won how
Sailor
many
and
streets?
Ghost and everything, he's there helping us with it. You know, Sheila is busy with the fitness business. We have Adam
Too many to
Parsons,
fucking
who
count the
manages
number of West Side games.
Lexar Riders and Europe. I mean, we have all the vice presidents
West
and
Side
presidents of all the
games.
big sound companies like them. They don't need to do this, but they do it because you know what? They love Ronnie and they're just good people. They're just good people and they love it. It's all done in Ronnie for Ronnie's name and Ronnie. And he was a good person. He was a person that they
Greatest
he loved people, genuinely loved his fans and never ever forgot where he came from and why he had them. He's the one that started all this. He started with me in the 80s saying, life's been good, we need to give back something. What do we do? I want to give back to a children's charity. So I said, go find me somewhere. So I found him a few charities. And one of them was Children of the Night. And he said, I like this one. These kids are like 14, 15 years old. Lots of people give to young children. These teenagers, they forget it. And they could be my audience. And we started doing stuff for Children of the Night. And then we started doing things for animals and started doing things for autism, for all different things. And it's a great feeling. It's a great feeling.
To give back.
To give back, yeah.
Shoot the
Give
3.
back.
No, too much time.
Yeah.
Too much time.
I'm still tight. My parents.
Good. Foul. Copper.
No.
That's my beat. Hell yeah.
I don't say call.
She had to be on the seat.
And I enjoy
I'll be on
it.
the
I never forget.
The other tea has not cheese. This girl already blew it once with a
I
fucking.
find that other things, and now I'm a little bit more cautious. But I always felt, and
U.S. at the free throw
that's
line.
what it's all about.
What?
Yeah.
My mother had a number.
Did she mix the first one? I can't even tell from
If
here.
I hit the number for 25 and give it away 12,
Now you got to get the ball
give it
back.
away.
Yeah.
The last time they
Give
were
it
ready
away.
for
Dude, guard the ball.
Hit the number again.
Stupid
Odds of hitting the number. It's the same thing.
Follow.
You can't take it always.
You can't take it with you.
I would have followed her
The most
faster.
important thing I think is people and friends.
11.9
Just friends,
on the
most
clock.
important
What's
thing.
that?
Friends, family. You know, just enjoying life every day.
It's like I tell people all the time, God took away my gift of family, and I showed me a gift of friendship.
Right.
That's one of the biggest gifts people don't have.
Oh, I have my chosen. I have my chosen family.
Yeah. They're on episode of Friends. It's something like that. It's not funny. Friends are a guy that's sitting next to you in a jail cell. Going, what the fuck do we do? You know, not the guy that's
Got it.
Oh, gee, I've known for over 30 years.
Now they're
We've
going
been
to
friends. We've been through everything
Yeah, the
together.
Rothschild.
Everything.
Remember Rothschild?
Yeah, she's a great lady. But all the people on my board, every single one of them, I've known for 30 or 40 years. Yeah, that's
Good
it.
for you, Kelsey Point. Shout out to Kelsey Point.
I want to watch you.
4-point USC.
Thank you.
There you go.
Always have a platform here.
Wow.
Thank
I
you.
need you to come down and just talk.
Yeah, come down and have fun with us.
But
Valor.
you and I word I will donate some today for the running foundation.
3.8 on the clock.
Especially for the pending open on the 7th.
That was great, girl.
You have a shirt, something that you send down to people. I don't know, fucking people like Ronnie James Diaz.
Oh, yeah, we have
Well,
yeah.
My shirts.
Yeah, I'll send you my size. I'll send you a bunch of stuff.
Like I said, I won't see you on the 7th.
Right. But we'll see you on the
No, the 20th is a weird date. It's my birthday.
2020. It's 2020. Easy to remember. It's a Thursday.
It's a third, yeah. My birthday's like a
That was a
Wednesday.
big shot.
That's
That's the biggest shot of the
Happy birthday on a Wednesday.
She doesn't know it.
57-year-old. You know, when you're 12, it's only on
There we
Friday,
go.
Sunday, rocking and rolling. Just the arts and
Oh, very
pleasure.
good, girl.
And like I
3,
said, we're gonna hold it.
2.
Oh
Oh my God!
Joke or something. Like that's joke something to keep it going. You know what I'm saying? No, we're not nice people.
Whoa.
Well, thank you so
Let's
much.
see it again.
We couldn't do this without
We have
people
to
like
see
you
this
supporting
again.
us. We really, really appreciate
No, you know what I call Rudy?
What an
You
amazing
know,
shot.
like,
Oh, it was. It was
He's a
too.
dog. He's, you know, him and Ronnie were very good.
Right.
Very close.
Oh, you poor
I
thing.
didn't know he even knew.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
He was in the band.
What a fucking ending. Shout out to fucking
Sure.
France.
He was in Rio.
When?
Um,
Before White
he was in the band right near the end, just before Ronnie passed away.
Okay, so towards 2012.
Mm-hmm. They were getting ready to go on a tour together, actually. But it never happened because Ronnie got sick.
When did Ronnie get diagnosed?
It was on Friday, the 13th of November, 2009.
There he is.
And he passed away in
The United States just won their 8th straight gold medal in women's basketball. And the amazing thing is, France almost beat them. Basically, one of the players' foot was 2 inches too far when they made a shot, and it was the difference between a 3-pointer and a 2-pointer.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm good. I was watching Cats stream. Yeah, I watch a stream a lot because it's pretty cool and I kind of get along with everyone there. So
You're amazing. Old school RuneScape is amazing. A lot of people play it.
Yeah, I wanted to stream some of that, but Discord streams don't work very well on my laptop or on my internet. Because so I'm playing this thing called Giants Foundry. It's like a mini game inside RuneScape, and you have like these. So you have to get a sword. You have to mold a sword by putting like some stats in, and then you have to temper it. So if it's too cold or not on one of those things, then you can't use it for certain things. And if it's too hot, then you can't use it for certain other things. So you gotta like adjust the meters, and when you adjust the meters, you have to like wait and then heat it or cool it depending on what. And then eventually you make the sword and you get XP. You get smithing XP and you get reputation points which you can use to buy like a smith's outfit, or you can buy more blueprints or stuff like that. It's very cool. I'll show you if you want.
Yeah, if you can show it.
Yeah.
Watch together, son. All right, here we go. Okay, so it's called Giants. Day 1 guide will show the game's mechanics. Intro and disclaimers, general information, location and requirements. Is this worth doing? Mechanics, making a sword, experience, points, profit, hour, rewards and points, sponsors and outro. General information.
Tony, I want to thank you guys. I didn't pass it to them. There's going to be a tour.
Yeah.
You release those dates.
Yeah, I will. So yeah, we're not ready yet. I'm not sure when, but probably later in March.
That's what Stevenson now. When dates did you go in last week? Because I thought it was going to be a lot longer than what it was.
Yeah. I think we took 19. 19
That was
days.
enough.
Yeah.
I think you did like 6 or something.
I mean, it doesn't suck, but it's like too much. Let me find just a basic video.
What's your favorite game of all time?
That is an easy one. Crowfall.
What's it called?
Crowfall.
Crowfall.
They shut it down. Why does it keep showing this? Aren't you hosting?
It looks like it's showing us that whatever you were showing us. Here.
Yeah, okay, I'll show you. I'll show you Giants Foundry first, and then I'll show you both that. So next 1 minute, 1 minute. So that's what. This is what the smithing outfit looks like.
I should try to play the game Crowfall.
This is a RuneScape mini game that I'm playing right now. It's called Giants Foundry.
Yeah, I saw.
Basically, I have to smith all these weapons. It's pretty fun. Takes a while. I've done this about 70, 80 times now.
Why do you like Crowfall so much?
This is a nice, really quick video.
Why do you like Crowfall so much?
All right.
Why do you like Crowfall so much?
So I just told you, right? Crowfall has the best MMO experience you can have in a game, in my own opinion.
Very cool. Why do you think so?
So starting off, the game is the gameplay mechanics very so then they're not the type of gameplay mechanics that need constant changes and such. They're more like what you do is you use certain runes to improve your combat or give you certain perks, and then it has other skills as well. So in an MMO, right, what you want is you don't want too much of a grind. You want somewhat of a grind, and you want the gameplay to like level with that, right? You need. So the problem in RuneScape is that it's too grindy. Whereas Profall is, it has a grind, so you make progress, right? You feel rewarded at the end of it, and then you play like open PvP. So it's basically just for fun. You don't want it to be too serious. Like the secret to MMOs is that you don't want the suspension of disbelief to like overwhelm you so much that everyone starts to take the game way too seriously and stops having fun, like in RuneScape, basically. That's the main reason.
Are there
And,
more than one
the
RuneScape?
thing with Profall,
Is there
right?
more than one RuneScape? Is there RuneScape and then old school
Sorry?
RuneScape?
Yeah, so RuneScape came out, it was called RuneScape Classic. It was not called that back then, it was called RuneScape 1. But now we call it RuneScape Classic. And that was the role, like it looked like a 2D kind of thing. It was in 2003, 2004-ish. It started in 2003. I started playing in 2004, 2003, I can't remember. But yeah, so that was like a 2D cardboard graphics type game. And then after that, they came out with RuneScape 2, which is now called Old School RuneScape. And that's the game I play, which is, yeah.
So there's there's
it's
RuneScape
like
Classic.
Yeah.
There's RuneScape Classic, which is RuneScape 1. There's RuneScape 2, which is old school RuneScape.
And then there's RuneScape 3, which
Excellent.
is the current RuneScape that most people play. I don't like it much because it takes away from the simplicity of playing RuneScape.
Are they gonna make a
Not the simplicity, but more the style.
Are they gonna make a RuneScape 4?
So the guy who made RuneScape is going to make a game called Brighter Shores, which will release in September or October. And it's said to be the new MMO by the creator of RuneScape. So it's not going to be anything like RuneScape, but it's going to have some similarities.
So there's no RuneScape
If you
4.
search for no.
Do you think there will ever be a RuneScape 4?
You can't make a RuneScape 4 because so the trick with RuneScape, right, is that they get people to keep playing. You know why? Because it's the grinds are impossibly hard to finish. So once you actually finish the game, you're so like done with everything already. You know, like it becomes hard to not like feel like you got everything worth to the game. So you keep playing, and then you play for like you play for like doing raids and getting billions of gold pieces and stuff to keep playing the game, basically.
Okay.
So I just wanted to show you Crowfall, which is so Crowfall has a vessel system. So you gotta get mats, mine them, and get someone to make a vessel for you. And a vessel is like a coffin. So you know how you get like parts, you get body parts. So you get like a head, a torso, 2 arms, 2 legs, and they have to be of like a legendary quality, I guess, or purple quality, but depending on what level you reach. So once you reach like level 30, after you reach level 30, you have to get an uncommon vessel. Then you have to get like a green vessel, then a blue one, then a purple one, and finally you get the legendary vessel, which is level 35, which is the orange vessel. And all these vessels are like coffins with body parts, and you use the body parts to like create like a rebirth sort of thing, right?
Okay.
So yeah, so every time you rebirth, you get the stats, you get the bonus stats from the coffin. So that improves your character's prowess in open PvP. In the game is entirely open PvP, so it's like there's no safe place.
In the whole game, there's not a single safe place?
None except the starting zone. I think they removed that later on. But yeah, pretty much. There's no safe place. You can play solo, but you can play with your guild, and your guild won't attack you. And if you die, you lose all your stuff. As in, all the stuff you haven't bagged, except your vessel.
Do you think that is fair?
I think it's part of the reason the game failed, because these open PvP games they don't garner too much support from gamers, because people just dislike them because it's open PvP, and you know you're stuck like losing for a while, and you can keep losing and you can keep losing items, and it gets very unnerving.
Okay.
So it gets sort of a point where you're like, like sometimes you actually want to like just destroy your computer or laptop, because it starts to get a bit too frustrating. So I'll show you a profile. Okay, you're posting. So okay, this is the launch area. So yeah, the game got shut down.
Why did the game get shut down? Why did the game get shut down?
They weren't getting enough players, and everyone was kind of disappointed because we wanted the game to stay. I'd still be playing this game.
Do you really think you'd be playing the game?
Everyone was kind of disappointed. They got bought over by a company, and they weren't getting enough players. So I guess the creator decided to sell it to this company called Monumental.
What are your thoughts about them selling it?
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What are your thoughts about them selling it?
Everyone was kind of disappointed because I'd still be playing this game. I wouldn't be playing no Mortal Online 2 or RuneScape. Like this game was definitely like. I mean, if it had no players, fine. Like that would be kind of cool. But yeah, it's the best MMO I've played, and I've played a lot of MMOs. So yeah.
Well, that's really neat. Hey, did you say you've played all of the MMOs?
I've not played all of them, no. But I'm familiar with most of them.
What's
just that
what's the most popular
some of
one?
them I don't like playing, like World of Warcraft. I don't like World of Warcraft. But
Why don't you like World of Warcraft?
it's it has kind of crappy graphics. I've not really got into it much. I mean, I don't know. It's a bit of people either play RuneScape or they play World of Warcraft. You know, it's like you choose one when you start off, and like when you start off, when you grow up, I guess you choose one. So I started playing RuneScape and not World of Warcraft. I mean, it is like that for some people. You don't see gamers who play RuneScape and World of Warcraft because yeah, it's not a game I'm particularly fond of. I don't like the gameplay, especially because you have that tab targeting system. So like you click on an enemy, and then you click like 1 or 2 or 3, and then it just auto casts like a thing. I don't like that sort of gameplay.
Okay.
So if the combat is real, like if the combat involves you direct targeting and using like abilities and stuff like that, then it's fine. But if it just involves like you tab targeting an enemy and just pressing like 1 or 3 or 5 and then auto cast without any actual like movement and stuff, then I'm not really fond of that. So yeah. What?
Interesting.
You have to be prepared for the stars to be aligned. And we have to look at that fight like that. That's a big lesson for all of us that have been frustrated. And there you go. He was frustrated. He was a 50-50 fighter. He didn't know what was going to happen when he got into a fight. All he knew was that he was tough and he knew how to handle himself.
That's about it.
That's
They
not
just
enough.
didn't have many players. And,
That's not enough. This is where
they
your
don't know
mind
anything
comes
about it, so they told
in.
the
And you
game.
tap into your mind.
Shut it down
Your
and
mind will set the game plan for you.
everyone's
You know, Lee has always said you're very calculated. Every
I don't know
move
what
has
has
to be calculated. Well, if not, you're going to get. If you watch Derek Lewis's fight, the first kick he threw, he didn't have to throw it. And what happened? He almost got his fucking leg twisted. Don't throw halfway. That lesson is don't throw 50%. If you're not going to go 100%, don't throw it. Don't throw it. And there you go, another lesson. Derek Lewis, when he threw his foot up, like a big piece of steak, and the guy grabbed it and tried to rope off whatever his fucking name, Dracula's cousin, tried to fucking twist his ankle and all that shit. That's what happens when you go into something half got. So you learned two things watching that fight last night. I hope that you fucking enjoyed it, and I hope that it all worked out for you.
Right.
Just on the same similar note, what did you think? I just don't know. I don't know how you feel about him, but what did you think about Kevin Lee switching to a great head coach? And
I don't know. That's not.
No. But I'm talking about making a change. Like,
Yeah,
okay.
I didn't even think about fucking Kevin Lee. I wasn't even thinking about Kevin Lee, to be honest with you. That poor kid he fought. He's still in juke. That poor kid. There's nothing to talk about.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no lesson there. Learn. He switched. Big fucking deal. He lost his last 3 fights. This time he did something.
You take care of yourself, my man.
Switching, but, you know.
Okay.
He's that poor fucking kid.
I don't know.
They had to carry him out. His fucking head was a little man bun.
Welcome.
Fucking shame to wear a man bun and get knocked out. Unbelievable. What a fucking night for that poor kid. That poor bastard.
You have any opinions
I'll tell you guys about a story that didn't bother me at all. Not whatsoever.
About MMOs? Yeah, I think it's a fascinating world of gaming, and I'd like to get more into it. I think that it has a lot of opportunity, especially in the co-op world, and I really would like to one day help to build one, and if I ever do, I want you on the development team.
Very nice. I'd be glad.
Jersey guy. Grew up with.
If that ever happens, that would be my dream job. So yeah.
There you go.
That night at dinner, I ran it past my wife, and she couldn't believe it, but I explained to her that it was something I had to do. You know, this kid, friends with me since maybe the summer of '78, and we navigated to one another, and it was weird because him and I we hung out in a group of friends, but him and I gravitated to one another because of our love of psychedelic drugs, crazy shit. So we were freshmen. We would go out with these guys. We would smoke pot, and we would tell the other 6 guys that we were just smoking pot. But him and I were already dropping acid. But he had older brothers, and he didn't want his brothers to find out he was doing acid. So it was just him and I, secret. And this went on for a year, you know. This went on for fucking years. Him and I tripping at parties. And he would go talk to chicks, and I would go talk to guys, chicks, or whoever. And every 15 minutes, we'd just look at each other and smile. And one day, he was a wrestler in high school. And one he was about to wrestle. And I had some of that THC crystal, that angel dust. And I asked him if he wanted to do a line in the afternoon. And he was like, yeah. And then he goes, holy shit, I got a wrestling meet at 4:30. And he was so high during the men's wrestling meet that he actually bit the kid. And he got disqualified, you know. When we were juniors in high school, you got to pass the paperwork forward. You know what I'm saying? Like if you sit in the back, you like pass the task forward. I would get his test and I'd erase his answers. And he would get like a fucking 70, and he'd be furious because he was fucking really smart.
I would kill them.
He couldn't figure out why the fuck am I getting 70s. I studied. I did the notes. Oh, that's somebody erasing. Then he went to the teacher one day. Like, somebody's erasing my answers. I think it's you. You're fucked. The teacher's like, why would I erase your answers and all this shit? This went on for years. We graduated high school together. We were very tight high school.
Polls we had showed that
this guy went to
it was neck and neck race. Would have been down the wire.
But what happened was
a number of
fucked up era,
my Democratic
84,
colleagues in the House and Senate
he was my
thought
only
that I was going to
He
hurt
was
them in
going
the
to college, but
races.
he was selling coke in
And
college.
I was concerned if I stayed in the race,
Because he couldn't go
that
to
would be the
places to get
topic.
cocaine
You'd be
up there because
interviewing
I
about
could speak
why
Spanish.
did Nancy
So
Pelosi
he made
say,
me his
why did
partner,
someone?
and we made some great money
I
together.
thought it'd be a real
We
distraction.
ended up beating the dealer. We beat like 2 dealers. And then, but he was there when he was homeless. He was one of those guys that was always my friend. He was one of the few people that when I was homeless and I was really upset,
You don't have any regrets
I
in
was
your
crying
life.
in his car one day. I
You
just
regret all
breaking
of
down
it
in the
at the same
daytime
time.
in his car going, when is my life going to change?
I have regrets,
When is
yeah,
this gonna
certainly.
end? You know, it was like a fucking curse on me. And
I
he
mean,
was
that
the
feeling
only
when you have
great hope.
regrets,
And then,
but
listen, I
like
had
you don't
dear
have
friends
any regrets at the same
growing
time.
up, and they all served their purpose for different
Yeah,
things.
I would
That's
say
their
there you go.
friendship, but this guy fed me. This guy would bring me money to a hotel.
Yeah.
He knew
Right,
more
I don't know.
about me than most people knew what was going on. You know, when I
Since
was
after school,
sleeping in the park, he asked me
I've made
10
zero money
times
doing anything.
to just sleep in his
Because right
back
now I'm
in his
stuck with
garage.
like loans and stuff.
He's like, you don't need to sleep at the park. You know, sleep downstairs.
Like,
My mother
where
won't
do I
say nothing
go
now,
after
but you know
this?
what?
Like,
We're
I'm
two
trying
good
to
friends. You
find
know,
a
I don't
good
want us to
shit,
get into
but,
that
like,
situation. I'll be
where do
fine.
I go after?
And he finally
Like,
gave me a
10
blanket
years
the
from
one
now,
night.
am I
He came
gonna
to the
still
park
be
and brought me a
lining
blanket. I mean, it was just
The
different
answer is
things.
probably yes.
We were always
I
good
don't
friends. It was always a 50-50 with us. But from 84 to 85, he really helped me out of pocket a bunch of times. And before I left in 85, I got a credit card.
It's
They
gonna
took a
happen.
shot.
You have that.
And trust me, I didn't pay for anything. It was a stolen credit card. But I bought suits, sneakers, jewelry, cologne, more jewelry, a TV
That
for his
kind of
room.
sucks because a lot of people
And
have that.
that time, 1985,
It comes
he
to me
was
like
so fucking slick.
almost
He had 2
instinctively.
speakers in his
It's
room
not something I can
with a
control.
stereo.
You know, like
And
it's
whenever you went to his
unfair
house and he put the stereo on, you could tell only one
Right.
speaker was
so
over.
weird.
The other
It's got to
speaker
do
was
with more than
close
just
to the closet.
passions. Like
When we were 21
got to
years
do
old,
with a lot of things that happen.
he took me to that
with my
speaker and
life.
he took the lid off the cover off the speaker. The speaker was 24 inches, whatever, 2 feet. He had a foot.
I'm gonna smoke a cigarette. Be right back.
Excellent,
And each
dude.
rubber band was like $10,000. And listen, you know any story about me, you know I robbed everybody. I never even thought about robbing him, especially the day he took that off. He knew the position I was in, and he knew what I could do. He had seen me in action, and he showed me that, and that was, I could never break his trust after that. But it was brilliant. He went to a prestigious college, got a degree in engineering. He was a brilliant guy, and today he lives in basically a shack behind the house. I think it barely has heat. He has 3 or 4 teeth missing. He doesn't have a job. He just does odd jobs from time to time. He collects unemployment, and from time to time he sells an envelope. You know, he sells a little coke to this guy or that guy. That's how he makes ends meet. He lives how I thought out. It's like we switched lives. It's like somewhere along the line we switched lives. He ended up being who I was supposed to become, and I ended up becoming who he was supposed to become. You know, he was a smart guy. He was one of the smartest guys that I hung out with on paper. He was fucking really smart. Like, he was just engineer type smart. SAT, he blew the fucking scores off the roof. He had colleges off to him. And he picked the school and he went. He got a degree. And we all grew up doing that cocaine epidemic. And, I wasn't there for a long time. When I went back in 91, he was still in the fucking game, telling me this and that. And I'm not there. So I'm not watching. He could tell me whatever the fuck he wanted. I would believe him. He's my brother. And then I went back in 93. And again, we hung out, endlessly. I mean, he picked me up 5 nights a week just to go into the city and get weed. I mean, he was going to drop me off. I don't know how many times I was waiting for a bus on Kennedy Boulevard. He'd swing by and give me a ride into the city. And we got pulled over one night and he didn't have a license. He lied. He totally gave him my life. I mean, it's just been a friendship that never fucking ended. But the last 10 years of his life have been a nightmare. He lost his dad. He got arrested. He had to serve probation. He's never been married. He's never had any children. And, when I was in that rocket ship at night in 83, I would think about my future at night. I'd think about me in a little apartment, a little smaller than this office. And I would see me with like a TV and just a couple pair of pants, a couple t-shirts, all dirty. And that's how I was going to end up. I accepted that. I accepted that at an early age that if I even lived to 50 or 55, that I would just be making it. I would be on disability or faking it somewhere or just fat or not going to work. I'd just be one of those guys. Like,
did that upset you, or were you okay with it?
When I was that age?
Yeah, when you were thinking about this.
I came to that term. I was an idiot. I had no college, no high school education. My chances of going to college were slim and none. I couldn't stop putting this white powder in my nose. And I had no family. I had nothing going. I couldn't even fucking pay for breakfast. How was I going to pay for the park? So I just thought about my life. I just saw myself in a red subsidized men's home, with a little corner, a little hot plate, maybe a black and white TV, and at night I would read books and that, except I think that's what happens to people when you're uneducated. You have no.
See, this is why I don't like you don't even look like I'm literally gonna go find a team.
I was 21 years old. I saw my future like that.
I will go out and find a team in 5 years and promote the shit out of it. That's better than you. That actually wants to grind. That has no like.
Reach out to a few friends.
I want to play with you. You're being a dick.
Obviously.
Hey, you're chasing a naked with no loot. You're a retard. You'll never get better at roads.
These things.
I'm talking to teammate about getting better, but you will never get better. You will forever stay a loser. I have 5,000 hours in this game. You will always be a loser. If I had a gun, I would kill you right now. You can't even find me. Let them get up the hill. You fucking suck.
He's got to bail out of this world with something. I told him, you just can't leave this world without doing something. You were meant to be a fucking engineer. You got a tremendous college degree. The felonies fuck you up. But I know you since you were a kid. You've always figured a way out of this. It was a tough talk for me to have with him because he's one of my few friends that he's really sensitive right now. Like he's at a point in his life where he's by himself. Even like his brothers turned their backs on him. One of the brothers came to one of my shows in Atlantic City and kind of yelled at me for still being his friend and I'm not helping him. And I told him I can't turn my back on him. He was there for me at a really big time in my life when I really needed somebody, So I called him up. I had a real sensitive on the light side talk with him. I told him that I could help him, to a mess again. But the favors I had to call in for him on this one. I had to really get myself on my hands and knees to two of my friends to do this favor for me, for him. And after we had our talk, He thanked me. Everything was taken care of. He thanked me like a man, like we do. Called and explained what he did and what the steps he took to take care of the situation. And I was happy. I was really content. And I told my wife that it's fine. You know, he's never going to get himself in this situation again. And that, and then I got to thinking about it. And I got to thinking about all the friends, Timmy, Roger, the attorney, Glenn Conti. There's a lot of guys who won't talk to me anymore. There's a lot of guys I still have that were there since day one. There's no comedy career. So they have every reason to be my friend now. They have every reason to call for free tickets. They have every reason to support me at every fucking level because when I wasn't even thinking about comedy, they had my back, you know. So I'm sitting there the other day, I'm thinking about this situation with my buddy, how he got himself into this mess. You know, I'm lucky that I have a friend, the cop. I have a couple friends in the cops in Jersey, but this particular one, he's been a friend for a while. Not that type of friend, but I can help call him for a favor. I was happy that everything bailed out. But then I thought about something. And I thought about why the real reason was that I helped this kid out this time. And I helped him the last 20 times. And the real reason, which I never told anybody until the other night, and it hit me on that fucking day.
This is a nice mix of reading the reason
why
he got the bronze.
I was doing everything. I was doing masculine. I was smoking fucking THC crystal. I was smoking THC crystal. I was drinking. Not a lot. I was never a big drinker. But I always swore off drugs. Like I always swore off cocaine and heroin and pills. They just were not going to be in my drugs. But I was very content with the marijuana and the acid. I was very content at the age of 15 to marijuana and acid.
I was going to say, like, I'm still pretty young.
I liked the relationship I had with my friends. I enjoyed everything about it. I'd grown up, I'd seen a lot of heroin in New York as a kid. I didn't like what it did to people, especially two friends of my mom's that I saw go fucking astray. And I'd definitely seen the results of cocaine being at the bar, you know. And I didn't know the full blast, but I knew that I didn't want to do any of those drugs, you know. But again, we're going to go. I told you guys a long time ago, guys. There's 100 stories I could tell you, but there's 100 that I can't tell you. And for me to dip into this fucking book and this one-man show and everything, I've been writing a lot lately. I thought about something that I've never really repeated. About in October '79. If you know anything about where I live in North Bergen, given that terrace, I had an attic, and a second floor, the first floor, which had the living room, the kitchen, and the dining area, and the backyard. You go out into the yard. But if you walk down the steps, you hit a garage. There was a garage, had additional closet space, bathroom, no shower, just a piss in a sink, and a wash and a dryer. But then there was another set of stairs, a set of stairs that went down another level. If you opened up that door, there was a refrigerator filled with beer, and there was a fucking bar, like a little 3-seat stool bar. And my mother had the bar stopped. There was a record player down there, the walls had a couple holes in them. Karate days, and we'd go flying through the air down there. And it was paneled around the cinder block. And then it had a paneling around the hot water tank, and there was a room there. There's a fucking story. And when you went into that room, it was, again, half the size of yours. And let's say the hot water heater was right there. if you went behind the hot water heater, there was like a latch. I was down there playing around. There was like a latch that you had to like pick up this thing and kind of turn it like a paint can. You had to pick up the paint can. It has that fucking bow in it. Well, think if you had to turn something like that, and it was kind of sensitive, but you had to turn it real slowly. And if you turned it, it would open up and a piece would come out like something that just your body could fit in, like a mannequin.
So it's circular?
It was like circular. It was twisting around, and it was covered with a piece of metal. And if you took that up and you circled,
They go to the sewer?
you went down into the street. Going into the street. It was fucking scary. I looked in there one time and I heard noises. Oh, Jesus. I closed that motherfucker up. And that was it. So in that corner was just a hot water heater that used to be my stepfather's tools, and that's it. I don't know what happened. October 79. Something made me go downstairs. And I'm like, maybe August or something. Something made me, I'm lying again. Maybe July of 79. Something made me, I just had to refresh my memory. Something made me go downstairs. And I went downstairs in time and I opened the thing. I started the door, it was real open, like an inch. And I opened these two, because it was like two panels.
To the small room.
The small room. So I went down the stairs, opened up the door, and noticed that the two panels was open. I went inside, and there was a coffee bean bag, a bale, it was filled with beef. Oh shit, I took a little top piece off the top, and I went upstairs, and I didn't say nothing to nobody. At that time, I was getting weed from this guy named Joe. He was my main dealer, Joe. I would call him Joe, and I would buy 75 bucks and sell them for like 50, sell them for 100 and make 50 bucks off of it. But he'd give me a ride uptown. He was a good guy. So I took this weed and I rolled it up and I smoked it with some of my friends. The weed was tremendous. The guy's name was Joe. I gave some to Joe and he's like, where'd you get that weed from? That weed's better than mine. So I got a whole fucking tank at home. Jesus. Filled with this shit. So I went back, just kept taking it. And I come home one day and there's two guys there with a chick and they remembered me and they hugged me and shit. And a couple of them I wasn't. And I hugged them. And, we haven't seen each other in a while. I forget what their names are, guys. That I really remember. There was a bigger Cuban guy, a skinnier Cuban guy, and the skinnier Cuban guy's wife. And I had known, every time I went to Miami, I was friends with my uncle Rudolph and my godfather. So I would see them in Miami. Now they're in my living room and talking to them. And they telling me how they're staying up there now. I didn't figure it out. So I go downstairs a couple of days later. It's a different batch. They had taken the old batch. And I kept going downstairs and taking a little bit and selling it to Joe and selling it to my friends. And I was just making spare money. And one day my mom actually pulled me over. She said, "That don't feel private." I said, "Have you been snooping around down there?" I go, "What are you talking about?" She goes, "Have you been going down there and taking marijuana on those bales?" I go, "No." She goes, "The guy called me." Take it out of there.
This is Kelsey's one. She had a 3x3 gold medal in Tokyo. And now
So I lied to her. I said, "No." She goes, "I don't know what the fuck is going on." But at this time, my mother had to know. I had sticky fingers. One. There were just two instances of precious fucking things, you know. Things were disappearing, things were moving, you know. So I said, "You know what? Out of respect for my mom, I'm not going to touch that thing no more." But I got sick. I ended up getting that. I went to the hospital 28.
From the weed that you stole, or not?
I don't know. Okay, I don't know who's weed it was. So I laid off the weed for a few weeks. I got out of the fucking house. When I got up the weed, I did ask the weed. I really got the weed, but I was stupid fuck. September 28, 79. I got out of the hospital. It was a big time fight. I think we checked it before, but I don't know. Somebody, I don't fucking know. And a few weeks after that, I go downstairs to see if there's any weed downstairs. go downstairs. They open the little cabinet. And there's two bags.
Record Diana Taurasi 6
So I opened the one bag, and sure enough, it's weed. I pick up a bud, a couple more buds, like maybe an eighth. And I figured I'm going to take an eighth from both bales. Don't never know. I'm going to open up the other bale. It wasn't weed.
3x3 goal in Tokyo. And another one of the players who
I've
won the
never done
WNBA
coke
title.
before.
So
I
much
knew what
success.
it did
So
to people.
much,
I
so
didn't know
many of these
exactly.
players.
I knew it made people talk a lot.
That's
I
not
knew
also
it
very
made
listen.
people
Like I
make
said,
weird
for a big
faces.
rider who's been
I
through
knew
so
it made
much.
people make little fucking gestures with their fucking filthy little hands.
Massive for Brittany going
So I
out,
said, what do I do?
able to represent her country.
So I said, you know what?
Didn't play many
We'll
minutes,
take
but throughout this tournament has been so tough.
Put it in the container.
Referee.
Put it upstairs. And just save it.
Her first
Just see if somebody
goal
wants
that
to buy it or
the
whatever.
United States coach
So that
team
night I took a
that
little bit
expects
from
to
it.
win
And I put it
has
in the
done
room
so
foil. That's what it
in
is.
Paris.
79, everybody had a room foil. Knowing what I know now, I probably took a gram.
They were
And I probably took 3/10 or 4/10 of a gram, put it in the room foil,
also
and gave it to a
noted
friend of
sure
mine
that
and
they
said, let me
can
know what
match
you
it with
think.
this
He's
team
like,
and they
wow.
need to keep
In
going.
those days, to
Keep
give
playing
some,
at their best.
just for somebody to give you joint is big. To somebody to give you
They want to
cocaine.
make it the
Everybody
standard.
wanted cocaine
You know,
those
the
days.
gold medal
And
way,
here I
the
had it in
gold
my fucking
standard.
garage.
You ever saying how strong it was?
Yes, I gave it to my buddy. I looked out the anything. He told me the next day, he's like, dog, that shit is fucking rocket fuel.
And it wasn't
You
pretty
gotta
today,
get me
but
more, but I
sometimes
knew the
games
value
rugby,
of
we
it.
find a
I
way
didn't
to
want to
get
get
it
my
done,
mother in
and
trouble.
that they have.
So I told him I couldn't get it no more.
For us,
And I took the rest of it and put it in my jacket, and it stayed there. I figured I was going to wait for another friend of mine to tell me that he did it,
trophies
and I would give him whatever I had left, you know. So come Halloween Day, 1979, you know, the night before, like, the night before we already made a plan, like, they know me from the school tomorrow, we're playing hooky, you want to cut out of you win? I'm like, yeah, I'm in.
Did you go trick or treating along?
Yeah.
That's the last thing the gold medalists of the United States of America.
Like, I think I didn't wear a costume when I was 12.
I can't imagine. I think after you're doing acid, you can't wear it.
I was wearing my costume. I think that year I went to a Halloween party, and I think that Mean Luge, we were just talking about this at the Stress Factory in New Jersey. Me and Avila were talking about it. That me, Avila, and my friend Luge dressed up like ghosts. And we all took acid, and we all just stared at each other all the And we did go to a Halloween party. That was probably the last time I dressed up. It was that year like a ghost. And I think I dressed up again when I was 2 years later in Colorado, like an abortion. But we ate the Quaaludes and I passed out. We never made it out of the house. You know, I woke up with a hanger around my neck and long underwear. Fucking hell.
Heyo.
Once you get back to it.
Welcome back, Tim.
So the night before Halloween, 79, me and my buddies go, fuck it, we're going to play hooky tomorrow. Okay. That morning when I woke up, I took a shower, I got dressed, and I go, I'm going to go meet my buddies. I had some weed, I had some mescaline. And I go, wait a second. Maybe I should bring this coke. And I go, I'll bring the coke. I'm not going to do it. But I'll give it to somebody, some chick, whatever.
6 times, 3 times the first time. It is still
So I took the coke with me. I took the bus up to the high school. We had a Wizards. We used to meet a pinball place called Wizards instead. And we were on our way to Albertsons by Hudson County Park. To allow booze from Albertsons. Because Albertsons had no security. So we just go in there and each of us would take something and run out. And run into Hudson County Park with booze, trying that they couldn't chase us.
Under you're half a kid at a pinball place,
So,
and then you're stealing liquor from
so
the
we're at a pinball place next to Hashways, the deli. In those days, it was a pinball place, Hashways, and then a liquor store on the corner. The kid, Joe Ascione, used to hang out at that liquor store all the time. He was friends with the owner. The guy knew, like, all we had to do was stand in front of the fucking liquor store. He knew we were aliens. And he knew he would smash his fucking windows, so he wasn't going to knock. If we got somebody to go into him, he would sell us the booze.
Okay.
So we're walking back, we're at Wizards.
every fuck. We're not gonna.
What up,
Can't
Ken?
find anybody at 10 to buy us booze. So we're let's go to Hudson County Park. While we're paying for booze, let's just rob the fucking Albertsons and run to the market.
Take care, big dog. We love you, Frosty. Peace out, buddy.
$25 bag of weed, rolled up the night before, like 32 joints. You know, we start at 10 and we go till 3 in the afternoon. Like, so we're walking up to Hudson County Park, and also we get like breaks.
Yeah.
We turn around and 50 yards from us is a beer truck. Across the street from that liquor store. Sometimes he would park in front of the liquor store. For some reason, he parked in front of the bank across the street from the liquor store. When we looked at him, there was one single guy. He was walking across the street, whistling like it's a beautiful day to be alive. We fucking dash across the street. And not on the side that's to him.
Yeah, the bad side.
The other side. We go on the other side, slide open the fucking door. And we each take a case of some Heineken, Michelob, whatever. And we fucking start running down the fucking hill. And the guy's like, hey, come back. We start taking cases. You know, like out of 4 or 5 of us, I think we lost 3 cases. The guy's chasing us down the fucking hill. And we ran down to like this street called Connolly. And then my buddy said, the one that got to the trouble a month ago, said to me, my mother's getting her head done today. It's a certain day. Let's go to my house. So we went back to his house. We put the beers in the refrigerator. We took the other beers and put them in a bucket of ice. And we smoked pot in his yard for a little while. We got nice weed it up. It was like maybe 6 of us. 2 other guys came home. And we had, I'll never forget, we had a case of quartz. And one of the guys robbed a bottle of vodka from his mother's house. And everybody was Italian. And their name, so all of them had Zambuca. So my buddy, whose house it was, that I did all the acid with, like that day, we were in the basement listening to music. But the other 4 guys didn't know that him and I were on acid.
Oh, you were also on acid?
We were on acid, we were drinking and we were smoking dope. It's 11 in the morning. We were young. Ted Nugent. This is way before Pink Floyd, The Wall. This is like Aerosmith days, Ted Nugent. And we're sitting there. And next thing you know, he says to me that he's going to go upstairs and make vodka and Zambuca and peppermint schnapps. So we also had peppermint schnapps. So we were going to make vodka and Zambuca, and there's a name for that, like frozen something. I don't know. I'm not up with all the fucking bartender names and shit like this. So he goes, let's go upstairs and let's shave ice. Let's make these Zambuca, these peppermint schnapps. Vodka. So I said, okay. So they're all downstairs. You know, I don't know how many kids are exactly there, you know. But me and him go upstairs alone. This kid, like I said at the time, he was an honor student. But he was crazy like me. He was into, you know, eugenics. Just me and him. It was our little secret. And the real reason why I helped him out, and I always help him out, is because of this. I've never told nobody this. While we were in that kitchen, I looked at him. I go, hey, I gotta show you something. And I went in my pocket and I took out the aluminum foil. He goes, what is that? It's cocaine. He goes, where'd you get it? And I never lied to him. I got it from downstairs in my mother's basement. But I gave some to such and such. He told me it's rocket fuel. What do you think? Now, in my heart, I didn't really want to do it. But if he called my bluff, I would have been stuck. So he goes, fuck it. Let's do it. So I opened up the aluminum foil. I emptied out what was on that thing. We cut it up into 4 lines. We each did a line. We looked at each other for like 4 or 5 minutes. Then we did another line.
a piece. And then whatever was left, we sprinkled. Drinks. Drink. We never told nobody. Nothing. But the reason why that kid didn't grow up to his potential was because I gave that line of coke that day. And I could never forget that. And I could never forgive myself for that. And when that thought came to me Thursday night, because this came to me Thursday, like I went to the stress factory last week. The situation with the cops was handled by Friday, and he had gotten the check by Monday. I spoke to him on Tuesday. For 2 days, whatever went down had eaten away at me. But Thursday, after the fucking trick-or-treat, the walking into the Halloween parade, that night, when I got home that night, I looked at my wife and I tell you something? You really want me to tell you why I was get out? I never told me what it is. Because I was the first person to ever get that. Me and him did cocaine together, Halloween 1979. If I wouldn't have given him that coke, his life would have been completely different. Maybe my life would have been completely different. Because I would have never done it. I don't know if I would have done it. I don't know.
I mean, part of you has to realize that, like you said at the beginning, that you guys grew up through the cocaine epidemic. So you could be right, but I mean, it's at least 50-50, which is probably not.
We were 50 miles away from that island. I could look you in the eye and tell you that. If you want me to candy coat it for you, you don't make like a candy coat it, but I'm not going to candy coat it for you.
Okay.
We were 50 miles away from that island. We shouldn't even have thought about doing cocaine until we were 19. And by that time, we looked at each other and said, it's too late. We ain't doing that junk. Look what's happening around us. But we did. I should have never taken that coke. And I should have never brought it to that kid's house that day. So I put it over my wife this. My wife this. And she looked at me. She goes, now I knew. Got up like a man. I went in my office and I called him. And I talked to you about something. I just want you to know something. And this is how I feel. Feel that.
J'ai pour habitude de créer des images dans lesquelles je me mets en scène.
You went to college.
Ce qui m'a énormément intéressé dans ce projet-là, c'est que les athlètes sont des artistes de leur mouvement, des nageurs, des escrimeurs. Ça a toujours été pour moi comment mélanger le mouvement avec le et comment réussir à créer quelque chose qui soit un petit peu unique et différent, vraiment représenter ces deux mondes sur leur projet. Et ce que j'ai voulu faire lors des Jeux Olympiques, c'est inviter des athlètes dans l'univers et vraiment créer une chorégraphie, créer un visuel qui casse un peu les codes, qui revisite peut-être le sport et amène quelque chose d'un petit peu nouveau qui n'a pas forcément été vu dans le passé. Et de là, ça m'a donné d'autres idées. Ça m'a été soit permis de sortir un athlète de son lieu de travail, comme un cas de l'amener au petit panier dans un lieu institutionnel, ou d'aller chez l'athlète et amener quelque chose de différent par une touche de mode. Et donc ça a été ce mélange de mode, d'art, de sport, de physicalité, de poésie. À travers toutes ces différentes collaborations, des nouvelles idées qui sont venues, et notamment celle des années olympiques. On a de la mode parce que la France, c'est la mode, c'est Paris. J'ai clôturé cette magnifique année 2024 avec un premier livre qui va s'intituler Forward Sport ou Sport in the Air. Une manière d'un peu de résumer ce magnifique parcours et cette magnifique collaboration que j'ai pu faire avec tous les athlètes. J'ai un rêve qui s'est réalisé, c'est que j'ai pu porter la torche olympique et je l'ai porté à Versailles, qui était juste une expérience incroyable de pouvoir avoir ce lieu dans lequel je pouvais m'exprimer, danser et porter la torche. C'est une super histoire et j'en suis extrêmement heureux.
It's possible. I mean, I know it's not possible, but this is the question I always ask myself. Like, if you could go back and redo it and, like, have to live your life all over again and change that, would you do it?
No, I would have never taken that cup.
But if you could, but I'm saying, if you had the choice, you're like, okay, you can either keep going or go back and switch it, but then you have to live your life all over again.
I don't know. Okay, that's all I feel. All I'm saying is that it was a bad move by me 4 years ago this Halloween. And I wouldn't have gone through half of the shit I went through. And he wouldn't be in the position he was in today if we wouldn't have fucking done this. And I have to look at it from that perspective. I really do. I've always felt that. After he got in trouble, like the first time when the cops kicked his door down, I was always welcome at his house. After the cops kicked his door down, I did the longest yards in the interviews for the local papers. Said at the time, he wouldn't invite me to his house anymore. And I think his mother put it together. His father put it together. And I think his mother still knows that we're friends. We just put together that maybe because he hung out with me at an early age, he got into the trouble he did. Because when I gave my interview in 2004, I was very candid. I was very honest about my drug use and stuff. And they put it all in paper. I didn't mention any names, but you know, your son's with this kid 5 fucking nights a week. One night I put coke in their house. I hit it, and I woke her up at 4 in the morning. Told her that I left my wallet in his bedroom. And I went in his bedroom and took the coke out of the closet because he was in the city. I mean, we put it to Ralph. So, you know, these are the stories I tell people that I live with. I'm ashamed of him. He had potential to do anything he wanted in his fucking life. Anything he fucking wanted in his life. Do I get up in the morning and cry? No. Do I go to see a psychiatrist about it? No. I feel the same thing you feel. Part of me feels that eventually we both would end up where we would end up. That's the way fate is. But my little paranoid, responsible mind, not responsible. And I love him dearly. Like I love him dearly. He's my brother. I'll never let him starve. I'll never let anything bad happen to him because he never took a beating for me. But he took a lot of beatings because of me. And he would tell everybody to go fuck himself. So this is the story of my life. This is who I am today. Speaking of which, yesterday, November's always been a weird fucking month to me, guys. Like, November's one of those months that one of my great friends died in November. Yesterday, the 3rd.
Insurer of the year
12 years she's been dead, you know. It was Rick Ramos' birthday yesterday. My mother died this year, November 8th, to be the 40th anniversary of my mother's death. I got arrested this month in '87. I quit cocaine in November in 2007. I'm coming up on 12 years of no coke. A lot of different things happened in my life. I was initiated at the St. Maria in November. November's a pretty big month for me. And yesterday morning, I woke up. I knew Marilyn had died the 3rd or the 4th or the 5th. I just had to wait till it popped up on Facebook. Rick Ramos' birthday. And I knew the anniversary. This morning, Sunday morning when I woke up about 8 and I was pissing. I was pissing. I immediately thought of Marilyn. And I swear to God, guys, I went in, got coffee, had breakfast with the family. The girls went to church. I had to take a class on Sundays on screenwriting. And I think 20 minutes after my wife left, after my wife and the baby left the phone away, and it was Rick. I go, happy birthday. I was just about to call you. I was just thinking about Marilyn. I know this is the day. It was 12 years. Me and Rick spoke a little bit. We spoke about Apocalypse Now. He was there at 8:30 waiting for me like a fucking idiot. That's why I love it. But, I talk a lot about Ralphie on here. We touch on Brody a lot. I never really talked to you guys about Marilyn Martinez. I met Marilyn Martinez in '96 in Los Angeles. The Latino Live Festival was doing a showcase. And they said that if I could get myself down there, they would put me up for 2 nights. And it'd be like $100 per diem if I came down and showcased the diem product. So I Rob Long, who was a photographer. So thank God shout out to Rob Long out of Seattle. Rob Long. It goes Rob Long with my situation. He goes, fuck, I gotta go to LA. Anyway, I'm driving. We just drive to split the gas. We're fine. We drove to LA. Paid it back in tickets for the showcase. We didn't drive 10 minutes to die. Every night driving 18 hours to die is a little bit. But it was also a month ago. They told me to go over to a laugh factory in the field. They said, if you go over there and tell them to come out of South, they'll put you up. And I went over there, they sold out.
But still, even in its true size depiction,
The lineup is fucking good. That's
the top 5 of biggest
Pablo Francisco, Carlos Garcia, George Lopez. I mean, it was fucking just a very fucking tremendous show.
Which a lot of times I used to look at a map and think, how did Russia get this big?
And I asked the kid if I could go up on the chance. Well, that's exactly what we went to. We set apart 6 minutes up there and died another slow death. But I made a couple people laugh. People I made laugh. Let's just change.
The answer has very much to
I
do
was
with
on stage 2 minutes.
There
I
are
came
three
right up
factors
there.
that
She's like, I know
explain
you.
the ease with which the Russian state expanded. Low population, the fact that
The working bowler. Yeah, she was named Marilyn Martinez. They gave her a hug.
is flat, save a few obvious
Chris
exceptions.
husband.
Low population
This is a
means that a
sweetheart
nation
of a man.
just claim a
We went
large
outside
part
and she
of
filmed
land.
me
There
in
was no
on
way to
LA.
challenge that claim. Then it
And
became
Tino
clear
scene
vast
was
tracts
moving.
of what
This,
Russia is today
this.
were
She gave me a
unpopulated
number.
or barely populated.
Next
Time
day,
that they
I
were
got up in
annexed
the
by the
hotel.
Russians. So all the Russians had to
The
do was
last
show up and
20
say,
hours
hey,
I had,
this is
I
ours
think,
now. There weren't big
cab
settlements with
over the
fortified
Silver
walls
Lake.
and kings
She
with large
introduced me to
armies.
Jeff
The Russians
Garcia
had to defeat
and a bunch of other
great effort
comics, and she
for
gave me
to conquer.
numbers to call
Don't get me
once
wrong,
I came back
Russians
to
did
LA.
have enemies, especially to the
She
south.
said you should stay, you know, and you got a spare bedroom. When they said after leaving, she'd like to stay. You know, I'm like, I can't. I'm going up and say I'm on probation. I was back up there, blah, 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 blah. But I called her every week from Seattle.
So that's
I
question
kept in touch with her for like 6 or 7 months.
Second
And
question.
then once Doug Stanhope came up there and told me to move, I called her and I said, what do you think? She goes, now is the perfect time. And I came down there and she introduced me to the guy that was doing the team at the store, team at the Improv. I forget what his name is, God bless his soul, he's a good dude. But you know, the Laugh Factory was out, so she pretty much filled me in on what to do. She asked me where I was going to go Monday night if I had a place to stay and her girlfriend. So I said yes, she goes, well, make sure you go to the store. And I'm not going to put on that tonight, but I'll see you there every week. You have to go to the store. Because the time she saw me get on stage, she was one of those people that came up to me and said, has Mitzi seen me yet? And I'm like, no, Mitzi hasn't seen me. So, pretty much just, I kept in touch with her and moved back. I came to LA and I called her. We became friends. She was a big time friend at the store. Mitzi loved her. That was Mitzi's girl. Mitzi loved her. She was dirty. She was fat. She was brash. The whole fucking thing. So after I became, you know, even before that, she talked to Mitzi about me, and Mitzi listened to her a little bit. So I was like her and Eddie Griffin. But we just became dear friends. And she introduced me to friends.
The situation allowed them to gain
2000 and
power, also
maybe, I don't know, Rick first movie
since
games
it
a
was
kid.
less likely to be raided by the
We
Mongols
became
after
friends. I learned a lot from her.
advantage of the collapse and
Because she hadn't
separation
been
of
here
the
for that long. You know, she hadn't been here already for like 15
Russian
years.
states
She
against the
was
Mongols
regular
and
at the
defeated
store
them,
like
conquering
94
part of their
or
lands,
something like that.
most importantly, ending the
And we
subjugation
became
of the
dear
Uruguay
friends.
princes
It was just
towards the
amazing.
Mongols.
She was
There
friends
were
with
many
Ralphie
battles
also.
and
We
even
were
many
all
wars until the
3 fat
Mongols
fucks
were
and we
defeated
loved each
by
other.
Ivan III
And I still
over
look
the
forward
Great
to
War
over
decided
Corpus
as
Christi.
the restoration
I
of Russian
flew her
independence
husband.
240 years after the
I
Mongols
went to the
invaded
room the
and
next day.
conquered Kiev. Once again,
They came up with
Russian
a
states
little 9-foot screens. They had everything. Sandwich meat, peanuts,
run out,
yogurt. They were
the first
happy
great
shit on the road.
expansion of
You
Moscow's
would both
territory
get
was led
maybe
by this great prince,
$750.
Ivan III.
You know, I think it was maybe too much to drive for 24 hours, you know. West of the run coming up one night going, hey, they're looking for you downstairs. They got me, they give me the milk for the cocaine. I go, no, you know, here, take mine. And she gave me the milk for the fucking coke. And I went down and got 4 coke. Marijuana,
His son,
was
Vasily III, continued his policy of expansion, annexing the last autonomous provinces within the Grand Valley, also capturing Smolensk, Lithuania, 1514
you know,
as well,
like she had no successor poetry
along the Volga River.
and
The
then
fun
she
fact
did
is that
the
he
Demons
was the
of
first
Comedy.
Grand Duke of Moscow who
Then
adopted
she
the
did
title
something
of
on
Tsar,
Showtime.
usage of the
And she
Byzantine
was
double
getting
head.
well. She was
After
opening up
Vasily
her
came
ball.
another rival, but this one wasn't known as great. He was known
She had
as
stomach.
terrible. He was declared emperor of all Rus in 1547 and established the Tsardom of Russia, with Moscow
Went to the
as the
doctor. They told
predominant
her she had
state,
cancer.
the capital, if you will. During his youth,
Went
Russia
down
conquered
and
the
saw
Khanate of Kazan and the
it
Khanate
had
of
spread.
Astrakhan, the latter being important to
Wildfire
further
already.
control the Volga River trade
And
route.
then when
He
I
also
got down
lost
there,
some
the
land
story that she had
in
gone to the back in 4
the war
weeks.
against the Lithuanian Confederation,
First week,
Poland, Lithuania,
but we're
then
all
Norway
very
and Sweden. But the most
scared of doctors. We
expansion
think
during
things are going to pass us.
Ukraine
That's the
was
shit
the
I
one
do.
towards Siberia. And this time,
Too
the
late.
second half
You
of
know,
the 16th
she got
century,
diagnosed
Russia
in April.
started a large-scale
Did all the
exploration
surgery to her.
colonization of Siberia,
All
a
these
process which
surgeries.
would take a long
She
time
stayed
to
in the
complete. He
hospital
found a
till
terrible
about
son,
July.
Fyodor, took little interest
And
in him,
after that was
and
in
it
and
was
out.
his
Like you
brother-in-law
talk
Boris
over
who
their
had
house.
power.
The
Fyodor
next day
died
you
without
talk
any
to
children.
at the
The
hospital.
extinction
Then
of
the
the
next
Roman
day you
dynasty
go to the
directly
hospital
led
because they
Russia
specialize in cancer and
century
heart.
after their arrival
So
from
we couldn't get to
in
go
this
see her.
region. Boris
And then she
became
finally
Tsar
came home.
himself in 1598. The first
On
one
Sunday,
that
they had
wasn't
a
from
big
the
thing
Roman
for her
dynasty.
house.
Boris's policy was generally Pacific, and the only relevant expansion in the West seems to be the recovery of some towns from Sweden in 1594. But it did have an important role in expanding Russia's population and territory in the east. It built towns and fortresses along the eastern and southern borders, including the Tatar and Finnic tribes in the border, and it colonized Siberia and the settlements as well as conquering the local Khanate. His son and heir, Fyodor II, only moved for a few months.
See in her eyes that she was scared.
He didn't really have time to write his name in the history of Russia's expansion. However, he
She
did
was very
create
dirty
a
on
map
stage.
of Russia.
I
Still
remember
preserved
one day
today,
my wife
re-edited
telling me that
throughout
I'm
that
the
century.
one she
May
calls
not have contributed to expanding the Russian territory, but it did contribute to the identity
my
that
wife
allowed
would
us
ask
today
me, hello,
to see how
no
it
cops
was back then.
doctor.
As we can see here, Russian control was
She was
already
very
vast
dirty.
at this point,
That
but
day
it
she
did not
said
yet
to me
stretch
that
too far into the east.
she
Fyodor II stepped the period known as the time of troubles began in Russian history, lasting from 1605 to 1613, although arguably it had begun with the end of the Roman dynasty in 1590.
I'm sitting there this whole time and I'm listening to her.
When it last
And I know she's under some type of drug.
his heir would have been his younger brother, Dmitry, but Dmitry died before him, leading the region to always be
We're talking back and
this
forth.
gigantic crisis. So, during the time of the troubles, a number of fake immigrants showed up, pretending to be the wife and heir, who they pretended had miraculously survived, therefore having the right to the throne, would restore the Roman dynasty and end the troubles. And what's crazier is that it worked, whether out of convenience or actual belief, local nobles were not one, not two, not three, but 4 false Dimitri's, the first king Zorfin. But let's not get lost in the details. The time of the troubles was an incredibly serious crisis for Russia, and so, understandably, there was no territorial expansion during this time. In fact, the only changes were losses of territory as a result
If you
of
know
the
anything
war
about
against
it, if anybody ever said that to me,
conquered
I
Severia
would laugh in
and
their
conquered
face.
Smolensk. This period
The way her eyes would look
with the election of Michael Romanov as
the
Tsar
way
and
her
Council of
eyes
Nobles,
would look
establishing the Romanov
I
dynasty,
knew she was
which
fucking
ruled Russia until the revolution of
staring
1917.
to me.
Michael Romanov ruled from 1613 to
To my stomach
1625
like
alongside his father until 1618. After his reign, the project of colonizing Siberia, begun by Ivan the Terrible, was finally complete. Russia conquered most of Siberia, a feat largely accomplished by the armies of the Cossacks and largely financed by the merchant Stroganov family, reaching the Pacific Ocean by the end of Michael's reign. This was, in terms of size, the period of the largest territorial expansion in all Russian history. Now, the task he faced territorially was
put an end to the conflicts with Sweden and the Netherlands, which had begun during its economic troubles. The peace deals reached Moldova, Sweden, and the Union with Poland. With Sweden, Russia gained Novgorod and other land it had lost in the war, but also renounced all claims to Estonia. Livonia also was part of the Red Line, to the Swedes. With Poland, the previous conquest of Smolensk was accepted by Russians. Oh, and another term was the return of Michael Frank, and a prisoner who we just saw here alongside him for a while. Alexei succeeded Michael, and in his reign, new wars against Sweden and Poland took
The
place.
one where they said
Sweden did not seek any territorial changes, as far as I can find out. All that happened was Russia giving out territorial gains it had made during the war. However, the peace was granted in 1667 saw great territorial gains for Russia, despite casinos and Darkways. Noticeably, Smolensk once again changed hands, being conquered by the northern parts of Ukraine, especially.
I got high like that.
Supposed to be a
Sunday, Monday.
transfer was made permanent 20 years later when Russia bought the seat for 146,000 rubles. So the original seat of power in the dynasty in Russia was recovered, but this time with the reign of the new Rothschilds. Alexei's son, another Theodore III, only contributed to the expansion of the Kissing Canate in 1680. He was succeeded by his two sons, Ivan V, especially Peter I, known as Peter the Great. The two brothers ruled Russia together from 1682 to 1696. Then, when Ivan died, Peter began ruling the town until 1725. A real administrative mess. There were codes of laws. Ivan was the senior czar, but for the first 7 years, it was their sister, as regent. Anyway, during this reign, most contributed to Peter the Great. Some important expansions to the Peter wanted to modernize and industrialize Russia. The key necessity was improving Russia's naval power, and so he went to war with the Ottomans to acquire access to the Black Sea. In 1698, he conquered the Ottoman fortress of Azov, gaining access to the sea and establishing Russian influence in the area. However, he lost these a few years later. After having established a foothold in the Black Sea in the south, he now wanted a foothold in the Baltics, and then at the time controlled by Sweden. Although this time he encountered with the help of Denmark
got on my hands and knees and I said,
these
so I was
nations
clean
constantly
like 4 or 5 fucking days. I was mad about the Maryland thing.
This
I was mad about
the
it. I
Russians
hadn't gone
conquered
in for the movie
annexed
thing
Crimea,
yet. I think I did go. I was mad about the
substantial
movie.
part of Karelia.
Maryland came back. I left her funeral.
Which then became the
Because
capital
the funeral
of the
was in
Tsardoms of
Silver.
Russia, rebranded by
And then
Peter
there was a
as the Russian
cemetery.
Empire in 1721. In his
I
final
couldn't
years,
make it
Peter
to the
the Great took
funeral.
the additional
At the
title
church,
of
I couldn't make it to the
all
burial
Russians,
because I had an
the
interview that day.
multinational character
It
of the
was all
empire
like,
during Peter's reign. The
like
expansion
fucked up.
into Central Asia also
And I still
began.
remember going in that day for the movie and being furious.
A military expedition attempted to conquer
That
Canate,
was the benefit
but was completely defeated and destroyed.
And I
They
wasn't gonna
successfully
go.
expanded to the south, although
Somebody go, you have to go down there. She was your friend. You have to go down there and represent.
Because of
I was
this,
so
Peter launched the Russian
4 or
version
5
of
days.
1722, which began Russian
Fuck, this is gonna be rough. And I actually went and stopped. I got
forced
back
to hand
and put
over
it in my pocket and went
territories to
down.
Russia. But 12 years later,
And
they
that's
were
not
returned
caused
to
havoc with that book
Peter
of
was
music.
succeeded by his wife.
Caused havoc. They asked me to leave the store. They thought this thing was working my fault, but I
She
gave
was,
the
however, the
package away.
first woman to
And then that following week, I gave it up
the path
officially.
for other female
But it
rulers in the
wasn't
future, such as Catherine the Great. Other successors followed after Catherine I's death. Peter II, Anna returned military to the Persians in the Caucasus, but recovered Azov from the Ottomans. Ivan VI, Elizabeth conquered southwest Arabia from the Swedes. Then Peter
That's it.
III.
It's a
These
Monday
focused more
fucking
on
morning
internal
podcast.
development,
Fuck.
anticipating
Nice and
Europe's
simple.
political and military life.
I just wanted to tell
Instead
you
of
some things
continuing
about my
Russian
life that
expansion,
started
which
for
is
a
somewhat
week.
understandable. Such a
Let
big
you know
amount
it's
of
gonna
land
be a
had
good
already been
fucking
taken
year.
that
It's
it
good.
was important to stabilize
2000
it and deal with other issues before
Don't
going off
forget,
on further
listen,
conquests.
Detroit, I'll
The
be
next
there
period of
Thursday.
significant changes
Friday
came in
and
the
Saturday's already sold out
1760s
anymore.
with Catherine
Listen,
II,
right now at this
known
point,
as
I
Catherine
got
the Great.
2 nights
A period
available
of
in Miami.
gigantic territorial
I got
expansion.
Friday the
During her
28th,
reign, she
Saturday
extended
the
the borders of
29th.
the
I
Russian
think those are
Empire
dates
by
in
around
November. Go to
520,000
improv.com,
square
double check.
kilometers.
And that's the
Absorbing
Miami
South
Improv
Ukraine,
Friday.
Crimea,
The 2 late shows are sold out. So you only have to choose an early show. And for the following week, and all I have is tickets available for the 10:30 show at Town Hall, New York City. The early shows, there's tickets left, but they're all over $130. Don't pay for them. Then you have to get the
The scalpers, it's not your, it's not
no, it's on the site. It's on the fucking Town Hall site. Well, yeah, so hold on, just get shows. It's New York. They were out to fight last night till 1 in the morning. It's common. It's the thing that they don't put Joe. So it's 28th, 19th, 30th, whatever the fuck it is, Miami Improv, and then December 6th, tickets still available. 10:30 show. Town Hall. Real quick, I'm going to talk to you about a few people, and then I'll get you out of here. CBD Live. Listen, CBD's everywhere. Jesus fucking Christ. There's a place by the Improv. You go and give a blood test, and they say that they make CBD specialized in what the fuck you need. Listen, that's all great, man. But for right now, I got what's going to get you to the next level. You ready? Come here.
early start of the colonization of Alaska before Russia sold it to the U.S.
I tried that product. I reached out to them. The rest is fucking history.
And in exchange, expected it to establish new settlements in Alaska, carry out an expanded colonization program. This was in 1790. The colonization took place but was stopped with the Alaska Purchase by the U.S. in 1867. Both son and heir Alexander I could not, however, run away from territorial issues because
this
there
last
was
week
rain
I did 66
Russia
points on
would
Weight
have to
Watchers,
as well.
whatever,
Other than
the
fighting off
athletic thing.
Napoleon's invasion,
This
several
thing helps
additional
me
territories were
recruit,
annexed
help my
during
recovery,
Alexander's reign.
takes time information.
1801 and
CBD is the way to
1825.
go.
Eastern
It's the
Georgia,
future.
the
But
Grand
there's
Duchy
a lot
of
of fucking
Finland,
mystics out
Western
there, a lot of
Georgia,
garbage.
Bessarabia,
Don't
Moldova,
be
the
fooled.
Duchy of Warsaw, Georgia,
CBDLive.com. Go to
Dagestan,
their website.
Northern
That's their
Azerbaijan,
fight. That's
and
results.
Northern Armenia. Successor Nicholas I
They
conquered
have
the
the
remaining parts
CBD
of
that you need to
Azerbaijan and
use for
Armenia
the particular
in
element.
1828.
Who does that for
These
you?
previous gains
Nobody.
were results
Go to CBDLive.com right now. Press the church and get 20% off your first order. Do not forget, listen, you get a little older, maybe you're young.
China ceded
You're
lands
losing
north
your
of the
hair.
Amur River.
You have some problems. You get white to the dick and get you hard like it used to be.
Second Opium War.
Never fear, Uncle Joey's here. The solution,
Established Russian
forhims.com right now. It's a one-stop shop for hair loss, skincare, and sexual wellness for men. Listen, the best way to prevent more hair loss is to do something about it while you're still stopping left. It's time to get a handle on those precious locks, okay? This Black Friday, secure the best deal of all with a healthy and thicker hairline. Why do guys turn to weird solutions to do nothing? Why? They don't do dicks, you know. When you can turn to medicine and science. Again, I show up with forhims.com. A one-stop shop, hair loss, skincare, and sexual wellness. Uncle Joey with sexual wellness. Your fucking bungalow stick ain't working. Maybe you get the wreck. You know, listen, even if you got a good day, why take a chance? You're going on the first, the second, third date, get a little scalp going there. Listen, for years, all these fighters did steroids. What, you know, a lot of these steroids, because you're going to go get some more chicken stats. Go to forhims.com right now. No more for in-person doctor visits or long pauses in life. Forhims connects you with real doctors online, which can save you hours. It's completely confidential and discreet. What you're doing, you answer a few questions, a doctor will review it, and then determine what's right for you. You can prescribe, they can prescribe the medication to treat hair loss or ED that's shipped directly to your door. Nobody knows nothing. This Thanksgiving when your relatives are like, oh my goodness, look at the health report. They don't know. They don't know about your hair. That you're not a turkey. You're not what's dangling between your legs. It's a fucking nightstick in the police department. You understand me? Go to forhims.com right now. Listen, the church family right now gets a complete egg kit loss. A complete egg kit. $5 right now while supplies last. Subject, the doctor's approval. Stop losing hair. Stop being the mobo in bed. Stop, cutting yourself short when you got help. Listen, right now, go to the website for full details and safety information. Forhims.com. This costs you hundreds if not thousands. If you went to a doctor or a pharmacy somewhere else, I'm going to get you started for $5 Today, go to
So
4hims.com
that was a
/Joe.
very
You get
brief overview
go
of
to
how Russia got
fourhims.com
going over the
/Joe.
history of
So
Russia
I
since
walk
its
around
invasion,
looking like a mook
the
like a
arrival
clown with no
of
hair.
princes
And
from
your dick don't
Scandinavia
work.
all the way
You
to
got
modern
4hims.
times, passing through the Rules
fourhims.com
Federation of
/Joe.
Principalities,
Listen,
invasions, the
it's
return
football
of Russian
season.
sovereignty,
It's basketball
the Grand Duchy
season.
of Moscow,
And you're still there asking yourself, what the fuck am I doing with my life? You bet with a bookie, you got no options. My bookie AG gives you options. They got more prop bets than any other website online. And this year, they're running a super contest right now. $100 to enter. You pick 5 motherfucking teams a week against the spread, and you rack up the points. At the end, they count the points. First prize, first place is guaranteed $100,000. So where the fuck are you gonna get that at? Meanwhile, you bet 5 times. You bet those parlay cards, and you're winning every week for $11. Give yourself a break with some real money. Listen, their site has got revamped, and it's looking tremendous. Go take a look at the app already. What I'm gonna do for you is why I like my book is this. You win, you bet, you win, you get paid. What they're gonna do right now, today, Monday, double your first deposit. Use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH to get 100% bonus on your initial deposit up to $1,000. Joey, what does that mean? That means that if you put 500 in, my bookie AG will say, who the fuck is better than you on a Monday morning? Who's slinging dick like you on a Monday morning? Niente, nobody. So visit mybookie.ag today, right now. MyBookie, MYBOOKIE.ag. And don't forget to use promo code CHURCH when creating your account to claim your bonus, all right? And don't forget this Thursday, we'll be dropping one of my bookie videos to rock this fucking world. So go to mybookie.ag, press in promo code CHURCH. I want to thank my bookie. I want to thank forhims.com. And I also want to thank CBDLion.com. But most importantly, I want to thank you fucking savages for always supporting the church and having our back no matter what. Do not forget, Omaha sold out. All 4 shows are gone. Detroit, again, they got $2,000 tickets. You don't want those. Wait till I go to Buffalo again. And then you make a nice weekend. You get your tickets early, and nobody gets their feelings hurt. I don't want nobody paying over $40 fucking $35, $32 plus a ticket charge. I'm not so fucking fucking robbing. Anyway, Miami, December 6th at Town Hall, a late show, 10:30. Besides that, I love you motherfuckers with all my heart. All right? That Christ still loves you. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for having us back. I want to thank my sponsors again, my booking Portland and CBD Lion. And that's it. That's it. Have a great week. Have a great day. And we'll see you motherfuckers Wednesday. Tick tock motherfucking Magoo. Kick this mule lead. Greetings from Podcastville. It's November 12th. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by Stance Socks. Listen, let me ask you something. Remember Christmas morning and socks were one of the worst things you could get? Times have changed. That 4-pack of white gym socks from your Aunt Susan, that ain't happening anymore. Stance Socks are here to rock your Christmas morning. Incredible design and comfort. Listen, you guys know I'm on my feet a lot. And whenever I fly, I use Stance Socks. Like I had to go to Detroit this weekend. You know you're going to be doing some fucking walking. So if you're going to be some walking, you might have comfortable shoes and even better, some comfortable socks. Stance Socks are incredibly comfortable. Now here it is. Right now, just for the church family, Stance has a great offer. Go to stance.com/church and you'll get a free pair of socks with any purchase. That's Stance. Grab a pen. STANCE.com/church to get your free pair of socks. Because if they're not Stance, they're not socks. The Church What's Happening Now is also brought to you by mybookie.ag. We're in the middle of football season. New England had the weekend off. This is your fucking chance to make some money, right? Thanksgiving's coming. You don't want to show up with a fucking duck, do you? You want to show up with a fucking turkey. You like winning money? You like betting sports? I'll tell you where to put your money down. MyBookie.ag. Why? Because you play, you win, you get motherfucking paid. Now, what they're doing is they're going to double your first deposit today. It's Tuesday. Get ready. Thursday night, the party starts. You got NBA Wednesday. Use promo code CHURCH. Get 100% bonus. on your initial deposit up to $1,000. Where are you gonna get that type of action on Tuesday morning? Nowhere. So visit mybookie.ag today and use promo code Church when creating your account to claim your bonus. You play, you win, you get paid. Kick this motherfucking real league.
What's going on, man?
How the fuck? It's great to just see, like I told you when you walked in, it's like watching somebody grow up in front of your eyes. Now you're this man. You know, when I booked the movie, I went back and revisited the series in the beginning. And last time we were talking on the phone, it was like I was watching, just being. I remember the episode when you locked the fucking window and she couldn't get back in. That's like episode maybe 3 or something.
I don't even remember that.
You took out the machine gun. You locked the fucking laundry room so she couldn't back in.
That might be the pilot. That could be the pilot. That might be the pilot.
Little young kid.
I was 12 years old.
How long were you acting before that?
So I was 6 years old, walking down the street with my dad, and some guy came up to my dad and said, "Hey, your son should do auditions," or they didn't know I was gonna be fucking short and look away, but they were like, "You should be a little model, or do whatever." So my dad and my mom, mainly started taking me on auditions for commercials and shit like that, and I booked like Pizza Hut, AT&T. Like a whole IBM, like I booked all these commercials, and then my grandmother passed away. I broke my arm. All this weird stuff kind of happened in my life. My mom, she decided, I guess, for me to stop for a few years. And my manager, who's still my manager today, which is almost 30 years later, this guy Jeff Mitchell, he's fucking amazing. He would call every couple of weeks, couple of months, or whatever, and say, "Hey, he should get back in. He should get back in." And he'd be like, "No." And finally, when we said yes, I went audition and got soprano.
When you got the call, it was like 5 out of 10 people who had become regulars and went on to go on the show. The first time you got the call, I was in New York. I got a call one day and they go, "Hey, you're dropping off tapes." I had this mediocre agent at the mad at the time. He said, "You gotta drop a tape off at Global Entertainment somewhere else. And there's this show, The fucking Soprano." And I'm like, again, I'm not 100%.
Yeah.
Like, that's the first thing I thought of.
Yeah.
So guess what? I dropped 2 tapes off, but I didn't drop the Soprano tape off.
Really?
The pilot. I was in New York like in April or March, and they were looking. And I didn't drop it off until I see different characters in the show getting interviewed, especially that pilot. They were like, wow, what's the same? I think Jamie had the same reaction.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, how was when you went in, did you even know you were walking in?
No, well, I mean, nobody knew. It wasn't a thing yet. It was just a show on HBO, which at the time was not a good thing. You wanted to be fucking CBS or NBC or one of these things. And but what's funny is everybody who's on the show thought it was a thing about singers and everything, and then when they told them, "No, it's not singers, it's about Italian, like mafia shit," they were relieved. Or with me, I was like, "Oh, that's even worse." I probably got a better chance of being a fucking singer because I'm a little Irish kid. I got freckles on my face, and every kid in the audition was like, slick back hair with a fucking leather jacket, and they were all trying to play up the Italian thing. And I remember my mom was even saying, like, "Why did you even send him on this? He didn't look like everyone else at the fucking audition." And every time I cursed in the audition, David Chase laughed. Every time. Then the auditions, then the callbacks, then the next one, he just kept laughing. And I guess that's how I got the job. I got David to laugh over and over.
So you were 12? You said?
I was 12 years old.
When you're that old, like, young, exactly, like, is it like a dream, or are you just there, and is it fun? Like, what is it like? Because when you're an adult, you're like, "Oh, this is my dream." You're 12 years old. You're in 6th grade or something.
It's you're just kind of doing it. You're just kind of like, I remember doing the pilot and being upset, and James coming over to me like, "What's your fucking? Why are you pouting?" And I was like, "Oh, all my friends are at camp." You know, like it was summer camp time. I was like, I want to be with my friends at camp and not here with a bunch of fucking 30-year-olds, you know, sitting around drinking cappuccino or, you know, whatever they're doing. Like, I had a great time, but in my head, I'm like, man, I want to be with other 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds, and I want to be, you know, getting my dick wet for the first time and seeing fucking what's going on instead of sitting around here. But it was, you know, thank God, obviously, you know, because it was the greatest thing that ever happened.
How many days were you on the pilot?
I don't know. It probably I would, if I had to guess, I would say 3 weeks. It could be 2 weeks, could be a month. Honestly, I have no idea. I know towards the end, they started doing some episodes that would take like 6 weeks because it just got so like. If we did an episode where the whole family was there and we're all sitting around the table and like, you know, the cousin or visit, it would take a full day for a minute and a half scene because there's 8 people. You got the wide shots, you got the close-ups, you got to match the food. No, you didn't eat with that hand, you ate with the other hand. You didn't eat fucking, you weren't eating pasta at that point, you were eating fucking salad. You were doing, and you got to match. And then when they finally get your take, they go, all right, everybody go away for 45 minutes, and we don't go outside smoking cigarettes, bullshit, and laughing, and they would be setting up the lights and the cameras and everything, getting ready for the next person's close-up. And then the next person, they had to go around and do 8 of those, and they do a wide shot, then they do 2 shots, so 2 people in each thing. There were times where we would have one dinner scene, and you'd show up at 6 in the morning, go till whatever time at night, and then you'd be showing up the next day again to eat the same fucking cold Chinese food for, you know, 12 hours. And said, but it never, I mean, maybe twice for certain reasons did it ever feel like work to me.
Now, so you shoot the pilot, you go home and go back to your life.
Yeah, totally.
Think about it, you're 12, looking to get your little balls licked. How long do you get the call?
Well, what actually happened was, it didn't happen like that. What happened was, I got the pilot, and everybody in my family goes, he's going to be famous. You're going to be on the fucking TV show, and you're going to be famous. This is it. This is the beginning. And then we went to shoot the pilot, and people like Tony Sirico would be like, yeah, we fucking, you know, we do, 5 of these every year, and then we'll never see each other again. And he just fucking shot all my dreams down. I went back, fucking 12 years old, back to my family, who we were broke, and telling them, yeah, you know, what we thought this was, it's not. It's like, they do these all the time. It's a show for HBO. People were talking, this is a fucking show for HBO. What do you think it's going to be? A fucking, you know, a big deal? So I remember going back and telling my family, breaking the news to them, that, no, this isn't the big thing, you know? And then they called and said, we're going to do a season. And we did the season. And then I remember, it never really hit me, honestly, until I got a phone call and they said, there's a billboard with you on it in Times Square. And my family got in the car and we drove into fucking Times Square. We're driving through the traffic and we're looking around and and somebody's like, there it is. And they looked up and my face was on the fucking billboard in Times Square. And I was like, oh shit.
I heard the premiere party was a pizza place in the village.
I think so. It might have been a job.
Like a small, like HBO didn't even think.
Yeah.
It was really going to do anything, you know, like they had it in the pizza hall or something.
Yeah. But by the way, for then it was like, this is like, I was fucking, I thought it was the great, I'm like, fucking free pizza? Everybody's fucking, I mean, it was amazing. You know, I thought it was incredible. But HBO, I think about the shit, you know, but it's just crazy. Like, I think when I was 16, because we're talking about where I grew up on 92nd Street and 2nd Avenue in New York. And I would be on a Thursday, I'd be in the park with my friends on a, 16-year-old, like drinking 40s, smoking blunts, getting into fucking trouble and shit. And then on Friday, I'd be flying first class on fucking HBO's dime to LA to stay in the nicest hotel in fucking LA on Saturday, Sunday, whatever. I'd be on the red carpet of the fucking awards. There'd be fucking, Tom Hanks and this one and people talking to me. And by Monday, I'd be back in the fucking park drinking a 40, smoking a blunt. And the crazy thing is now I look at it and I go, this sounds insane. Where at the time I was like, yeah, no, I was in LA this weekend. Yeah, fucking I met Tom Hanks, I met all the cast of Friends. I met all of you. Yeah, we're all sitting together and having a drink. And yeah, they were great. I fucking, like, there used to be this homeless guy who we paid to buy us fucking alcohol. Like, we could get beer, but it was hard to get, like, hard alcohol. And I remember, like, I'd be fucking telling the homeless guy about how I was hanging out with, like, Ray Romano the night before, and it's just fucking, I think about it now and I go, that's the craziest shit ever. But at the time, it was totally normal, you know. I'd send HBO back the fucking tuxedo that they rented from wherever for me, and then I'd leave my apartment and I'd go to the park and be drinking, smoking, you know, 3 hours later, just where my buddies hanging out. It wasn't odd to me at all. Like I just thought, yeah, this is life. You know, this is what's going on.
Like for how many episodes before this fucking thing? Just because I had no idea. I'm a cop. I'm on the fucking road, and people are asking me, "Have you watched the show The Sopranos?" And I'm like, "No." But fuck, I was supposed to read to that show.
Right, you didn't drop the table.
The first time I ever seen it was I was in Cleveland. And I went back to the room with like his grandma Boro, and it was on the midnight show. Because they would always have like a 6 o'clock in California, 9 o'clock in New York. You could watch it again that night.
Right.
And it was like maybe episode 5. What the fuck is this? And I was coked up, so I really couldn't absorb, you know, my feelings. But I knew I gotta watch this shit again.
Yeah.
And from there on, I started watching, and it was by like the 8th episode, right? Once that was it, you guys were off the fucking money.
Honestly, I don't remember it ever not being huge from the day I saw that billboard until, you know, and now if I go to a mall in Jersey, it's fucking been nuts, you know, it's still crazy. But when I'm living my normal life, I think there's some things about what I do with my fucking facial hair or the way I shave or don't shave sometimes, or my hair, that there's some days where it's like, I see people staring at me and pointing at me and coming up to me and asking me, and then there's some days where nobody fucking, you know, you go a full day and nobody even looks at you and nobody, it's great. But there was, because you think about it, right? 8 episodes in would be 2 months. So to look back and try and remember like a 2-month period where it wasn't big, but from what I remember, as soon as the fucking pilot went, it was fireworks. It was crazy. Everybody loved it.
And I was telling David, you got Bon Jovi, you got Bruce Springsteen, you know, you got Queen Latifah, you got fucking Naughty by Nature. I come out here in 1997. I signed with an agent, and she goes, "I need a bio." I wrote from New Jersey. This is Bruce Springsteen. It was over right 97. Yeah, Bruce Springsteen, Bon Jovi, all these fucking people in New Jersey. I'll never forget her calling me and saying, "Listen, I'm changing that jersey to New York. Did you say you went to grammar school in New York?" I go, "Yeah." She goes, "I want you to change it to Hell's Kitchen or something." She goes, "It's not cool to be from Jersey." She goes, "It's just not. If people really don't." I told them that. I go, once this show hit, everything changed. Now you can put that you're from Jersey.
Yeah.
People are like, "Oh shit." Like it was that much of an impact. It was that much of an impact. And that was all fucking running.
Yeah. Is it bigger in Jersey than it is in New York?
I mean, it's the fucking,
it represents,
it's the Bible.
And they walk line and sinker because that's your life. Because
like I can't go into a deli in Jersey and get back in the car without somebody knowing. We're like in New York, I could, you know, whatever. But you know what's funny too is like a lot of people come up to me in New York and they're like, "Did we go to school together, or did we?" And I'm like, "You're fucking 58. Like, did we go to school together?" You know what I mean? Like people always say they don't know where they know. You know, people are like, "Did you were you on the fucking softball team and this?" And I'm like, "No." And I don't tell them, you know, why they fucking know me, but and they look and they go, "Oh man, I got somebody on my team look just like me." You know, they can't recall where they know me from. But in Jersey, and they don't look at me like, "Where do I know you from in Jersey?" You know, the second they see you, because I think that there's a lot of people in places where they go, "Oh, I did watch Sopranos 10 years ago." Where anybody who likes Sopranos lives in Jersey has not gone 10 years without watching Sopranos. No, they fucking, it's like it was, you know, it was. They're like, "Oh, it's fucking, you know, I rewatched the whole thing just 2 months ago," you know, and they fucking, it's great, man. They love it. It's great.
It's crazy to say that my career started because of The Sopranos. Just before The Sopranos, I had booked the pilot for CBS as a Puerto Rican bartender in the Bronx County. and I booked basketball as a rep.
Yeah.
And then, I was going out for the big time auditions, but I didn't have the chops. But then I went in for Mad TV for the Sopranos sketch.
Right.
First time they did it. And that blew the fuck up.
Yeah.
Like, Will Sasso was a great Tony Soprano.
Yeah.
We had a great time on it. And then we were going to do it again. The Sopranos kind of stopped this.
Really?
I guess Jamie Lynn was going to host.
Oh, wow.
And they were going to let Jamie do a sketch with us. But I guess the Sopranos was like, she could host. She ain't doing no fucking sketch. So we canceled the sketch. But after the sketch, you have to remember that mob culture just blew up.
Yeah.
I shot maybe 4 commercials a year. And I would walk in and book the thing. I knew when I walked in, I was booking the thing because I looked just like Bush.
Yeah.
I looked just like Pennzoil. Fucking Sears had a Mafia garage commercial. I did a battery commercial for fucking somebody where they're digging the body up. You left the lights on to dig at night.
Right.
We went to start the car didn't start. And they're like, if you were to use this battery, these boxes. I mean, I shot 20 nationals that we'd shoot, get paid for, and then they go, nah, the Italian American Foundation made them. Bud Light, I did one with, what's his name? At the end, they ran over his head. The guy
Frank Vincent?
Frank Vincent, he got taken off. I think his lasted the most out of everybody's. Like 4 different mafia commercials. It was amazing the amount of mob action that was in this town.
Yeah.
I did a movie, You Got Nothing. It was all mob stuff. That was just short films that paid. They would pay me, even though they had no budget. They would pay me because I looked like Vincent Pastor.
Yeah, of course.
It was fucking crazy. And then I went to New York. I was doing the New York Comedy Festival. And Georgianne's assistant was in the audience. And she came up to me and she goes, "Are you busy tomorrow? You have to meet this lady. She's going to want to see you."
For sure.
And I went outside. I was supposed to go to Buffalo. She walked up to me, Georgianne walked. She goes, "Can you leave a business card upstairs? Because we're looking for guys like I'm here 11 o'clock." And we started talking. I read for Gigi. I read for Sharif's part. I read for the cop who's opening up a pizza place now. The federal cop that used to, him, I just bumped into him. He's opening up a pizza place.
Out here?
In Brooklyn.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Back to Brooklyn. I read for that role. And David Chase's note was, "Keep sending me everything that you do." So that, of course, got killed off The Sopranos. He was in a show called The Mezzo about 2 gay mobsters.
Really?
ABC was developing. ABC got cold feet. Got rid of the project. They resold it to Fox. I did the short film. And I sent that to Georgina, and she called me in for Pussy's Brother. It was supposed to have 4 episodes.
Right.
But they sent the sides to the comedy store. I was doing Spider-Man too. I was at Sony. So in those days, you had to be home at 20 bucks a taxes.
Yeah.
So I went to the store, got the sides, and the girl spoke to Sharifah. And I think Sharifah, by mistake, said my friends are auditioning for this thing to Don Herrera, and they called it like a confidentiality agreement.
Really? Get out of here.
Yeah.
But you know what's funny is, like, I hear, first of all, I think a reason why, I don't have social media, I don't do any of the fucking Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, I got nothing. And, like, I think about it now, and I think about how, I see these shows like Stranger Things on Netflix or whatever show, and it's like, hey, we're here now. Look, we're eating up. This is what we're eating. This is what we're doing. Here's where we're standing. Oh, look, here's the. And I think one of the many why Sopranos was so good is there was none of that. You never saw us sitting around fucking smoking cigarettes, laughing in our pajamas, because that's what we would do. They would say, "You got a fucking hour," or we would do read through. We would sit around it. There were no pictures of us anywhere. If you weren't watching me as fucking AJ and Jim as Tony and everybody, she was Carmela. She wasn't putting up Instagram videos every 5 minutes going, "Oh, we're in the kitchen now. We're getting ready to shoot this scene." And I think that it just takes away from the intensity of like how like I think people watch the show, especially New York, New Jersey, and they were like, no, that's Carmella, that's Tony, that's not. Where now today, I think it's like people know so much more about the fucking celebrities, and then I'm having lunch with fucking Jake, and and we're here, and it's just I think there's like, and I think that's why now everything is shifting to fucking podcasts and actually knowing who people are instead of these. I just think like the intensity of it. Like I remember somebody coming up to me once and asking if Tony hit me, and I was like, "What do you mean?" And they're like, "Well, does he has he ever like given you a real beating?" I go, "You watch the show. Whatever he doesn't hit me when the cameras aren't on. I'm like, what are you talking about?" And they just like they couldn't even understand what I was trying to say. Like they were just so fucking caught up in like they saw me in the street and they wanted to know if Tony like beat me. And I was like, it's whatever you see. Like I don't even know how to answer this guy asking me this question. You know what I mean? Where now it's like they would see us fucking on Instagram every day, hugging each other and laughing and this, and they would never ask that question because they would know, they would be like, oh yeah, I saw you and Tony went to go get fucking, chicken fingers the other day, and they would never ask something like that.
The last Olympics in Tokyo 3 years ago.
Were
His
you
final
going to
was on
school?
at the same time as the men's 100-meter final. He finished as a
Well, when we shut the pilot, I mean,
and he
you
couldn't
go
leave,
around
he just
school,
kept walking
obviously.
and said, "No,
Yeah, so I went to school up until about
because we couldn't do it.
maybe 1 or 2 seasons in, and then I was working so much that I would show up to school and I wouldn't know what the fuck they were talking about. So then I just kind of stopped going, and I leaned more towards the fucking kids who were in the park drinking and smoking and that kind of thing. And then I ended up stopped going to school, and HBO got me a homeschool tutor for me to finish out and get a high school diploma. So I was just I would go to school. What I started doing was let's say I'd work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, have off. I would sleep until 11, and I'd go to school. Lunch would be at like 11:30. I'd go right outside my school for everybody to come out for lunch, and then I would try and convince people to stay out and not go back in and hang with me and go to the park and fucking drink a 40 or smoke or do whatever. And then sometimes I would end up like having a few beers at lunch and be like, hey, I'll fucking go back. I'll go back in. Yeah, let's go say hi to Mr. fucking whatever. And it was just, a lot of the times I shouldn't have, I probably should have been walking back in there. But yeah, that was probably, I probably gave up on school around like 14, I would say. Yeah, and then no high school would really accept me because my days absent was so high. I had like my days absent was higher than my average in school. So my average was like a 56, and my days absent was like 58 or some shit like that. I forget the numbers, but so all these schools would just see that and be like, no. And I remember some amazing fucking school called me. I forget if it was like Baruch or like one of these schools, and they go, listen, it was the head of the school. The woman called my cell phone, and she goes, or she called my home phone. I guess because I was young. So she called my home phone and she goes, I want to ask you, I'll accept you into the school if you promise me when you're not working, you'll give it your all and you'll be the best student you could be in the school. And so you don't have to go to fucking MLK or whatever school in New York that you're going to have to go to. I'll let you in the school, but you have to promise me. I go, I can't do that. Because I was like, I'll be lying if I tell you that that's what I'm going to do. Like, I know where I'm at right now. I'm not going to all of a sudden fucking flip a switch and be. And she was like, well, thank you for being honest with me. And then I went to like a pretty shitty school, and that was probably 9th grade, and I just never really showed up. I showed up every now and then to. I don't even know why, honestly. There were just some days where I'd probably wake up and be like, I feel like going to see everybody and fucking hanging out. But I never even I don't even remember getting fucking grades or them to it was like I wasn't there, And it was like there were a few people in the school who were cool and kind of understood you're, because Soprano was fucking huge at that time, so they kind of understood. And I just, after I would say I never stepped foot back in school after probably the age of 15.
That's like season 3.
Yeah, ish, like around there. And then they got me a tutor. But then what happened was somewhere around
16, 17, I really started going out and partying, and then the school just fucking it kept slipping. So like I would show up to see her at my even like my it would be a struggle for me to get to my kitchen table because I'd be fucking hungover, I'd be feeling like shit, and by like the second hour, and she's asking me these questions and this, and my head hurts, and I'm just thinking about the fucking girl from last night, and then I'm just like I don't know,
I mean, you were living a life. It was one of the best show on television. You were shooting fucking crazy hours. How many months would you shoot? Would it take to shoot a season?
Sometimes it was 6, but towards the end it was more. It was like 9, I think. It started becoming more, maybe like 8. But then we did. I think I have such a bad memory, but for this, I think we started doing like less episodes as the show went on. But they just came. I remember it taking so long at the end. It was so, and I remember like. Sometimes they would come to us and say, "Hey, listen, you got you're not in the next episode. You got fucking 2 weeks off." And I remember people like Edie, if she had very little work or wasn't in an episode, would be upset. Like they would tell me I had 2 weeks off. I would be trying to hold in my some fucking fist pumping and fucking being all excited because I was like, "Oh shit, I can go party. I can just go fucking hang out with my friends for 2 weeks." And I know I got this fucking the greatest show in the fucking. I have the greatest show to come back to, and then I'd be like, "All right, I'll see you guys on. Call me when you need me." And then I would just go and fucking hang out with my friends, and I'd get the call like, "All right, the script for episode 4 is out. You're in it." And I would just fucking go and but like it never felt like work. Just working with James and Evie and Jamie, they were so fucking good, and I was like, you sit and you watch Edie Falco do a scene, and then you're like, I'm getting paid to be here. It's the craziest. And the way that I grew up, like, I grew up really poor, and basically I kind of had the thing where it was like, if you do everything right, you'll get your grandfather's job. If you do everything right, if you don't fuck up, if you do good in school, you could take his job, which he was like the super of a building. And then you fucking, in our neighborhood, he had the fucking great job. He had it easy, He would fucking go into work at like 6 a.m. or whatever, fix shit in the building, and then at noon, he would go to the bar to have like a sandwich and a beer, and then he just wouldn't go back to work. He would just end up, drinking. Hey, if you need me, I'll be down at the bar. You'd be a block away. But things were fucking cooler back then. This is like the late 80s, early 90s, where shit was just like, people weren't watching every movie because you didn't have a cell phone. They couldn't get to you, so they'd be like, "Oh, where's Bobby?" And they'd be like, "Oh, he's, we don't know. We'll tell him tomorrow." And then he would fuck, but he showed up every day, 6 a.m. Because he only worked a block away, and then he was the super of our building too, so we got to live in our building rent free. So there were a bunch of us living in a 1 bedroom, and there was no door on the bedroom, so it was just like a bedroom with the door open, the kitchen and the living room, and we were just all fucking in there. So it's like to then jump to, like you said, now you're on the fucking best show of the like this show could have stopped at season 3, and I would have been the fucking success story of. It still would have been like, "Oh my God, he did the greatest thing." And the fact that it went on 7 seasons and people argue it's the best show ever and all this shit, it's crazy to think of how it all turned out.
When you were shooting these, what did you think of David?
I love David. I always love David because, I looked at him as. He's the reason I'm here. You know what I mean? Like, he's the guy who gave me this thing. Like, I was fat, and yet I could still get girls because it was like, oh shit, he's on a fucking TV. I love David. I love the way he was. I always thought he was a fucking, 13-year-old me, what do I know? But I always thought he was just some fucking genius, and he was the best. He's funny. He was always super nice to me. I remember one time where like I was 18 years old and we were shooting a scene and it was me, James, Edie, and probably Jamie. I don't remember if Jamie was there. We were in the kitchen doing whatever. And I just remember like turning my head and seeing David walk onto set, and he went to go watch like on the monitor or whatever. And I remember like feeling nervous. And that was the first time I was like, oh shit, yeah, that's the boss. Because I never when we went to go do the pilot, there was no giant celebrity. There was nobody who was saying, "Oh my God, can you believe blah blah blah's here? Can we get pictures with it?" we were all sitting in the same fucking. We'd all sit outside laughing, bullshitting. There was nobody was from California, so nobody was. You know, you would hear things about people being like, "I want the biggest trailer." I want. There was none of that. We wouldn't. Sometimes we've had trailers on set, and we wouldn't even go over there. We'd be sitting in the basement of the house that we were shooting and just fucking laughing, making fun of each other, making fun of people, doing whatever. You know, it was always just us sitting around having the best time.
When did you stop going off the reservation? Like you booked it when you were 12.
Booked around 12.
Like, when did you stop partying? Like, when did you get the green light?
So when I was like 11 or 12, I think I was 12, I first smoked weed. And
New York City.
Yeah, I know.
From New York fucking City.
You know what I talk about all the time with what makes kids from New York City different than anywhere else? It's like, let's say fucking Tom lives upstate and he tells his parents, I'm going to Ricky's house. When he goes to Ricky's house, you know who he's going to see. He's going to see Ricky, he's going to see Ricky's mom, Ricky's dad, and that's it. He's going to see 3 people. When I used to tell my mom, hey, I'm going to Rex's house, I could see 400 people on my way from here to just going a few blocks to my friend's place. You know, so you have to learn. You have to be always looking at like what the fuck is this person up to? What are they? We're like, I remember when I was like 16-ish, I was doing stupid shit and got in a little trouble and got moved into my dad's out of the city for a little bit. And I remember talking to 16-year-olds upstate and being like, what do you mean your mom's gonna drive us to the mall? Like, I can't even, that sounds like fucking, I'd rather sit downstairs and fucking stare at the wall than sit in a car with your mom while she drives us to the fucking mall, you know, because it was like, by the time I was 12, it was like we'd be hanging out in fucking staircases and smoking weed and drinking, and then, so it was around 12, 13, 14, I was drinking, smoking weed and that kind of stuff, but it was still just fun, you know, it was like, hey, let's go weed over here and this, and then probably like 15, 16 became like, oh, you know, somebody would, because we didn't have money to do all that shit, you know, and then around 15, 16, it would be like, oh, somebody said they could get us fucking ecstasy, you know, so we would save up and try and get it, but then I was probably able to, I just had a little more money and everything, but around 17, end of 16, 17, I started going out to clubs in New York and really partying and just getting whatever the fuck I wanted for free. Like, people would just come up to me with a fucking handshake or, but it was also around the time where I got arrested and I was in the paper for fucking weed. Yeah, so people knew, you know, so people would come up to me and just handshake with a fucking bag of weed. And then around 17, it became blow. And I started doing blow. And then from 18 to 22, I was doing blow every fucking time I drank. Every time. And then I would, so I would binge drink. I would drink for 3 days, just doing blow, staying up, fucking partying, everything. And then I would chill for 3 or 4 days, just smoke weed, take fucking painkillers, just kind of like stay in. And then at 22 or 20, no, maybe 23, I stopped drinking for a year to stop doing coke. Because I couldn't stop. I'd be like, okay, I'm not doing fucking coke anymore. And then it would be 3 days later, and we'd be somewhere with the fucking windows painted black, and we would just be going for fucking 3 days, party and everything. And like, I think that the difference with me was like, I didn't have a job, I didn't have responsibility with it, so it was never like you know, you do those impressions of those people all the time, and it's like that. Like, I would meet people and they'd be like, I had the craziest night with you. We were out till 7 a.m. I'm like, what do you? Like, I don't even, like, you know, people think of crazy nights and staying out till 7 a.m. because they have responsibilities. They got a fucking job, they got this. I was 18, I had my own apartment. I would get 9 months off from Sopranos at a time, and I would just go, all right, I'm going to go out. I'm going to drink. And one fucking night led into 9 months, and all of a sudden I'd be getting that call, like, all right, we're starting up again. I'd be like, oh shit, all I did was fucking do coke and drink and go party for the entire time. And then something in me, I don't know what it was, let's say I had to work on Wednesday, I wouldn't even drink that Friday before, just in case. If I drank that Friday, started fucking doing blow, it turned into Saturday, Sunday, Monday, then I wanted to sleep for fucking 24 hours, and I woke up and I didn't know my lines, or I didn't look, so like, whenever I would have to work, I would stop partying or drinking or anything for a long time before, you know, and then as soon as we would fucking, all right, you got 2 weeks off or wrap the season, that was it. And it was just, like you were saying, we never know it's bad, you know, we never know we have a problem. So it's like, I went from taking 3 Percocets a day to all of a sudden taking 15. And it's like, you don't go, oh shit, on Tuesday I took 4, and now I'm taking 5. And then it became, to the point where I would have a fucking Percocet on my nightstand because I would wake up and I would just fucking feel like shit, and I would take the Percocet. I didn't even drink water with them. I would just put them in the back of my teeth and chew them, and I would just fucking lay there. And then 15 minutes later, I'd be like, all right, I could fucking get out of bed now and function. And then I would stay home for 3 or 4 days, smoking weed, taking Percocets, taking Xanax, watching TV, playing online poker, doing whatever. And then I would get the call like, hey, we're going out tonight. It's blah, 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 birthday, and that would be a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, just drinking, partying. But like, I'm so grateful. I look back now that it all happened, because it's the reason why if I meet some chick today and I get married and everything, I could tell her like, listen, I'm not going in. I'm not gonna be one of these assholes who all of a sudden took a fucking business trip to Vegas with his friends and now he discovered fucking blow and hookers and like, yeah, I know what I want. I know what I want in life. It's not that, because even though I stopped doing blow, so I stopped doing blow when I was about 23 or 22, whatever. So I stopped drinking for a year. So I go back to drinking. I go, if I ever do blow again, that's it. I'm never drinking again. And about 6 months into that, I found Molly. And I was like, all right, well, it's not blow. And then I would just fucking stay up for days. I just replaced Molly with blow. And I would just stay up for fucking 3 days, doing Molly nonstop. And you just, you just start to be around a lot of people that you shouldn't be around, and a lot, and especially with, it goes, you don't even know.
It's Maximus.
You don't even know what the fuck happened.
With fucking pills and you're it.
Yeah.
That's what people understand. You're it. How was it? What's the show?
I wasn't sad about it at all. I wasn't
When
sad.
you're ready to move on.
I don't even think for me there was any sort of like transition. Like it was like on Monday we're doing the show. David said, "Hey, we're not doing it anymore." Okay, because it was like on one hand, I guess I just thought in my head like, well, I don't have to work. I don't have to take those times off from partying anymore. I don't have to fucking clear my head for a fucking 3 days before I go to work. I don't have to. Now it's just hang out with my friends. So my manager, when I was like 22. 23 was like, you guys keep working out, farm's ending, and I was like, give me 6 months or however long it said, give me a year. I just want to hang out with my friends and I want to fucking party. I want to do nothing. And then that turned into 6-7 years of just fucking nonstop partying. And like, people would always just talk about like, how do you fucking drink so much and party so much? It's like, because then I could go sleep for 20 hours if I want. Like I don't have fucking kids with toys banging in my head, waking me up in the morning. I don't have a wife. I don't have any fucking responsibilities. If I don't feel good, I want to sleep for 20 hours and then take Percocets for 3 days. And I just had no. And when I went to seek help, what he told me was the reason why I was having that anxiety, he thinks, is because I was just like, when you see a fucking piece of like lint floating in the air, he's like, that's how you were. You didn't know what was going on. And even though you enjoyed that, your body couldn't fucking handle it. Your brain couldn't handle it. You needed some kind of anchor. You needed that thing that was going to stop you and make you clear your head for 3 days and go to work. And you couldn't just be that piece of whatever floating around.
When did you get sober?
So when I was 28, my 28th birthday, I went out and I took like 35 Mollies, and I was fucking out of my mind. Like I went to go see a concert, and I was in fucking Madison Square Garden. So I show up to my friend's place, and I go, I'm going to take 5 Mollies, and we're going to go to this fucking concert, and we're going to have a good time. So let's say the concert's at 10. We're making up times. I don't do this time. So let's say the concert's at 10. At 7 o'clock, I take 5 Mollies, and I'm fucking drinking tequila and hanging out. So now all of a sudden it's 9:30, and I'm like, you know what? It's my birthday, and I kind of had in my head like, I'm gonna chill out after this. But I always did. I always had that thing like with Percocets. I'd be fucking taking Percocets every day for a year, and every night I would get in bed and be like, all right, tomorrow we're not gonna take the fucking Percocets. We're gonna or we're gonna take 3 instead of taking fucking 12. We're gonna, and then the next day you just fall back into that routine. You forget, you wake up, you fucking chew one, and all of a sudden an hour later you take another one, then you're fucking popping Xanax and this. So we're about to leave for the concert, and I go, you know what, I'm gonna take 5 more fucking Mollies and just be off my fucking ass at this concert. And I go, there's nobody gonna be looking at me. It's gonna be fucking dark. I had like sunglasses on and a fucking a scarf, and I'm all fucking I'm like, we're gonna have a fucking ball. And it was like a a DJ. So I was like, everybody's gonna be off their fucking ass. Then we'll go out and party after. So I take 5 Mollies, and then I took like a bottle like this, and it was ginger ale. And I put tequila in it, and I cracked 5 Mollies in there. And I was like, in case I'm in the concert and I feel like it's going down, because at the time I wasn't some guy who 10 Mollies fucking, you know, ended my life like some dad from fucking, you know, the suburbs. I was already taking numbers like that, you know, if not a little less, but it was my birthday. I was going to take a little more. So I got this ginger ale full of tequila and the Molly, and I'm walking into the concert, and I'm fucking like, my teeth are fucking chattering. I'm feeling good, but I'm loving it. I'm with fucking 2 of my best friends. I'm on top of the world. Everything is great, but it's now when I think about it, like, I was fucking rock. And I get to the front of the line, and some guy who looked like a cop, but he's probably just a security guard. He's like, "Hey," and he sees me, and in your head for that 1 second, you just go, "Oh, it's all over." You know, you don't know why. You just go, "Oh shit," he knows or something. And he goes, "You can't bring that in." And I had the fucking ginger ale in my hand with the tequila. And I was so relieved that he just said, "You can't bring that in, and not you're fucking coming with me or you're under or whatever." I unscrewed the fucking tequila with the 5 Mollies, drank that, and walked into Madison Square Garden. And I'm on 15 Mollies in maybe 4 hours, something like that, and I'm in there, and I'm just fucking lost. Like, I remember walking through the fucking hallways, and people have on the fucking glowing fucking lights thing, and I remember, like, getting to our seats, and people were also fucked up at our seats, so they're, like, high-fiving this, and I'm saying, it's my birthday, so I'm saying to these people, "Thank you for coming." And they're looking at me like, "Thank you for coming." Like, "Thank you for coming to my birthday." Like, I think somewhere in my head I thought it was my fucking birthday party at Madison Square Garden with fucking 40,000 people. And I had a great night that night. We fucking party, stay at the concert. Everything's amazing. And so that's a Friday. Like Saturday, Sunday, I'm still up. I'm taking Molly every like hour. You know, taking a little. I go to bed. I wake up, and I remember like it was probably 4 days after that. I was supposed to go to a birthday dinner, and I remember being like, I can't get out of bed. Like, I remember being like just feeling cold, feeling like shit and awful. And I was like, I think I might have done it this time. Like, there might be no coming back from where I am. Like, I would fucking hear something in my hallway and get sketched out. Like, I was fucked up. And I remember saying, I gotta go to the doctor because I couldn't eat anything. I would eat, I would throw up. I'd eat, I'd throw up. It was just over and over. So I go to the doctor, and he's like, "When's the last time you ate a fucking vegetable?" And I'm like, "I don't know, you got chicken fried rice. They got peas in the fucking chicken fried rice. I eat it." He goes, "You gotta stop what you're doing right now." He goes, "You gotta stop drinking for a while." He goes, "You gotta eat some fucking vegetables. You gotta try doing some fucking kind of exercise." I hadn't done exercise in, I don't know, 6-7 years, like any sort of, and like even like walking on a treadmill, you know, like I actually had a treadmill in my living room because sometimes I would get fat, like I would gain fucking 20 pounds, and I'd get on the treadmill on incline and watch a fucking TV show or whatever. But like besides walking, I had done nothing for so long. He's like, "You gotta do this, you gotta do that." So that week, I remember I left his office and I went to a place that made fucking vegetable juices, and he goes, "Go get it, just an all vegetable juice." I go, "All right." I drank that and I felt high. Like I felt, because my body had no fucking nutrients for 7 days, but also like I felt good. Like I was like, holy shit! Like I could keep this down. My body, I haven't had vegetables in who knows how long. I feel real good. I went to like the park the next day. I meet up with my friends. He's like, "Okay, we're gonna start fucking doing yoga." So I start doing the fucking yoga and that, and I'm still taking the Percocets and the Xanax and everything. But I was like, I made the decision then that I was gonna stop doing Molly and stop drinking, and that was 7 years ago. I haven't been drunk since then. But I was at a dinner like 4 years ago, and somebody gave me a vodka soda by mistake, and I thought it was a soda. I just said club soda, and the guy thought it was vodka club soda because everybody was partying. And when I took a sip of it, I realized there was vodka. And I remember people like freaking out, and this whole big thing. And I became obsessed with like not liking the fact that I was that guy. Like oh no, we don't know what could happen. He has no control over it. Who knows what would happen if he drank at this. So I called up my best friend. So I'm 34 now. I met him in preschool, like 30 years. His name was Rex. He's the fucking greatest guy. And I go, "I need you to come with me to dinner, and we're gonna open a bottle of wine, and I'm gonna have 4 or 5 sips of a glass of wine. I just need to know what's gonna happen. If I I have to live my life differently. If I just felt this way, like if I drink these 5 sips of wine and it leads to a fucking crazy night of partying and this, then I know I'm never gonna drink again, whatever. But I need for myself to know, because I was laying in bed at night, like, what if that sip that I took was too big? What if there was more vodka in that fucking glass than there was? What if there was straight vodka and I took a sip? Would I have fucking fallen off? So I wanted to know for me. And I went to meet my boy, and we had a fucking couple sips of wine, and that was it. It was over. I was like, okay, now I know. I'm not so weak. Or, and I'm not trying to say that somebody can't do that they're weak. I just wanted to know, am I this weak for around alcohol? If I have 4 sips, is it going to take over my fucking mind and make me do things, just make me fall back into that same person I was? I couldn't shake that not knowing thing. And so it's been 7 years, and there would probably have been 3 instances where at dinner I took a couple sips of wine. Otherwise, I haven't had a single drink. I haven't been drunk. I haven't touched Molly or Coke has been around the same. Like Coke was like 23 and I'm 34, so 11, 12 years, something like that. And then Percocets is less. Percocets is like 4 or 5 years, maybe 5 years. Xanax took me a long time to get off. Xanax is a fucking bitch. For me, everything was easy compared to like people talk about opiates, and I guess obviously the withdrawal from something like heroin is a lot rougher than Percocets. But what I had to deal with the benzos is like a fucking. It's just the worst night because.
How long was the process?
Years. It was a really long time because I was taking something like roughly 3. I would take like a bar and a half every day, maybe like a little bit more. But it just became, which is not that in my head. I don't think anything is a lot, But I feel like that's not a lot. But it became 6 years of doing that every day, or 7 years or something. And so I had to go see a specialist because I couldn't shake it. I was like, the Percocets I figured out on my own. The drinking, I was like, I'm just done everything. When with the benzos, I couldn't figure out how to even lessen my dose. And I'm going to tell you what the guy told me. Obviously, anybody out there, don't take my fucking advice. I'm no doctor. I'm just telling you what he told me, which was the first thing you have to do is get yourself on a schedule. Because your brain, when you're not on Xanax, then you take your Xanax and it's here. And sometimes you won't take it for 3 hours. So he said, you have to get on a regular thing. So if you say 2 hours after I wake up, I take my first Xanax. Then I take one every 3 hours, and I take the exact same amount. So I was like, so that was my first step. Okay, that was my first meeting. He goes, just start doing that. I go, okay, no problem. Next time I came to see him, he's like, all right, once you get comfortable with that, he's like, you're going to go less and less, super slow, over and over. So you're going to go from taking 0.5 6 times a day to taking, half of 0.2, or however you want to do it. So he gave me, for the first time in my life, I had a prescription for fucking Xanax, which is crazy. Like, it took me quitting to finally get a prescription. I was just getting them on the street, And so he goes, because I'm taking the bar, so well, I'll give you milligrams so that it's easier for you to quit. Because if you have a bar, it's hard to make 0.25 out of a bar or 0.37, whatever you want to do. So he gives me these 0.25. So I start taking like 1.5 0.25s every 3 hours or whatever it is. And then once I got really low on the milligrams, he goes, all right, now start spacing it into every 4 hours. Instead of every 3 hours you're taking it. And then you're going to only do it 3 times a day. So this was years of a process.
How did it affect your sleep?
It wasn't too bad because I always kept that one at night, like right before bed. The problem became, what really took me a long time too, was the idea of having none, right? Like the idea of lessening it was something I really wanted to do. So it was it wasn't too hard. It was like, okay, trying to quit on my own is fucking insane. Like, I said it to you earlier, the feeling, the only way I can describe it is like if you're trying to quit Xanax, for me, it's like if your biggest fear is heights and somebody takes you skydiving and right when they open the fucking door to that plane and they turn to you and go, are you ready? And the way that you feel right there looking out however many thousands of feet up, that's how I felt sitting on my couch watching TV. Like it was just all day that fucking rattling fear of, it was a fucking bitch to open my front door, it was a bitch to get into the fucking elevator, like everything was just, it was torture trying to quit on my own. Well, what he told me to do made it a
This is
lot
beginning to have an
easier,
impact now, the
and
level of
then
altitude and the
my
amount of
sleep
climbing.
didn't really get
You can see it,
affected
but even
until it was time
this
for to
altitude and the
not
amount of climbing,
do
this
any
is
at
where they're
all. So
gonna
what
start
happened
to
was
feel that humidity that's
this
in the
guy
air.
told
It
me
is very thick.
you're gonna have to
Even though
eventually
the
not do
temperatures
any, and I just couldn't do it. Like I was like, I can't not take that one in the middle of the day and that one at night. Like I feel
He's
like
been
I'm
training
holding
on
on
his course that he made
too tight
in
to it. I don't know what to do. He's like, when you're ready, the same way you did this, when you're ready, when you're ready. So
But in Boston,
I had to come out to LA for a little bit. I come out to, and this guy was a specialist, and he charged $300 to go see him. And after I saw him a bunch, I was like, listen, I can't afford to come see you anymore. So he's like, well, what I'll do is I'll charge you $150 to come see me. So I'm like, okay. So I'm paying the $150 to see him, but I'm also getting the Xanax from him. So in my head, I'm like, well, I'm saving this amount of money by not buying the fucking Xanax, right? So.
And a little bit of grimace.
So he tells me, I'm going to LA for a while. So I come back from LA, however long I was gone, and we have our first meeting, and my bill shows up, and it's $300. And I was like, oh, this guy forgot that we're on a fucking 150 schedule. So I hit him up, I go, hey, remember, it's 150, not 300. And he was like, oh, no, well, you didn't see me for a while, you were in LA. Now that you're back, it's 300. And I was like, what do you mean? We agreed on 150. When were you going to tell me this? And I don't know if it's the fucking Irish in me, if it's the addict in me, what the fuck it is, but I was like, fuck this. I was like, I'm not taking that Xanax tonight. I don't care if I fucking feel like I'm falling out of a plane. I don't care if I feel like I can't sleep for fucking 3 days. I don't give a fuck. I'm never seeing this dude again. And I'm not restarting this shit with somebody else. And I remember 3 days later, I'd never touched a Xanax ever again. So, like I said to you, there's times where like I hurt myself in the gym and I'm like, I'll smoke a joint at night or take a fucking hill. Oh yeah, that's how I feel. But I don't like to say I'm sober and then somebody sees me freaking buying weed at the store. Yeah.
My thing was the opposite.
Yeah.
I could do 1 drink, 2 drinks. When I was 20, once I did 3 Southern Comfort and Irish, you could rape me.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah.
When I was 20, the first one I could control. The second one I could control. The third one, going to Washington Square Park with Cop named Valley, $10.
Yep.
Then we're going to 135, pick up an 8-ball, and then we're going to stop at 181 and pick up some fucking F-66 Express, and we're shooting over the George Washington Bridge. So, for me, today, reefer is my teddy bear.
Yeah.
That is my teddy bear. Right. I could look you both in the eye right now. We'll tell you, I don't even think I get that high.
Right.
I get up in the morning, I 8 bottles at fucking 7.
Well, yeah, I've seen the fucking video. I know what you're up to.
Yeah, and I do it to get
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
If I don't smoke in the morning, I won't be home.
Yep.
It's a drag to eat. So if I smoke, I'll do a protein shake, something.
Yeah.
Just I don't go out and get sick while I'm driving.
Right.
Because if I don't eat, I'll get sick while I'm driving.
Right.
I don't consider weed at all.
Yeah, but by the way, there's some people who do and they can't smoke it because they feel like that's a fucking domino.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
it's a trigger. Absolutely. But I get that. For me, I need it to keep well, but they do sober October.
Yeah.
And I spoke to Joe about it. I'm going to be strictly honest with you. Do you know when I went off the most in my life? I was told, see, I'm Cuban. Being Cuban is almost as bad as being fucking Irish. Okay? Almost as stubborn. We're even more stubborn than you guys. If you said to me, Joey, I don't, like when you went to see the doctor, he doesn't think you should quit with everything.
Yeah.
That's one thing. When you were on probation until you couldn't smoke, that's what eats my cross.
Yeah.
The rule is the one I break. So if you come to me tomorrow and go, look, what's that testing you went to month? You know, we're going to test you for whatever. I'm going to smoke. It's when you say to me, like yesterday, I got up, I didn't smoke till last night.
Yeah.
I got up yesterday morning and whatever, fucking Omaha. And I didn't have vape. I had the weed, but I didn't smoke. I got home and I got busy. And last night, 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
And I was happy. I was hungry, whatever. But that's my daddy.
Yeah.
Alcohol, I never liked it. I'll drink it to be social. I'll drink it to Jesus Christ. There's nothing worse than going to stand there with a Coke and a wine and faking that you drink a fucking Cuba Libre. Okay, nothing bothers me than to have a fucking. You drink it or you fucking not.
Yeah.
If you're not drinking, go to home because you're making me fucking depressed.
Yeah.
It's like when Christopher hosts Paulie, he hosts for the reward for the big side chick. You know, if you're not gonna drink, go home. Do me a favor. You're one of those people like on the bar. I'm gonna drink coffee. You're making everybody get depressed. I grew up in the 70s, Robert, where every TV show, if you watch any TV show from the 70s, when you walk in a person's house, they had a cart, a little car, 2 bottles, no label. You didn't know what you were drinking. I don't know, a Scotch. No.
It's almost harder to slow
It was brown. That's it.
It was brown.
Yeah.
Right. It could be whatever you drank it.
Right.
Now we got pussies. Now people are like, oh, it's got 8 calories.
Right.
You know, the 70s, boom, bombs are hard. I wish. I could do that.
Yeah.
I wish we could go to 3 places every day and just have a drink. Let's get a tequila boom, and then not again, like maybe like at 6, have another one, and then go to the comedy store and have another one. You know, I'm going to the comedy store tonight. I'm drinking.
Right.
Get the fucking margarita.
How long has it been since you've tasted alcohol?
Saturday night.
Okay, yeah,
I
yeah.
had 2 shots of Jägermeister on stage.
Right.
Friday night. But again,
Yeah.
I had 2 doubles of Jaeger, and it's just, for me, it's like, I just went over my Weight Watchers points with sugar. That's what I can
So it was a blow. It was all.
That was my work. I love the blow, the pill, the alcohol combination.
The pill, like downers?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like no
way.
No speed, no, what's that shit? Adderall.
Yeah, I took that once and I just feel like I can't sleep. That was it. I didn't like. For me, Percocet, like I said earlier, I love fucking Percocet. I love drinking. I love that shit. But probably, I mean, there's a chance that Coke was like the thing I did the most of, and like I never even liked it. You know what I mean? Like I remember there were times where I'd wake up next to a girl and see her doing the fucking wake up doing Coke. And what the fuck is? But then, you know, I would think that was disgusting and not want to be around her. And then 10 hours later, I'd be like, where's that fucking girl's number? You know, like I'd be looking to fucking get, because I would be fucking 6 drinks in. Like, I got to a point where I would drink a bottle of tequila before I'd go out, before I would leave my apartment. So I had like those red fucking plastic cups in my apartment, and I'd fill it with, I would be sitting on my couch feeling like shit. And I'd be like, all right, I'm going to fill a fucking cup up with tequila, drink it, and then by somewhere around the second one, when I'm fucking smoking that cigarette, and I put a fucking song on, and I start fucking feeling it, and then I had a place in the shower for my fucking cup of tequila, and I'd be in the fucking shower, and then by somewhere around the fucking 4th one, maybe, I'd start hitting people up. All right, where are we going? But what time are you coming to fucking pick me up? And I meet you there, and by the time that there was a little bit left in that bottle, I was ready to fucking go out there. I put it in a ginger ale bottle or a water bottle, whatever. I would drink it in the cab or in my friend's car. So like, I have friends who I've been friends with for 10 years who think I'm the most social, like only love to fucking talk to the fucking wall and this work, because they only saw me outside of my apartment after drinking a fucking bottle of tequila, you know, where then I have other friends who like lived in my neighborhood who've known me since I was fucking 6 years old, who are like, oh, Rob will sit in his fucking crib for, 6-7 days, 2 weeks, like there's times where he just doesn't come out, where I have friends that I knew from going out and from clubs would if you told them that I'm that way, they'd be like, you don't know Rob. He's nothing like that. Because I wasn't, because as soon as you start drinking, I think a lot of my problem was like being around people, you know. And I would be, if I was sober, like if you put me right now sober, standing in a fucking nightclub, I want to blow my brains out. So that's why I would have a fucking bottle of tequila, and there's nowhere I want it to be more than the club, because nobody's fucking talking to you. You're just dancing. Everybody, I know that guy's got Molly, that guy's got fucking blow, and nobody like when it came to Percocets and weed and shit like that, I always had to put money up to get them. Where when it came to fucking Coke and Molly, the amount of money, if you put the amount that I did compared to the amount of money that I spent on it, it would be, nobody would believe how that's possible, because you just go out to clubs in New York and everyone got it. Everybody's giving it to you. Oh, hey, you want some fucking, here's this, and then all of a sudden you're in somebody's apartment for fucking 3 days and there's a fucking plate of just a mound of fucking, that one's Coke, that one's ketamine, that one's fucking Molly. And you're just fucking hanging. Girls are coming through. You're laughing. You're fucking partying. Music's on. The neighbors are fucking complaining, banging on the walls, and you're having the time. You've smoked 140 cigarettes. You know, you're fucking in the. Oh, I love. What is this chair made out of? You know, you're just fucking everything. It's amazing. And then 3 days later, I'd be the guy who's not leaving his couch for 10 days. And if you told those people that that's how I was, they'd be like, "Nah, that's not Rob. He always wants to fucking, you know, he would be the fucking head of the Thanksgiving Day parade, throwing a fucking baton in the air because that's how it was when I was drinking. I always wanted to fucking party more. No, let's not go to bed. Let's this. Where like when I would be on fucking pills in my apartment, I didn't even want more than 2 people in there because I start to get fucking crazy. Like, oh, where are they? You know, where's he ashing? Where's he? You know, like that whole thing. Where when I was, if I had drinks in it, it would be like, hey, you can put that out on my fucking forehead. Like you could fucking throw cigarettes on my floor. Like I don't, you know, you just, it's crazy how it all fucking works. I go to the gym 5 days a week. I eat super clean. More reliable, you know. Like I used to be. Like I remember there were things from my family just not showing up.
When you were addicted, no. When I was addicted, I was not. I can tell you I'll be there Friday. Good luck.
Right.
I don't know how I'm gonna feel. What's gonna happen Thursday night? I've told Lee 1,000 times. I was still doing coke. This podcast was not be intact because there's no way you can't control your life.
Yeah. And there was no. And then Friday you'd want to do it, and then fucking Monday you'd hate it. You know, you'd be like, I don't want to fucking be sitting in that room and or like you fucking heard. It's just
you want to hack today. How do you feel about it?
I don't enjoy I hate fucking reading scripts. I hate auditioning. I hate that whole part of it. So it's like I still for a long time I was passionate about acting, but really I was passionate about doing soprano. I loved it. I stopped fucking drinking for it. I stopped doing drugs, like whatever. When that time would come, and it was never like, fuck, I gotta stop this. It was like, no, this is how it works. Like I get to do this. Like I loved doing that work. I loved hanging out with those guys. I loved all of it. Where now, like the idea of like some agent is gonna send you fucking 4 scripts, and you're gonna sit in your apartment and fucking read them, and maybe like it works. And like I don't want to do a TV show because I don't like what they might tell you you're doing in a year. It was totally unpredictable. Where it's like I have all of these like things like that. You know, if they were like you're gonna be fucking smoking, or you're gonna be fucking smoking a cigarette, or we want you to eat this way. And I don't want to be a difficult guy who's like, hey, actually I don't eat that anymore. I won't smoke a cigarette. I don't want to be fucking doing this and that. So. That's like I love fucking you. I love Joe Rogan. I love the fucking Bobby Lee, Tom Segura. So I moved out here to start a podcast, and hopefully that'll be the thing that I'm doing.
I gotta be honest. How the fuck?
Crazy.
How do you go into a CBS show today and fucking bumped up and the director comes up to you and says, listen, how? It's you worked with the best.
Yeah.
You can't do it. I think that was healthy. Listen, last, not ashamed to say this, about 2 years ago, 2 episodes of the show for Greg Garcia. First one was great. I walked in. I was the second scene up, and I left. The second time I went to shoot the same show, I had the first scene up, basically the last scene at 10 o'clock at night. So you're there from 9 in the morning, you do your 1 hour, and then you wait. Being in that room, no one knows. I love Greg. I acted like a fucking asshole.
Yeah.
When I left there that night, I went home and I blamed on the anxiety, and no one knows. But really what it was like, I just don't think I want to do this anymore.
Yeah.
When I got the call for the Soprano movie, I put the audition on the tape. I didn't think about it again. When they called and laid me off, I was thinking about not taking it. Like,
I heard you talking about
Tom Pop had to come in and say, take the fucking thing. When I was there, just being, after the first day of watching what David Chase was about, like I was trying to improvise.
Yeah.
Somebody came over and there's all this air. You know, that's what it all came from. I left there. I listened to the noise that greets the 3 joints, went outside smoking. And I think I worked the day, but I had like 4 days off. So those 4 days, I just immersed myself with the episode, just to see his style.
Yeah.
And the second day I went in there, I was already mentally to David Chase. This is something that I've never seen before.
Yeah.
I've been a comic for years. You know, I've worked with some great directors. At that moment, he blew everybody out. And once I saw what he did that first scene shot, I was like, I'm paying attention to this guy, to the fucking letter. Now, if he says sneeze, I will sneeze.
Yeah.
I didn't eat nothing of that whole weed, by the way. I ate that shit too.
Yeah.
They asked me to smoke a cigar. I think I smoked one of them, but once, like right now, somebody else me a mom ring a few weeks ago, and I was like,
But see, what the thing is a lot of what people don't understand in this industry is like, if you're putting all of your shit aside, all the shit you want to do, or how I really want to be, and I gotta fucking focus on this thing, and I gotta what, but you know it's something that you think is gonna be fucking incredible. It's different than trying to put your whole fucking life aside, changing the person you are, everything for some show that might be okay.
And while you're shooting, you're like, nobody watches this.
Yeah.
And they come up to you and go, in the script, he comes up to you and says, all right, the word is the instead of
Yeah.
Does it really matter? You gotta be retarded to watch this fucking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck between the and
And what was great about Sopranos with us is, you know, by season 4 or 5, people would be like, how did you prepare to go? It's like, you walk into the Sopranos kitchen, Jim pacing and sweating, and you see Edie banging her nail. You know, she had those fake nails, and she'd be banging them on the fucking counter. That's it. You're there, you know, where like we were a fucking some sort of a family, you know. As soon as you went back in, it was all the things were there. There was the place where you sat, and you had your thing, and like they never told us any of that stuff. Like, you got to stay this, you got to stay on script, you have to do this. But we would see it when other people would come in, you know. So we would hear, you know, like we would do something off, and nobody would say anything, but then they would make like one word wrong, and somebody would come over to them, and then you would find out later, like you know, you're sitting around, you're having a drink, and they go, oh yeah, they told me like, you know, I said this instead of that, or this instead of that, and then you're going, man, not only am I getting paid to fucking work on the best show ever, but I also have some sort of fucking seniority, where these people, like I can fucking. They don't come up to you and tell you, hey, you know, you fucked it. Like, of course, the director will come up to you and give you direction and say shit, but nobody ever said, hey, you fucking, you said instead of then. But they would say it to fucking other people, you know? And you see that a lot. You see people come in for 3 days and they're fucking shaking, and people are all nervous, like, oh, we heard that people are real strict around here. And then we would tell them, nah, nobody's fucking strict around here, everybody's cool. So then they'd get all loose, and people would come over, you know, and be like, hey, you said instead of then, and they'd look at us like, I thought you said that, and we'd be like, hey, you know, yeah, it's fucking, yeah, it's nuts.
what did you learn in the gym?
So much, you know. I mean, just from the acting that I learned from watching him, you know, because I talked about it before where, like, I don't think I was ever a great actor, but I think the actor I was from season 1 until the end, I think I did grow.
Yes, you grew dramatically.
Yeah, thank you.
Dramatically.
And I think it was from James and Edie, watching that. I mean, it was like, I felt like I was watching the two, like, greatest actors I've ever seen all the time. Like, you just show up and you see what they do, and you see why they do certain things, and how they, like, you know, like, it would be more so like, you'd watch Edie, and then she'd fucking come by, and in the scene, she would just come and, like, rub her nails on my back, or, like, something like that. And it would be those things where I go, oh, shit, she was there. She wasn't, what's the next fucking line, or where do I put this down? She saw the fucking look on my face and felt like she needed to put her fucking, you know, nails on my back and let me know things. It's great, but really what I learned from him also, I think in LA, especially, or there's a lot of, like, this outward, like, we support whatever, you know, we support your decision to it, standing from the fucking rooftop and screaming how good of a person you are and what you support. And I don't remember if Jim had passed away already or what, but I remember my manager coming up to me and telling me, like, you know, he calls And I'm like, for what do you mean he calls you? And he's like, he calls me. And he tells me not to tell you that he calls me. But he asks how you're doing, what type of people you're hanging out with, what you're paying for fucking rent, like to make sure that you're not, you know, spending fucking 10 grand on some penthouse in New York City being an asshole. And he wants to know all this stuff about you. And he told me not to tell you. And I think that's the opposite of a lot of like this bullshit of like, we love each other, and you know, they were never like, you know, like you see now Instagram and this shit of like, we're so close and we're so the
R.I.P. John Witherspoon.
Yeah, and you're like, what the fuck? And that's the thing is like, there would be fucking some people from there was a thing that you felt on the show where it's like, you know why the reason is nobody's a fucking asshole on set, nobody's an asshole on the show, because if you are, David can kill you. David could end it all. You want to come in and act like you're a fucking big shot because you won some fucking award last year, or people are telling you your character's the best, your character's the best, and you want to come in and request some kind of fucking trailer or that. It's like somebody will put fucking 2 bullets in your head in the fucking show, and you're not on the show anymore. So nobody ever, if anything, we'd all be in fucking one person's camper, you know, sitting around laughing. There was no, and I think a lot of that was also Jim. Jim never let. If anybody's gonna be asking for shit, it's him, and he never did. He never said, "Hey, I want this or this thing." So everybody kind of, you know, you follow the vibe on the show.
Example.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I gotta tell you somebody. I always knew he was a good actress, but when I saw her as a dangerous actress, was when Jim got shot. That scene when she's crying the whole way. She takes you there.
She's unbelievable.
She fucking took me there. She took me there. Like, it's like I know. It's like when Sean Penn finds out his daughter's dead. That movie,
Mystic River. Yeah.
The noise he makes, that's somebody who lost somebody. That's a tough recreation noise to make. You know, he had her moments. I think I can say this. Listen, I miss Charles Bronson. Look at that picture. Look at it. The second guy I miss is James Gandolfini. Never met him. Never met him. I can tell you that. I miss him on TV. That movie he made with Hardy towards the end.
Okay, The Game, was that
The Game,
something?
like that.
Yeah.
With that. I remember seeing him there and going, how much do I fucking miss him? The Sopranos. Like, The Sopranos could have still kept going. And I think it would have lost no fans.
Yeah.
You know, you were on one of the greatest TV shows of all time. I mean, not no bullshit fucking Friends or fucking. I'm talking about a show that changed the fabric of society. You know, Ricky and fucking Desi type shit, whatever. Desi and Lucy.
Yeah. I didn't have HBO growing up. I remember the night that the finale aired. I literally heard. I was living in Boston. What year did the finale air?
10 years after, so I guess 2009.
Yeah, I was living in Boston, and I knew my friends were watching it. And I heard people when it went black. I heard people like I literally heard people. I'll never forget that.
They thought the cable went out. A lot of people thought their cable went out.
I was like, "What's going on?" I'll never forget that. I was like, "What?" And then I went on Facebook, and I was like, "Oh, shit!" And then the one thing I wanted to ask you was, because it happens a lot, but like you went from a kid, and then towards the end of the show, because I watched it later, you weren't like your character was not the most liked character at all.
Yeah.
What is that like? Do people like start hating you, or do people have a weird reaction to you when you were like not as much of like you're not the little kid anymore? Like,
you know what's funny? I feel like that's more like an online culture thing where people are like, fuck you, you suck. Like, walking around in New York City, nobody ever fucking says that shit, you know? People are just happy to see you, and they want to tell you they love the show and this. So, like, I mean, there were definitely people who would tell me, like, man, I fucking hate your character. And I'm like, yeah, and especially people who would meet me, like, hanging out and partying. They'd be like, man, I hate your character, but you're fucking nothing like that, you know, piece of shit or that little fucking nerd or whatever. But I remember like doing interviews and saying I get it because I see it. Like I want to smack them in the face sometimes. Like I want to fucking grab them and be like, what are you know, like you fuck. But that's the whole fucking point of, you know, that's what people want to. That's the shit that you know, that Tony sees himself that he fucking hates about himself. You know, the fucking.
That's some great scenes, Robert. The scene when she gets hammered and he brings her back, and you're like go upstairs, AJ. And you're like, she's doing ecstasy, but I gotta go upstairs. He chases you up when you put the fucking thing under the crook of your arm. When you went to the military academy.
Oh, the hat.
Oh, you sold it. Robert, you sold when you were like, you had this look on your face like you don't want to fucking shoot yourself.
Yeah.
You sold it. There's so many scenes when you went after, you know, Corrado. You went after him and you watch outside.
Yeah.
That was a fucking tremendous scene when you and Jen Lee told your body, you know, you always say you're a hypocrite. Fucking Michael.
You know what's funny? It's crazy that you brought that up. That's the only scene I ever felt I did good.
That is a beautiful scene.
That's the only scene I ever fucking.
Oh, no, that was like, you know, you were seasoned by that, and you were used to it. But that was a beautiful scene. That was a real father and son scene. But you had when you're changing the flag. That's a fucking great scene.
I don't remember.
He goes, AJ, you love your Uncle Jackie or some shit, and then he goes, what do you know about? And you were like hesitant. You're like, I don't know, whatever the kids say. It was the.
I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, you were changing the flag. He's like drying his sweat off. And you were just a little kid. And he goes, AJ, what do you know about me? And you're like, I don't know.
Mercy.
It's his Uncle Jackie's stole money from the Indians or something like that. Because you know your Uncle Jackie loved you. Like all those scenes you sold. Robert, you sold.
Thank you, yeah.
That, the crack home. Oh, that's a crack home.
Right.
You hit the black neighborhood and that. All those scenes. You know, even Jamie Lynn.
Yeah, Jamie's fucking great.
When they went up to Booton, he fucking chokes the guy. Okay. And he's talking to her in the car, and he's like, you know what I do? It was, if you've noticed, I'm surprised that they even did the Irishman. Because
I haven't seen it. You saw it?
No, not yet. Because
3.5 hours.
No, 3 hours. That's good. It's good for your asshole.
Yeah.
To sit there once in a while. You know what I'm saying? But it was such a show that covered so many, like the mob world. Never really told Mafia and John Wayne movies never really took off again. 10 years.
Well, it's hard to, when we had 10 years to develop a character, it's hard to then have to do it in fucking 2 hours. You know? And you're fucking, when you've been watching a show for fucking 5 years, and then that 6 seasons coming on, and you got everybody in the fucking living room, and the static from the HBO, it's hard to recreate that because how do you get people excited to walk it, to turn on the fucking TV? You know, now everybody's everybody's a critic, thumbs up, thumbs down, I like that, I don't like that. It was nice. If you don't like the show, get the fuck out of the room. That's how Sopranos was. It was like, we're going to watch Sopranos, if you don't like it, get the fuck out. There wasn't no, you know, I'm giving it fucking 4 tomatoes, or whatever people are fucking, it's like people were, and that was the thing, it's like, I think a lot of people in Jersey just fucking loved it for what it was. You know, there was this book I was fucking reading about, The Mastery of Love, and it talks about, I'm reading a lot of these books now because I'm all fucking, you know, trying to get my life together and be a fucking adult and care about people. And what it says is like, you know, it's like, let's say you say like, I love New York. When you think about New York, you love it and that's it. You don't try and fucking change it, you know. Where with people, you go, yeah, I like that person, but they fucking, you know, they do this, I don't like that. It's like you just have to fucking accept it. And I think that's what people in fucking Jersey did. They were just, they didn't go, oh, well, I like it, but you know, he wouldn't wear his hat like that. It was just, we love the show. We're all in it. They never came up with the, like, I feel like now these fucking movies are made and every fucking person on the internet is like, in that third scene, they shouldn't have ended it that way, or that. I mean, obviously some people hated the ending of Sopranos, but besides that, I never heard anybody come up to me and try and fucking critique it or say, you know, how come, why didn't they do it this way or that? People just, I love the show. You know, that's what people would say.
Two of the shows that spawned from The Sopranos were Breaking Bad, obviously, and Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah.
There's a thread that somebody sent me one time.